Chapter 14. The old wood of Josh's dining room table felt cool against Quentin's forehead. In a few more seconds he'd sit up again. That's how long it would take to roll his brain back to the state it was in before it thought that their troubles were over. Until that happened, Quentin would just enjoy the cool solidity of the table for a second more. He let the despair wash over him. The button was gone. He thought about banging his head a few times, just lightly, but that would have been overdoing it. He was aware for the first time of how quiet the city had gotten. After dark, the streets and canals seemed to empty out. As if Venice felt less of an obligation to pretend to be part of this millennium at night, and had reverted to its medieval self again. All right. He sat up. The blood drained back out of his face. Back to work. Okay. You sold the button. Look, you must have had some other plan, Josh said. I mean, don't tell me you were actually planning on randomly running into me in Venice and bumming the button off me. That's not a plan. Well, no, Quentin said, it's not a plan. The plan was not to get booted out of Fieri, but that ship has sailed, so I'm working on a new plan. Who the hell did you sell the button to? Well, that's a story too. Josh launched straight into the tale, untroubled by any further self-reproach. If Quentin had moved on, then so could he, and this was obviously a much happier story than the one about his sojourn in the Netherlands. See, I realized I was through with that button. I was done with the Netherlands and Fieri and all that stuff. If I was going to get laid, and I was going to get laid right here in the real world. So I looked around for something to do on Earth, and I started picking up on this underground scene. The safe houses, all that stuff. Have you heard about that? Julia's been catching me up, I mean, I always knew there were hedge witches out there, a few of them, but this thing goes deep, man. I had no idea. There are a lot of those guys. And a lot of them come through Venice. They figure it's really old, so, hey, magic. They think maybe they'll pick something up. It's kinda sad, really. Some of them are the business, they've figured out a lot of what we know, and some stuff we don't, but most of them have no idea what they're doing, and they're desperate. They'll try anything. You gotta watch yourself around the desperate ones. They don't know enough to be dangerous, most of them, but they attract scavengers. Fairies and demons and whatever. Fucking jackals. That's where you get problems. The predators don't mess around with us because we're too much trouble, but those poor bastards, the hedge magicians, they want power and they'll do anything to get it. I've heard of them striking some pretty bad bargains. But you know what? I like them. You know, I never fit in that well at Breakbills. That whole fake Oxford thing, with the wine tasting and the fancy dress and all that was always more your scene, you and Elliot. And Janet. He almost mentioned Alice but swerved away at the last second. And it was great, don't get me wrong. But it's just not my style. I get along better with the underground people. People thought I was a joke at Breakbills, but here I'm a big wheel. I guess I just got tired of being the bottom of the food chain. Nobody really appreciated me there, no, not even you, Quentin. Not really. But here I'm like the king. Quentin could have denied it, but no, he couldn't really. It was true. Everybody loved Josh, but nobody took him seriously. He'd allowed himself to think that it was because Josh didn't want to be taken seriously, but that wasn't true at all, of Josh or probably of anybody. Everybody wanted to be the hero of their own story. Nobody wanted to be comic relief. Josh had probably been carrying that around as long as Quentin had known him. No wonder he gave them a hard time in that room with the bowl. So is that why you sold the button? Because you felt like we didn't take you seriously? Josh looked wounded. I sold the button because I got offered a fuckload of money for it. But would that have been a bad reason? Look, I had a little anger to deal with. They treat me with respect here. I never knew what that was like before. I'm the bridge between the two worlds. There's things you can't get in the underground that I know how to find and vice versa. So people come to me with problems from both sides. It's actually pretty wild. The underground scene has shit we never could have gotten our hands on, and they don't even know it. They have these sad little swap meets, and then something really legendary turns up, totally at random, and they don't even recognize it. One time I found a Cherenkov sphere. Nobody knew what it was, I had to show them how to hold it. So what about the button? Did you sell that at a swap meet? Yeah, you might well ask that, Josh said, unfazed. That was more of a special transaction. A one-off. High-status client. Yeah, I bet. Maybe you could put me in touch with your high-status client. Maybe he'll want to have a special transaction with me too. No harm in trying, but I can't say I love your chances. Josh was grinning like a lunatic. There was obviously a secret there that he was dying to blow. Tell me. Okay. Josh held up his hands, setting the scene. So, after I get back from the Netherlands, I'm knocking around New York, just enjoying that I still have all my extremities, when I get a call on my cell from this guy. He says meet me tomorrow in Venice. Business to discuss, confidential matter, whatever. I'm like fine, I guess, but I'm kinda short on cash, so how's that going to work? I'm just walking along the sidewalk having this conversation. And even as I'm saying it, this Bentley slides up next to me, and the door opens. Like an idiot I get in, and we're off to LaGuardia where there's a private jet waiting. I mean, how does he even know where I am? How does he know I don't have something important going on that day? Yeah, how would he have ever guessed that? Old habits die hard. Josh didn't catch the irony anyway. I know, right? Clean miss. Plus there's an overnight bag for me with all these clothes and things in it. Really nice clothes that fit me. And that toothpaste that costs like $7. Anyway, I'm supposed to meet the guy on such and such a dock at such and such a time, so I basically do, though the day when good old-fashioned green and white American street signs come to this continent will be a merry fucking occasion, let me just say. A guy pulls up to the dock in this fancy pants launch. Not one of your usual Venice Craparetto fart buckets. This thing is sleek. It's like a giant knife made out of wood. Totally soundless. It glides up to the dock, this guy jumps out. He doesn't even tie up, the boat just waits for him. And he's a midget. Little person, sorry, little person. But way high-end little person. He's so well dressed you don't even notice he's a little person. He's from this old Venetian family, a Marchese of whatever. It takes him about an hour just to say his name. But after that things go pretty quick. He says he represents somebody who wants to buy the button. I don't even know how they know about it, but I say who is it? He's all, I can't say. I say, how much, and he's all, $100 million. And I'm all, 200 million. 50. 250 million. Right? Check that out. And I want to know who the buyer is. Right? Now who wasted his childhood watching like a million hours of TV? That shit is practically second nature to me. So the midget takes out an envelope and inside the envelope is a cashier's check for 250 million. It's like he knew what I was going to say. And I'm all, and he waves me over with his little stubby fingers. I figured he was going to whisper something in my ear, so I stop and bend down, and he's all, no, and he keeps waving me right up to the edge of the dock, and then he points down into the water. And this face looms up at me. It just comes floating up toward the surface of the water. It's enormous, it looks like the front of a truck coming up at me. I practically shit my pants. What was it? It was a dragon. There's a dragon that lives in the Grand Canal. That's who bought the button. Quentin knew about dragons, at least in theory. There weren't many of them, and they mostly lived in rivers, one to a river, they were highly territorial. They hardly ever came out or spoke to anyone. They hardly ever did anything at all, just dreamed away the lifetime of the planet in secret fluvial oblivion. Except one of them had woken up long enough to talk to an aristocratic little person, apparently. And it had bestirred itself to show its face to Josh, and to buy their magic button for $250 million. So we go to the bank, we verify that the check is valid, then we walk back to the dock. I take out the button and hand it to the little guy, who's put on one white glove, Michael Jackson style. He looks at the button through a jeweler's loupe, then he walks to the edge and chucks it in the water. Just like that. Then he gets in his launch and drives away. That is pretty astonishing, Quentin said. It was hard to even be mad about it. Though not impossible. Can you believe a dragon bought our button? Josh said. He knows who we are. Or who I am anyway. I don't even think people knew there was a dragon in the Grand Canal. I mean, it's salt water. You know that, right? It's not actually a river, it's a tidal estuary or whatever. I don't think people know about saltwater dragons. Josh, how would I go about getting in touch with that dragon? That brought him up short. Well, I don't know. I don't think you can. You did. He got in touch with me. Well, how would you try? Josh heaved an exasperated sigh. Alright, there is this one girl I know who knows a lot about dragons. I guess I'd ask her. Okay, good. Listen. This is what's going to happen. Quentin focused his will on Josh. Now hear this. He met Josh's gaze and held it. All due respect to your being king here, but Julia and I are king and queen of Fiery, and we have to get back there. For all intents and purposes, we are on a fucking quest here. You are now on the quest team too. I am deputizing you. We have to get back to Fieri, and we don't know how we're going to do it. That's the problem. Josh considered. That's a big problem. Yeah, and you're the big fixer. Right? So let's fix it. He'd give Josh this. Maybe he blew their only chance to get back to the secret magical land where Quentin was a king, but he bought a very nice palazzo with the money. It was a glorious, grotesque heap of 15th century marble. The facade on the canal side was white, with its own tidy little dock out front. The interior teemed with curly plasterwork ornaments. Old oil paintings clung to the walls like lichen. Josh had accidentally acquired a minor canaletto when he bought the place. It was a serious palace, and it must have taken serious work to get it back on its feet. Josh had replumbed it and rewired it and put in a restaurant-caliber kitchen and done some work below the waterline, shoring up the foundations to keep the whole thing from slumping forward into the canal. He'd done it carefully, too, so that you wouldn't know the place had been touched until you turned on the shower. And all it had cost was $25 million, plus $10 million more for the renovation. Not that Quentin was a math genius or anything, but he figured that left Josh with a pretty tidy nest egg. No doubt it would be a great comfort to him during his golden years. It was all a reminder that Josh had a capable and determined side that really did deserve respect, even though for his own private reasons he worked hard to keep that side hidden most of the time. Now that Quentin really looked, something had changed about Josh. He was more confident. He stood differently. He'd lost weight in the Netherlands, and he'd kept it off. People changed. Time didn't stand still for you while you lounged around on cushions in Fieri. And he could learn something from Josh. Here was somebody who was having a good time. He was doing what he wanted and enjoying himself. He'd been through everything Quentin had been through. He lost the girl he loved, and he nearly died. He didn't sit around moaning and philosophizing about it. He bounced back and set himself up in a palazzo. Quentin slept like the dead till noon the next day, when he enjoyed a formal breakfast in the dining room. Josh was exceptionally proud of the table he set. Over here they use spoons for their jam. Amazing, right? Tiny spoons. It's fit for a king. Wink, wink. They were joined by Julia, who kept her sunglasses on and ate only Marmite, straight from the jar, which if anything seemed like further proof of her declining humanity. They were also joined by Poppy, Josh's friend, the one who was supposed to know something about dragons. She was a beanpole, tall and skinny, with wide blue eyes and curly blonde hair. Poppy had been to Breakbills as it happened, but only in a postgraduate capacity as a research fellow. She'd learned her magic at a college in Australia, which was where she was from. Quentin had some idea that Australians were fun-loving and easygoing, and if that was true he could see Poppy had gotten the hell out of Australia. She had a bright, sharp manner and a quick little voice and a lot of confidence. She was especially confident when it came to pointing out other people's mistakes. Not that she was a know-it-all, it didn't seem to be an ego thing with her. She just assumed that everybody shared her desire for everybody to be clear on everything, and she'd expect you to do the same for her. Apparently at Asquith, which was the Australian magic school in Tasmania, she'd been the academic superstar of her year. This according to Josh, but Poppy didn't contradict him, which if it weren't true would have gone against her error-hating nature. Poppy was an academic at heart, but she wasn't the ivory tower type. She was into the real world. She was into fieldwork. Specifically, she was into dragons. Quentin supposed it was an extension of the general Australian preoccupation with fatally dangerous animals. Start with saltwater crocodiles and box jellyfish and it was just a hop, skip, and a jump up the food chain before you got to dragons. Poppy knew about as much about them as it was possible to know with actually ever having seen one. She'd followed leads all over the world, and now she'd followed one here. Josh had put out feelers for an expert on the topic, and he'd been very pleased indeed when his expert had turned out to be as good-looking as Poppy was. She'd been there for 3 weeks, and Josh didn't feel she'd worn out her welcome. He introduced her as his friend, but given who Josh was, and given Poppy's undeniable prettiness, Quentin didn't think it was uncharitable to assume that Josh was trying to sleep with her or had already slept with her. He was new and improved, but he was still Josh. Frankly, Poppy got on Quentin's nerves a bit, but she was about to come in extremely handy. Josh had yet to give her the full download about the Dragon of the Grand Canal. He told Quentin he'd been slow-playing it in an attempt to prolong her visit. But now the moment had arrived. They needed her. Needless to say, Poppy was beyond excited. Her wide blue eyes got even wider. "Well, okay," she said, talking at a runaway clip. "So most of the dragons have a place where you're supposed to be able to jump into their river and they'll notice. They monitor it just in case somebody worth their while wants to talk to them. If they want to talk to you, they'll take you down to where they live. But it's not a well-understood process at all. There are a lot of urban legends around it. Lots of people say they've talked to dragons, but it's very hard to verify. Supposedly the Thames Dragon wrote most of Pink Floyd's stuff. At least after Syd Barrett left. But there's no way to prove it. Traditionally you approach them via the first bridge upstream from the sea, in this case I guess the Academia. Haven't you guys heard all this stuff? I can't believe you haven't heard about this. Go at midnight. Go to the middle of the bridge. Take a copy of today's newspaper and a nice steak. Wear something nice. And that's it. That's it? That's it. And then you jump in. It's all just tradition. I mean, God knows if any of it helps. There's so little data, and so little of it is reliable. And then you jump in. That was all. But it does sometimes work? Quentin said. Sure. Poppy nodded brightly. Aha. Some dragons like to talk more than others. The valedictorian of the magic school in Calcutta makes a run at the Ganges dragon every year, and it works about half the time. A dragon in the Grand Canal, though. That's new. I mean, really new. I was starting to think you were full of shit. She gave Josh a sharp, reappraising look. Starting? Quentin said. So when are you going? Tonight. But listen, do me one favor. Don't tell anybody about this yet. Poppy frowned prettily, which seemed to the only way she knew how. Why not? Just give us a week, Quentin said. That's all I ask. The dragon isn't going anywhere, and I need to get a decent chance with it. If word gets out there's going to be a mob scene. She thought for a second. All right, she said. Something about the way she said it suggested to Quentin that she might actually keep her promise. Recovering her high spirits immediately, Poppy addressed herself to her jam and toast. Thin as she was, she ate more than Josh, presumably burning it all in whatever inner furnace kept her at such a pitch of eager excitement all the time. That left the rest of the day to dispense with. Life at the Palazzo Josh, formerly the Palazzo Barberino, after the 16th century clan that built it and eventually sold it to a .com Jillionaire, who never set foot in it, and who blew his Jillions on Ponzi schemes and a trip to the International Space Station, after which he sold it to Josh, wasn't exactly taxing. He felt disloyal for thinking it, disloyal to Fieri, but he could almost get used to this. The Palazzo's comforts were many. You could spend the morning in bed, reading, and watching the Venetian light track slowly over an oriental carpet that was so fractally ornate it practically scintillated right there on the floor in front of you. Then there was all of Venice to wander around. The structural spells alone, the titanic bonds that kept the whole place from drowning itself in the lagoon, were a must-see for any tourist of the world's magical wonders. Then there was the daily late afternoon spritz. Taken all together it was enough to make Quentin forget for minutes at a time that once upon a time he used to be the king of a magical otherworld. Not Julia, though. Not quite. She found him nursing his drink on the piano nobile and admiring the cityscape over its heavy stone railing. Together they looked down at the traffic on the canal, much of which consisted of tourists on boats looking up at them and wondering who they were and whether they were famous. You like it here, Julia said. It's amazing. I'd never even been to Italy before. I had no idea it was like this. I lived in France for a while, she said. You did? When did you live in France? It was a long time ago. Was that where you learned to steal cars? No. Having brought it up, she didn't seem to want to talk about it. It is nice here, she conceded. Do you want to stay here? Quentin asked. Do you still want to go back to Fieri? She set her glass down on the wide marble parapet. More whiskey, still neat. A muscle twinged in her jaw. I have to go back. I cannot stay here. Before when she said this she sounded angry and desperate. Now she sounded regretful. I must keep going. Are you coming with me? It made Quentin's heart ache to hear Julia ask him for something. Anything. She needed his help. People needing him, it was a new feeling. He was starting to like it. Of course I am. It was what she'd said when he asked her to come along to the outer island. She nodded, never taking her eyes off the view. Thank you. That night at 5 minutes to midnight Quentin was remembering that conversation and trying to hold on to that feeling as he loitered on the Ponte dell'Accademia, holding copies of Il Gazzettino and the International Herald Tribune, just to cover all the bases, and a really great, amazingly expensive raw steak, doing his very best impression of somebody who wasn't about to jump into the Grand Canal. After the crushing, malodorous heat of the day, the night air was surprisingly frigid. From the point of view of someone who was planning to immerse himself in it, the creamy green water of the Grand Canal looked about as enticing as glacial runoff. It also looked a lot farther away than it had looked from the banks. It also looked clean, which Quentin knew it wasn't. But somewhere under all that water there was a button. And a dragon. It didn't seem real. He half suspected Josh of having lost the button in his sofa and making up the story about the dragon because it was less embarrassing. "This is going to be really wretched, dude," Josh said. "You are not going to be a happy puppy in there." No kidding. He'd hoped Josh would offer to do it himself, or go in with him, but no such luck. "You'll get used to it," Poppy said, hugging herself. "Why are you here, again?" Quentin said. "Interests of science. Plus I want to see if you'll actually go through with it." It was a personal tick of Poppy's that she never seemed to lie when other people would. It was either tactless or admirable, depending on how you looked at it. Quentin took some deep breaths and leaned against the splintery wooden railing, which still retained some of the fading heat of the sun. "Remember what's at stake." Julia wouldn't hesitate. She'd be over the railing like a damn Olympic hurdler. At his request, they hadn't told her they were going tonight, but slipped out after she went to bed. She would have insisted on going in. "They hardly ever eat people," Poppy said. "I mean like twice a century." "That we know of." Quentin didn't respond to this. "How deep do you think it is?" Josh said. He dragged on a cigarette. Of the three of them, he looked the most nervous. 20 feet maybe, Quentin said. "I read it on the internet." "Jesus. Well, whatever you do, don't dive. If I break my neck and end up paralyzed, just let me drown." 2 minutes, Poppy said. An empty vaporetto churned by underneath them, off-duty, lights off except for one in the cozy pilot's cabin. That water must be 90% E. coli, and the rest was probably diesel fuel. This was not a body of water intended for swimming in. Somebody had carved what might have been a stylized dragon, or just a fancy S, into the wood right at the apex of the bridge. "Are you going to take off your clothes?" Josh asked. "You don't know how long I've been waiting for you to ask me that." "Seriously, are you?" "No." Poppy said it at the same time he did. "Seriously," she added. Their little group fell silent. Somewhere far away glass broke. Beer bottle versus wall. Quentin wondered if he was actually going to do this. Maybe he could just drop a note in. Message in a bottle. "Call me. Hey, remember when that little person called your cell?" He said. "Did you get his number? Maybe we could just." It was blocked. "Time." Poppy said. "Damn it. Just don't think about it." He backed up to the middle of the bridge, scrunched the papers and the bag with the stake in it up in one hand, ran at the railing, and vaulted over it sidewise. He surprised himself by how spryly he did it. Must be the adrenaline. Even so, he almost clipped a sticking out support beam going down. Some primal instinct caused him to flap his arms and let go of the stake and the papers in midair. They separated from him and disappeared into the night. So much for that. To his left he caught a glimpse of something falling in parallel with him. Somebody, it was Poppy. She was jumping in too. He hit hard, feet first more or less, and went under. His only thought as he went down was to clench or snort out air from all possible orifices to try to avoid taking in any water or other fluids. The canal was freezing and powerfully salty. For an instant he felt relief. It wasn't that cold, then his clothes soaked through and turned to frozen lead, and the cold pressed in on him from all sides. He panicked and thrashed. His clothes were too heavy. They were going to drag him under. Then his head broke the surface. He'd lost his shoe. Poppy surfaced at the same moment a couple of yards away, spitting and blowing, her round face shining pale in the sodium light of the streetlights. He should have been mad at her, but the gonzo jolliness of swimming in the Grand Canal in the middle of the night made him laugh crazily instead. "What the hell are you doing?" he stage whispered. If nothing else, the freezing shock had taken away his irritation at her. He had to give her credit for a degree of physical courage he wouldn't have thought she possessed. They were in it together. Twice the chances, right? If there's two of us? She was grinning a loony grin too. She lived for this shit. "I was wrong, we should have taken our clothes off." He treaded water. It took about 30 seconds before he was exhausted and shivering uncontrollably. The current was sweeping them under the bridge, not the current, the tide, it must be, he reminded himself, since the canal wasn't really a river. Jesus, there could be sharks in this bitch. Somebody yelled at them from the bank, in Italian. He hoped it wasn't a cop. Quentin peed in his pants and felt warmer for 10 seconds, then even colder afterward. He tried not to think of what PCBs and other industrial toxins must be leaching their way into him upstream. From down here the canal looked enormous, the banks miles away. How did he get here, so far from where he started? How had he gone so far off track? He felt like he would never claw his way back to where he should be, back onto his cozy throne. A wavelet popped up out of nowhere and slapped him in the face. He was ready to call it a night. At least he could say he tried. How long are we supposed to wait? He asked Poppy. Just then an iron handcuff locked around his ankle and jerked him under. He should have died right then. Surprise made him blurt out all his air in one heave, and he went down with his lungs completely empty. But there was a spell in effect to keep him alive. It was obviously something the dragon had developed over many years for the comfort of its human visitors. It was comprehensive. It was user-friendly. It had the feel of magic finely milled by long centuries of use and cast by a past master with wings and a tail. Quentin wasn't going to die. Or at least not by accident. In fact, he felt warm, for the first time in what seemed like hours, and he could see clearly, if dimly, which he shouldn't have been able to do. He was breathing the water. It wasn't quite like breathing air, it had more heft to it, more push and shove was required to get it in and out of his chest, but it got the job done. Oxygen continued to reach his brain. He heaved it in and out gratefully, in big gulps. He felt relaxed. Somebody was taking care of him. He was flying first class. Quentin had always had reservations about dragons, the real ones anyway, the ones that actually existed. He'd been raised on the tradition of high-flying, gold-hoarding, fire-breathing dragons. Beowulf dragons, Tolkien dragons, Dungeons and Dragons dragons. The news that Real dragons lived in rivers, and didn't go thundering around the countryside setting trees on fire, had come as a disappointment to him. River dragons sounded colder and slimier and more newt-like than what he'd been hoping for. So he was happy to see that the dragon that had hold of his ankle with its short but powerful right forelimb, drawing him down and placing him gently on the canal floor, like a puppy to whom it was saying stay, was thoroughly, almost quintessentially draconian. It looked sinister and coldly calculating and like it could eat him without noticing, but it was canonical. Its massive saurian head was the size of a compact car. Its eyes flashed silver when you caught them at the right angle. Its scales were a delicate watery green. Having settled him on the soft sand, the dragon of the Grand Canal released him and crouched down in a cat-like pose, resting its head on the tip of its tail. Its vast body humped up in the dimness behind it. Quentin sneezed. His sinuses had flooded with filthy water when the dragon yanked him down, but the water around him now was clean. He was enclosed, with the dragon, in a quiet green-black dome of water. The canal bed, which should have been a swamp of trash and scrap metal and sewage, was smooth. The dragon kept its patch of sand well tended. Quentin sat cross-legged. It was just the two of them, the dragon hadn't taken Poppy, apparently. Quentin was having a little trouble not floating away, but he found something round and heavy next to him, an old cannonball, maybe, and settled it in his lap to hold him down. He let a minute go by, but the dragon didn't talk. All right. Game on. Hello, Quentin said. His voice sounded basically normal. Just distant, as if he were eavesdropping on himself from another room. Thank you for seeing me. The huge face didn't move. It was as unreadable as a skull. Though there went the eyes, flashing again. Probably you know why I came here. I want to talk to you about the button, the one you bought from my friend Josh. He felt like a kid asking the school bully for his lunch money back. He straightened his spine. The thing is, it wasn't entirely his to sell. It also belonged to me, and some other people, and we need it. I need it to get back to my home, and my friend Julia does too. I know. The dragon's voice was like some vast string instrument 2 levels below double bass. An octuple bass maybe, playing a perfect fifth. He felt the vibrations in his ribs and in his balls. Will you help us? Will you give us back the button? Or sell it back to us? The rest of the canal was a solid wall of darkness around them. There was a distant rumble, and Quentin risked a glance up. A late-night barge was thundering by overhead. It felt like the water was getting chillier, or maybe he was cooling off. He scooched a little closer to the dragon, who was giving off heat. If it was going to eat him, it was going to eat him, and at least he'd die warm. No, came the reply. The dragon's eyes closed and opened. The door back to Fiery was shutting. He had to stick his foot in it. That world, the world of his real life, the life he was supposed to be living, was drifting away, or he was drifting away from it. The moorings had been cut, and the tide was flowing out. They never should have gone to After Island. They never should have left Castle Whitespire. Maybe you could loan it to us? He willed the desperation out of his voice. A one-time trip. If there's anything I have that you want, I'm offering it. I'm a king, in theory at least. I have a lot of resources there. I did not bring you here to listen to you boast. I'm not. I have lived in this canal for 10 centuries. Everything that enters it is mine. I have swords and crowns. I have popes and saints and kings and queens. I have brides on their wedding day and children on Christmas. I have the Holy Lance and the noose that hung Judas. I have every lost thing. Fair enough. Quentin wondered if Byron had ever been down here. If he had, he probably thought of something clever to say. Okay. All right. But I don't understand, why did you bring me here if you don't want to sell me back the button? The dragon's pupils widened until they were almost a foot across, and it seemed to come awake and really notice him for the first time. Its head lifted off its tail. He was close enough that it had to go slightly cross-eyed to focus on him. Now that Quentin's eyes had adjusted to the dark, he could make out the big scales on the dragon's back. They looked as thick as encyclopedias, and a few of them had things carved into them, sigils and pictograms that Quentin didn't recognize. You will not speak again, human, except to thank me, the dragon said. You wish to be a hero, but you do not know what a hero is. You think a hero is one who wins. But a hero must be prepared to lose, Quentin. Are you? Are you prepared to lose everything? I've already lost everything, he said. Oh, no. You have so much more left to lose. The dragon was a lot scolder than he expected. And disappointingly cryptic. Somehow in the back of his mind he'd vaguely thought that the dragon might want to be his friend, and they would fly around the world solving mysteries together. The chances of that happening now looked vanishingly small. He waited. Maybe the dragon would give him something they could use. The old gods are returning to take back what is theirs. I will play my part. Best you prepare to play yours. That sounds like a good idea, but how exactly? You will not speak. The button is useless to you. The Netherlands are closed. But the first door is still open. It always has been. Quentin's knees suddenly felt stiff from sitting cross-legged. He wanted to spit the salt water out of his mouth, but there was nothing but more salt water to spit into. The dragon whipped its tail out from under its chin, back into the darkness, slashing up a cloud of silt. You may thank me now, Dot. Wait, what? Quentin opened his mouth to speak, to thank the dragon of the Grand Canal like a good boy, or to ask him what he meant, or tell him to fuck off for talking in riddles. He would never know, because he choked instead. He couldn't breathe. The spell was gone, and he was gagging on filthy, freezing canal water. He was drowning. He left his one remaining shoe stuck in the mud and kicked his way crazily up toward the surface. Chapter 15. Oh, the return of the prodigal. The rapture with which Julia was received back into the domestic fold. The blurry, beaming faces of her parents, a pair of rain-soaked headlights trained upon her, as she presented herself to them in the form of a reprobate reformed. She had disappointed them so many times, in so many ways, they hardly dared to hope anymore. They'd been through so many stages of grief they'd lost count. Now here she was, returned from Chesterton, her spirit crushed, ready to be part of the family again, and they let her. They actually let her. With a kindness utterly unlike anything she recognized in herself, they took her back, even though she could not have deserved it less. The wreck of the good ship Julia, out of Brooklyn, carrying the precious cargo of their love, was ready to be hauled off the reef of life and salvaged and refloated, and they did it. They took her back without a word of reproach. Now it was Julia's turn to grieve, and they let her, which was another gift. She mourned her lost life, and she mourned the death of the magician she would never be. She buried that mighty sorceress with full honors. And with the grief, unbidden, came its ghostly golden cousin, relief. She had been trying so hard, for so long, to be something the world did not want her to be. Now she could finally stop. The world had won. She yielded to her family's embraces, and she was grateful for them. What was so great about magic anyway, compared to love? Seriously, what? Oh, the timorous overtures of her sister, the humanist. By now she was a senior in high school herself. As she labored over her college applications, Julia reactivated her own. They worked on them together, side by side at the kitchen table, swapping tips, her sister coaching her on her essay, Julia dragging her sister through basic calculus by main force. They were a team again, the two of them. Julia had forgotten what it felt like to be part of a family. She'd forgotten how good it could feel, and how much she needed it. Of Julia's legendary 7 acceptances, only Stanford's could be salvaged, but that was enough. There was a gap or 3 in her resume, sure, but if you cocked your head and blurred your eyes you could take her magical research for some sort of worthy independent ethnographic project. So it was sunny California for her. Just what she needed. Fun in the sun. Put some color in her cheeks. She'd spend a year saving up cash and matriculate in the fall. It was all arranged. Because Julia had given up. She was packing it in. She washed her hands of the realms invisible that had so thoroughly washed their hands of her. She would take a page from the holy book of those child-raping utopian socialists she'd written about for Mr. Karras. When your sacred intentional community collapses, it's time to suck it up and sell silverware instead. Julia would take a page from Jack Donne. At the end of the poem, hadn't he run to the goat, by which he meant the constellation Capricorn, a footnote gallantly informed her, to find new love? Or was it lust? Or maybe it turned out it was too late for him. Maybe that was somebody else. That poem was pretty fucking unintelligible. Anyway, it had a happy ending. Ish. She still had her bad days, no question, when the black dog of depression sniffed her out and settled its crushing weight on her chest and breathed its pungent dog breath in her face. On those days she called in sick to the IT shop where, most days, she untangled tangled networks for a song. On those days she pulled down the shades and ran dark for 12 or 24 or 72 hours, however long it took for the black dog to go on home to its dark master. She couldn't go back, she knew that now. The Magic Kingdom was closed to her. But some days she couldn't see a way forward either. She always righted herself in the end, with the help of a dandy-cated new shrink, a woman this time, and her dandy 450 milligrams of Wellbutrin and 30 milligrams of Lexapro daily, and her dandy new online support group for the depressed. Actually, the support group really was pretty dandy. It was something special. It was founded by a woman who'd worked successively at Apple, and then Microsoft, and then Google. She blazed a glittering arc in the firmament at each firm for about 4 or 5 years, piling up tranches of stock options, before she rolled neurochemical snake eyes and a bout of clinical depression knocked her out of the sky. By the time Google was done with her she was 44 and had her fuck you money in the bank. So she retired early and started Free Trader Beowulf instead. Free Trader Beowulf, you had to be at least 40 and a recovering pen and paper role-playing gamer to get the reference, but it was apartment Google it. FTB was an online support group for depressed people. But not your common run of depressed person. Oh, no. To get in the door you first had to show them your prescriptions. They wanted credentials, solid ones. A bunch of nerds like this, they didn't want to hear your whining, and they didn't want to read your poems, sorry, Jack, or look at your doomy watercolors. This crowd wasn't softcore. If you were depressed, they wanted to see the hard stuff, a diagnosis from an actual psychiatrist and hardcore chemical on neuron action. And if you were rocking double neurochemical penetration, like Julia was, all the better. If that all worked out, then they sent you a video invitation. It was meaningless in itself, a red herring, just a bunch of new-agey platitudes delivered by a sympathetic hippie-type actor. But buried in it, for those who thought to look, was a clue, a single frame of what looked like white noise but which turned out to be hard data. The black and white pixels stood for ones and zeros that, when laid end to end, formed a sound file. The audio was of somebody speaking the phone number of an old-school dial-up BBS, which when you called it up, frog-marched you through a pretty chunky series of pure math problems, which if you solved them in 6 hours or less yielded a sequence of numbers that turned out to be ULAM numbers, ULAM being the password to the website at the IP address they gave you if you beat the test, where there was a flash game that made absolutely no sense unless you could think in 4 spatial dimensions. But if you got a pair of GPS coordinates in South Dakota that turned out to be a geocaching site from which you could recover a grotesquely complicated 3-dimensional wooden puzzle, inside of which was etc. 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 All good clean all-American fun. A childless, clinically depressed, 44-year-old retiree with a genius IQ and an 8-figure bank account had nothing if not time on her hands. It was obnoxious, but nobody was twisting Julia's arm, and she had time on her hands too, as it happened. It took Julia 3 weeks to work her way through the intellectual obstacle course. She would have liked to see Quentin try it, but at the end of it all she recovered, on the strength of many quarters, a plastic bubble from the claw machine in a neglected video arcade on the Jersey Shore. The bubble contained a flash drive. The flash drive contained the real invitation. No tricks this time. She was in. Free Trader Beowulf had 14 members, and Julia made it 15. It was only a message board, but it felt more like home than anything had since the 2 hours Julia had spent at Breakbills 4 years earlier. The people in FTB got her. She didn't have to explain herself. They understood her gallows humor and her Gödel, Escher, Bach references, her sudden rages and her long silences. She picked up their arcane in-jokes and running gags pretty quickly. Her whole life she'd felt like the last living member of a lost Amazonian tribe, speaking her own extinct dialect, but here, finally, was her ethnic group. They were a bunch of depressed, overeducated shut-ins, but they seemed human to her. Or maybe not human, but whatever Julia was, they were too. References to real life were tacitly discouraged on FTB. You didn't use real names. In most cases she had only the vaguest sense of where the other members lived or what they did for a living, whether they were married or in a few cases even what gender they were. As far as Julia knew, they never met in person. FTB just wasn't a meat space thing. Outing another member's real-world identity was an offense punishable by expulsion, or it would have been if it ever happened, but it never did. Welcome to Faceless Book, an antisocial network. That spring was the happiest time Julia had lived through since her old life ended. She chattered away to the free traders all day every day. They hung around her in an invisible crowd, bantering and kibitzing on her work projects. She typed while she ate her breakfast. She typed walking down the street. The last thing she saw before she fell asleep was the free trader app on her smartphone on the pillow next to her, and it was the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes in the morning. She opened herself up to them in a way she never had to anyone, no irony, no caveats, no regrets. She poured out her broken heart to the free traders, and they took it and cleaned it up and fixed it up and gave it back to her fresh and bloody and pumping again. She never said a thing about break bills that would have been beyond the pale even for FTB, but she found to her relief that she didn't really have to. Whatever was wrong, the details didn't matter. It was enough for them to know that there was an enormous piece missing from her world, and they understood what that felt like because they were missing pieces too. Didn't matter what shape it was. Julia wouldn't have been surprised to learn that there were a few break bills also rans among the free traders. But she never asked. She had warm feelings for all the free traders, but inevitably there were a few with whom she formed tighter bonds, a little clique, a circle within the circle, comprising herself and 3 others. Falstaff, a gentle poster whose cultural references put him 3 or 4 decades older than Julia, Pouncy Silver Kitten, whose acid sarcasm was extreme even for FTB, but who chose his targets humanely, mostly, and Asmodeus, who understood Julia's feelings with telepathic completeness, and whose facility with theoretical physics was so extraordinary, she seemed to be posting from somewhere off-planet. Julia posted as Vicious Circe. They'd been a trio before she came along, but they were happy to accept her as one of them, and to make their never-ending conversations four-handed. It was acceptable on FTB to take a thread private, if all parties agreed, and once in a while she and Asmo and Pouncy and Falstaff would recede into their own highly abstract world together. In those private threads they would get a little more concrete about their personal lives, though it was still considered gauche to drop any geospecific details. That became part of the game, keeping their identities obscure, and another part of the game was constructing elaborate fictional biographies and resumes for each other. Julia did an FBI serial killer profile for each of the other 3, complete with police sketches. Another game they were fond of was called Series. It was simple, somebody would provide 3 words, or 3 numbers, or names, or molecules, or shapes, or whatever. Those were the first 3 terms in the series. Then you had to figure out what the next term in the series was, and what principle generated it. You wanted to make your series maximally difficult but still theoretically solvable, while also making sure there was only one possible solution, only one guiding principle that could be extrapolated from the 3 examples. Once the solution was cracked, second prize went to the first person who could iterate the series 10 times. FTB took over her life, and she let it. Sometimes even when she was offline it was as if FTB was running by itself in her head. Her brain had spent so much time with these invisible personalities that they'd calved off little clones of themselves in her brain, pirate software versions of Asmo and Pouncy and Falstaff and all the others, that ran on Julia's hardware. She wasn't demented, she wasn't, it was just a game she played with herself. It was a little insane, but hey, whatever got you through, right? And everything else was going fine. She'd gained weight, stopped scratching herself, barely even bit her cuticles anymore. She hadn't done the rainbow spell in ages. She knew she was obsessed, but it was turning out that she was the kind of person who needed to be obsessed with something, and she could have done a lot worse. God knows she had before. She figured, let the fever run its course. It would break, and the patient would wake up clammy but clear-headed, and the fever dreams would fade. She'd head off to Stanford in the fall, get a new life, get some real-world, visible, analog friends. Wipe the slate clean. But first she'd give it its head, let it run a little. Which is how Julia found herself late on a weekend afternoon in March wandering through Prospect Heights toward Bed-Stuy. She'd become a prodigious walker of late, because she needed some kind of exercise, and exposure to sunlight improved her mood. And she could take the free traders with her, not only in their capacity as spectral presences in her brain but as actual presences on her smartphone, for which Falstaff had ginned up a clever little app, no iPhones, natch, Android only. The free traders were huge open-source snobs. She strode the earth clad in the invisible armor of their virtual companionship. Julia typed as she walked. She had developed a great facility in doing this, using her peripheral vision to weave around fire hydrants and dogs hit landmines and other pedestrians. A key part of successfully being Julia, it seemed, was not giving a shit if you looked weird. Today she half-listened via the app's text-to-speech feature while Pouncy and Asmodeus went back and forth on the validity of Hofstadter's strange loop theory of consciousness as derived from Gödel numbers, or something like that. The other half of her consciousness, Hofstadterian or no, was deployed in looking at the front doors of the houses she passed. Specifically, she was looking at the way they were divided up into square and rectangular panels of different sizes. Most of them were anyway. This was not on the face of it an overwhelmingly interesting activity. In fact, she would have been hard-pressed to explain to anybody exactly why she was doing it. It was just that the doors had begun to remind her of a game of series they'd played the other day. Pouncy had offered up a geometrical puzzle, painstakingly executed in ASCII characters, consisting of simple patterns of squares on a small grid. It had turned out, Failstaff nailed it, that the patterns could be understood as successive states of a very simple cellular automaton, so simple that they could nut out the rules in their heads once they had the general idea. Or Failstaff could anyway. The funny thing was, Julia fancied that as she walked she could spot sequences from the series in the different configurations of the doors she was passing. It seemed like if she kept going long enough she could always find the next term. It was just a goofy mental exercise. Sometimes the pattern was in wood, sometimes in glass, or a wrought iron gate. Once it was in cinder blocks in a blocked-up window, which was cheating, but it was weird how often she found it. She started setting rules for herself. She would stop walking if it took her more than a block to find the next term in the series, then it had to be within a block and on the same side of the street, and so on, but the right pattern always turned up just in time. She wasn't sure if this was a significant discovery or not, but she felt a compulsion to see how long she could keep it going. She could imagine the acidity of the sarcasm Pouncy would slather all over her if she told the others what she was doing. It would be seriously corrosive, pH 0 sarcasm. It was all working out very neatly though. The only difference between her and Pouncy's cellular automata was that hers was running backward, the rules were being applied in reverse, so it was winding back down to its initial state. That was another reason she kept walking. The series was finite. It would be over soon, whatever happened. Once she got lost for a block, but then she realized she'd munged the transformation, and once she fixed it then sure enough, there it was, an old wooden door with inset panels, 3 of them slightly lighter in color to pick out the right configuration. It was a will-o'-the-wisp leading her onward, farther into the perilous marsh of Bed-Stuy, deeper into a dreamlike, hypnagogic state. A small but vigilant sector of Julia's brain wasn't that stoked about how far into Bed-Stuy she was getting. Row houses were giving way to vacant lots and chop shops and half-built apartment houses that the recession had killed off before they were finished. She had about an hour before dark, and it was no longer possible to tell herself that some of the houses were boarded up because they were undergoing very ambitious gut renovations, because those houses weren't being renovated, they were crack houses. But it wouldn't be long before she found the door that corresponded to Pouncy's starting configuration, and then the series would be at an end, which is to say, at its beginning, and she could turn around and head back to Park Slope. And sure enough, just past Throop, pronounced Troop, Avenue, there it was. It was not a pretty house, but it wasn't a crack house, either. It was a 2-story lime green clapboard house with an antique rabbit ears antenna on top and a surly gang of aluminum garbage cans in the cracked cement yard out front. The front door was an 8-paned glass affair. One pane, the top left corner, had been punched out and plastic wrapped, thereby completing the series. And that was that. It was finished. The sight of that final pattern, the initial state, released Julia from the spell. The dream logic had iterated itself out. She looked around like a sleepwalker awakened, wondering where the hell she was, exactly. Somebody was still babbling in her ear in a computer-generated voice about Hofstadter. Exhaustion broke over her in a wave. She must have walked for miles, and the sun was setting. She sat down on the stoop. She needed a ride home. A car service would be expensive, but being mugged and or assaulted would be even more expensive. Plus she felt like she would literally drop in her tracks if she had to take another step. She killed the FTB app and took out her earbuds, and the voices died away. Silence. Reality. Behind her she heard the door open. She got up again and held up a hand. Okay, she was going. She didn't suppose that a lecture on cellular automata would really pass for an excuse for trespassing with the residents of some random lime green shitbox house on Throop Avenue. But the guy in the door wasn't shooing her away. He was a white guy, oldish looking, maybe 30, in a vintage blazer and jeans and an instant annoying pork pie hat. He just looked at her, assessing. Behind him she could see other people in the house, sitting and standing, chatting and moping, and doing things with their hands. Only they didn't have anything in their hands. A weird acid green light flared for a second in the doorway, from somewhere she couldn't see, like there was welding going on in there. Somebody gave an ironic cheer. The air absolutely reeked of magic. You could barely breathe, it was so thick. Julia squatted down on her haunches on the sidewalk, like a toddler, and put her head in her hands and laughed and cried at the same time. She felt like she was going to pass out or throw up or go insane. She had tried to walk away from the disaster, to run away from it, she really, truly had. She'd broken her staff and drowned her book and sworn off magic forever. She'd moved on and left no forwarding address. But it hadn't been enough. Magic had come looking for her. She hadn't run far enough or fast enough, or hit herself well enough, and the disaster had tracked her down and it had found her. It wasn't going to let her go. It was about to start all over again. Chapter 16. During everything that followed, all the time while he nearly got creamed by a vaporetto as he swam to shore, while he dragged himself up some ancient stone steps out of the water, the Grand Canal was well appointed with means of egress for those who fell or flung themselves into it, and trudged back to Josh's palazzo alone, Josh having had his hands full keeping Poppy out of the clutches of the carabinieri, who showed up shortly after Quentin went under. Quentin's mind was on fire with the only piece of useful information the dragon had given him, that there was still a way back to Fieri. They weren't going to get the button, but he could let go of that now, because there was a way back. If they could just figure out what the dragon meant. He thought about it while he rinsed off salt and oil and heavy metal particles and worse in a half-hour shower at high temperature and high pressure and washed his hair 3 times and dried off and finally tossed his ruined clothes, his beloved Felorian clothes, his royal clothes, into the trash and crawled into bed. The first door, the dragon had said. The first door. The first door. What did it mean? Of course there were other words in there to think about. There was a lot to take away from that brief conversation. The old gods were returning. Something about being a hero. All definitely important. Of paramount importance. But the first door, that was the action item. He had the scent. He was going to do it, he was going to follow the clues, and get them out of here and back where they belonged. He was going to be a hero, damn it all, whatever the dragon said. He would lose whatever he had to lose, if that's what it took to win. Poppy woke him up the next morning at 7. It was like Christmas morning for her. She was just so excited, and she'd waited as long as she could. She wasn't even jealous. She'd already had 3 cappuccinos, and she'd brought him 1. Australians. He thought she was going to start bouncing on his bed. They all worked through the possibilities together over breakfast. The first door, Josh said. So it's some primal, like, door. Like Stonehenge. Stonehenge is a calendar, Poppy said. It's not a door. In the course of general orientation, Poppy had almost incidentally been brought up to speed on the existence of Fieri. Irritatingly, she took it in stride, the way she did everything else. She was interested in it from an intellectual point of view. She assimilated the information. But it didn't set her imagination burning the way it had Quentin's. Maybe it's like a time lock. Like on a vault. Dude. Quentin said. Forget Stonehenge. It must be something in Venice, like a seagate or something. Venice is a port. That's a kind of door. A portal. The whole city is a door. Yeah, but the first? Or it's a metaphorical door, Poppy said. The Bible or something. Like in Dan Brown. You know, I bet it's something about the pyramids, Josh said. It means the Chatwin's house, Julia said. The conversation stopped. What do you mean? Poppy said. Their aunt's house. In Cornwall. Where they discovered Fieri. That was the first door. It was nice to see Poppy beaten to the punch for once. But how do you know? Poppy asked. I know, Julia said. Quentin hoped that she wouldn't say what she was about to say next, but she said it anyway. I can feel it. What do you mean, feel it? Poppy said. Why do you care? Julia said. Because I'm curious. Quentin intervened. Julia seemed to have taken an instinctive, prickly dislike to Poppy. It makes sense. What's the first way people got into Fieri? Through the Chatwin's house. The clock in the back hall. I don't know, Josh said. He rubbed his round stubbly chin. I thought you could never get in the same way twice. And anyway, Martin Chatwin was a little kid. That's fine for him, but no way I could fit through the door of a grandfather clock. Not even you could. All right, Quentin said. Sure, but. Plus it was supposed to be a personal invitation, specific to the Chatwins, Josh went on. Like, those particular kids were particularly awesome in some way, so Ember summoned them so they could use their awesome personal qualities to fix shit in Fiery. We have awesome personal qualities, Quentin said. I think we should go. It's our best lead. I am going, Julia said. Road trip. Josh said, turning on a dime. All right. It felt good to be making decisions anyway, whatever they were based on. It felt good to get moving again. We'll go tomorrow morning. Unless anybody has a better idea before then. It was getting increasingly hard to not notice that Poppy was helpless with laughter. I'm sorry. She said. I really am. It's just that, I know it's real, or I guess it's real, but you do realize that this is a kid's thing? Fiery? It's like you're worried about how to get to Candyland. Or I don't know, Smurftown. Julia got up and left. She didn't even bother to get annoyed. She took Fiery seriously, and she had no patience for, and no interest in, anyone who didn't. He hadn't noticed till now, but Julia could be pretty unpleasant when she wanted to be. You think Candyland is real? Josh said. 'Cause I would ditch Fiery in a red-hot minute for that shit. Chocolate swamp and all. And have you seen Princess Frostine? Maybe it's not real to you, Quentin said, a little stiffly. It's just that it's very real to us. Or to me anyway. It's where I live. It's my home. I know. I'm sorry. I really am. Poppy wiped her eyes. I'm sorry. Maybe you just have to see it. Maybe you do. But, Quentin thought, you probably never will. The next day they all went to Cornwall. That's where the Chatwin's house was, the house where in 1917 the Chatwin children went to stay with their Aunt Maud, and met Christopher Plover, and found their way into Fiery, and the whole magnificent, wretched story began. It was incredible that the house still existed, and had been sitting there all this time, and that you could just go there. But in a way it was incredible that he hadn't been there already. The Chatwin house wasn't open to the public, but its general whereabouts weren't a secret. It was a matter of historical/Wikipedian record. Nobody had torn it down. It's not like somebody was going to stop them, other than possibly the current owners and the local constabulary. It was about time he went there, if only to pay his respects at what was basically the Trinity test site of the Fillorian mythos. As far as getting there went, Josh swore up and down that he'd been doing serious work with opening portals lately, and he was pretty sure he could get one through to Cornwall. Quentin asked Josh where he thought Cornwall was, then immediately rephrased and said he would give Josh $100 if he could tell him whether Cornwall was in England, Ireland, or Scotland. Smelling a trick question, Josh went non-linear and guessed Canada. But when Quentin actually showed Josh where it was on a map, way down at the southwestern tip of England, Josh redoubled his swearing that shit's practically next door. It's in Europe, and went into a very technically sophisticated disquisition on lines of magnetic force and astral folding. It really was time Quentin got out of the habit of underestimating him. Poppy said she wanted to come too. I've never been to Cornwall, she said. I've always wanted to meet a native speaker. Of English? Josh said. Because I can probably introduce you. Of Cornish, jackass. It's a Brythonic language. Meaning it's indigenous to Britain, like Welsh and Breton. And Pictish. Before everything was polluted by the Anglo-Saxons and the Normans. There's tons of power in those old languages. Cornish died out a couple hundred years ago, but there's a big revival happening now. Where are we going exactly? They were still sitting around the breakfast table, which over the course of the morning had become the lunch table. Espresso cups and wobbly towers of plates and silverware had been transferred to the floor to make room for a massive atlas Josh retrieved from the library, along with the Fiery books and a biography of Christopher Plover. It's called Foy, Quentin said. It's on the south coast. Poppy said. She put a fingertip on the map. We could come in through Penzance. It's a couple of hours' drive from there, tops. Penzance? Josh said. Like as in the Pirates of? Since when is that a real place? See, okay, I want to say something about this, Poppy said. She pushed the atlas away and sat back in her chair. If I could have the floor for just a moment. Yes, Penzance is a real place. It's a town. It's in Cornwall. And it's real, as in it exists on Earth. You're all so obsessed with other worlds, you're so convinced that this one is crap and everywhere else is great, but you've never bothered to figure out what's going on here. Forget Penzance, Tintagel is real. Didn't King Arthur live there? Quentin said weakly. King Arthur lived in Camelot. But he was conceived at Tintagel, supposedly. It's a castle in Cornwall. Fuck it, Josh said. Poppy's right, let's go there. It was amazing. Quentin had never met a magician like Poppy. How could someone so utterly literal-minded, so resolutely uninterested in anything beyond mundane reality, work magic? Yes, but you see, he said, the fact is, King Arthur probably wasn't conceived at Tintagel. Because he probably didn't exist. Or if he did exist, he was probably some depressing Pictish warlord who was always killing people and breaking them on the wheel and raping their widows. He probably died of the plague at 32. See, that's my problem with this world, if you really want to know. I'm pretty sure that when you say that King Arthur was real, you don't mean King Arthur like in the books. You don't actually mean the good King Arthur. Whereas, in theory, and feel free to find this hilarious, Poppy, but it's true, there are actual real kings who aren't bullshit. And I'm one of them. Plus there are unicorns and Pegasi and elves and dwarves and all that. He could have added that some very bad things were real in theory that weren't real here. But that wouldn't have strengthened his argument. There are not elves, Julia said. Whatever. That's not the point. The point is, I could pretend I don't have a choice, and just live here my whole life. I could even go live in Tintagel. But I do have a choice, and I only have one life, and if it's all right with you I'm going to spend it in theory, in my castle, chilling with dwarves and sleeping on Pegasus feathers. Because it's easier, Poppy said. And why not do the easiest possible thing? Because isn't that always the best thing? Yes, why not? Why not? Quentin had absolutely no idea why Poppy aggravated him so much, and so efficiently, with such great precision. And he didn't know why he sounded so much like Benedict right now either. All right already, Josh said. Stop. You live here. You live in Fiery. Everybody's happy. Sure, Poppy chirped. God, Quentin thought. It's like Janet all over again. They assembled 2 hours later in the narrow street behind the palazzo. The building was too heavily warded to cast a portal inside it. I thought maybe we could do it down there. Josh peered doubtfully down the street. There's one of those tiny Venetian micro-alleys down there. Nobody ever uses it. Nobody else had a better suggestion. Quentin felt shifty, it was like they were looking for a place to shoot up, or have sex outside. Josh led them 20 yards down the street, which itself wasn't much more than an alley, then cut left into a gap between buildings. There was barely room for two people to walk next to each other. At the end of the alley was a bright ribbon of water and sunlight, the Grand Canal. It was deserted, but Josh hadn't been completely right about nobody ever using the alley, because somebody had definitely used it as a urinal not too long ago. It reminded Quentin of when he used to catch a portal back to Breakbills at the end of summer. Usually they'd send him down some random local alley and put the portal at the end. The thought of it ignited a hot coal of nostalgia in his chest, for a time when he didn't know better. Let me just see how much of this I remember. Josh pulled a crumpled piece of paper out of his pocket, on which he'd scribbled neat columns of coordinates and vectors. Poppy, who was taller than him, kibitzed over his shoulder. See, it's not direct, he said, but there's a junction you can use, it's out in the English Channel somewhere. Why don't you go through Belfast? Poppy said. Everybody does. Then you double back south. It's actually shorter in astral geometry. Nah. Josh squinted at his writing. This is way more elegant. You'll see. I'm just saying, if you miss the junction and we go in the water, it's a long swim to Guernsey. Josh stuffed the paper in his back pocket and squared off into his spellcasting stance. He spoke the words quietly and clearly, without hurrying. With a lot more confidence than Quentin ever remembered him having, he made a series of symmetrical movements with his arms, shifting his fingers rapidly through different positions. Then he squared his shoulders, bent his knees, and hooked his fingers firmly underhand into the air, like he was preparing to haul open an especially heavy garage door. Sparks flew. Poppy yipped in surprise and stepped back in a hurry. Josh straightened his back and heaved upward. Reality cracked, and the crack slowly widened, revealing behind it something else, green grass and brighter, whiter sunlight. When the portal was halfway open, Josh stopped and shook out his hands, which smoked. He outlined the top of the doorway with his fingers, then the sides. One side wasn't quite straight, and he accidentally snipped off some of the alley wall. Then he got under it again and pulled and pushed it open the rest of the way. Quentin kept glancing at the mouth of the alley while all this was going on. He heard voices, but nobody walked by. Josh stopped to check his work. Now in the middle of the bright Venetian afternoon there stood a rectangle of cooler, somehow higher definition English noon. Josh bunched his sleeve in his fist and rubbed off a last smudge of Venice. All right? He said. Pretty good? His pants were scored with pinhole burns from the sparks. Everyone had to admit it looked pretty good. They stepped through, one by one, gingerly. The bottom of the doorway wasn't quite flush with the pavement, and you could shear off toes on the edge if you weren't careful. But the connection was tight, with no sensation as you went through. It was a totally other level of workmanship, Quentin thought with satisfaction, from the crude portals they'd gone through between the safe houses. They had skipped Penzance after all, as well as Belfast. Josh brought them out in a public park not far from the centre of Foy. This kind of precision over that much distance hadn't been possible even a few years ago, but Google Street View was an absolute boon to the art and craft of creating long-distance portals. Josh went through last and scrubbed it out behind them. Quentin didn't think he'd ever seen anywhere as quintessentially English-looking as Foy. Or maybe he meant Cornish-looking, he wasn't sure what the difference was. Poppy would know. Either way, it was a small town at the mouth of a river that was also called Foy, and Beatrix Potter could have drawn it. The air was cool and fresh after the summer fog of Venice. The streets were narrow and winding and shin-splintingly steep. The sheer volume of floral window boxes overhead almost blocked out the sun. At the little office of tourism in the center of town they learned that the various Foys were all pronounced Foy, and that even aside from Christopher Plover the town was something of a hotbed of fictional settings. Manderley from Rebecca was supposed to be nearby, as was Toad Hall from The Wind in the Willows. Plover's house was a few miles out of town. The National Trust owned it now. It was enormous, and some days it was open to tourists. The Chatwin's house was privately owned, and not on any tourist maps, but it couldn't be far away. According to legend, and all the biographies, it abutted Plover's property directly. They sat on a bench in the thin English sunlight, like clarified butter, while Poppy went off to rent a car. She was the only one of them who carried the full complement of valid IDs and credit cards. When Julia pointed out that she could have stolen one just as easily, Poppy looked at her with wordless horror. She returned in a peppy silver Jag. Who would have thought you could even get one out here in Smurftown? She said. They knocked back a pub lunch and set out. It was Quentin's first time in England, and he was amazed. Once they got up the coastal slope and out of town, out into the lumpy, uneven pastures dotted with sheep and stitched together with dense dark hedges, it looked more like Fiery than he'd thought anywhere on earth could. Even more than Venice. Why hadn't anybody told him? Except of course they had, and he hadn't believed them. Poppy, in the driver's seat, grinned at him via the rearview mirror as if to say, see? Maybe she was right, he hadn't given this world enough credit. Zipping along the narrow highways and shady lanes of rural Cornwall, the four of them could have been regular people, civilians, and would they have been any less happy? Even without magic they had the grass and that blessed country solitude and the sun flickering past between the branches and the solace of an expensive car that somebody else was paying for. What kind of an asshole wouldn't be satisfied with that? For the first time in his life Quentin seriously considered the idea that he could be happy without Fiery, not just resigned, but happy. They were certainly as close to Fiery as you could get on Earth. They were closing in on the Chatwin's house. Even the place names sounded Felorian, Tywardreth, Castle Door, Loswithiel. It was as if the green landscape of Fiery was hidden right behind this one, and this was a thin place, where the other world showed through. Cornwall was certainly having a good effect on Julia. She was almost lively. She was the only one of them with the gift of not getting carsick while she read, so as they drove she paged through the Fiery books, applying stickies to certain passages, reading others out loud. She was compiling a list of all the different ways the children had gotten through, a practical traveler's guide to leaving this world behind. In The World in the Walls Martin gets in through the grandfather clock, and so does Fiona. In the second one Rupert gets in from his school, so that does not help us, and I believe Helen does too, but I cannot find it. In the Flying Forest they get in by climbing a tree. That might be our best bet. We wouldn't have to break into the house, Quentin said. And we could all fit. Exactly. And in the Secret Sea they ride a magic bicycle, so let us keep an eye out for that. Maybe there is a garage or a shed with old things in it. You realize the fans have probably picked this place clean like years ago, Josh said. We can't be the first people to think of this. Then in the Wandering Dune Helen and Jane are painting in a meadow somewhere nearby. Which seems like a long shot, but if we have to we can go back to Foy for art supplies. And that is it. It's not quite it. Sorry, but nobody one-upped Quentin on Fiery trivia, not even Julia. Martin gets back in the Flying Forest, at the end, though Plover doesn't say how he did it. And there's a book you're missing, The Magicians, which is Jane's book about how she went back to Fiery to find Martin. She used the magic buttons to get in, which she found in the well, or Helen threw a whole box of them. Jane only used one to get back, so there may be more lying around. Julia turned around in her seat. How do you know that? I met her. Jane Chatwin. It was in Fiery. I was getting better from my injuries after we fought Martin. After Alice died. There was silence in the car, broken by the ticking of the turn signal as Poppy took a fork in the road. Julia studied him with those empty, unreadable eyes. Sometimes I forget everything you have been through, she said finally, and turned around to face forward. It only took them 45 minutes to find Plover's house, aka Dara's house, which must have once been in the deep countryside, but now you could get there on a well-maintained 2-lane road. Poppy pulled over on the other side. There was no shoulder, and the Jag tilted at a perilous angle. All 4 of them got out and straggled across the road. There was no traffic. It was about 3:30 in the afternoon. The grounds were surrounded by a formidable stone wall, and the gate framed, with an almost fussy architectural perfection, a view of a palatial Georgian country house set back deep in carefully tended grounds. Dara's house was one of those rectangular English houses made of grey stone that probably conformed to some nutjob 18th century theory about symmetry and ideal proportions and perfect ratios. Quentin knew Plover had been rich. He'd made one fortune in America already, selling dry goods, whatever they were, before he came to Cornwall and wrote the Fiery novels, but the scale of it was still stunning. It wasn't so much a house as a cliff with windows in it. "Geez," Josh said. "Yeah," said Poppy. "Hard to imagine somebody living there all by themselves," Quentin said. "He probably had servants." "Was he gay?" "Dude, totally," Josh said. There was a sign on the gate, Dara's house/Plover farm, with a schedule of hours and tours and entrance fees. A blue plaque gave them a capsule biography of Plover. It was a Thursday, and the house was open. A large black bird retched loudly in the underbrush. "So are we going in?" Poppy asked. He'd thought they would, on the off chance that they might stumble on something, and so they could say they had. But now that they'd arrived, the place felt empty. Nothing here called to Quentin. Plover had never gone to Fiery. All he'd done was write books. The magic was somewhere else. "Nah," he said. "I don't think so." Nobody disagreed. They could come back tomorrow. If they were still on Earth. They trooped back across the road and spread out the map on the hood of the car. The exact location of the house the Chatwins had stated near Foy was a matter for speculation, but not wild speculation. There was a limited number of places it could be. Plover's books were full of enchanting descriptions of how the Chatwin kids, singly and en masse, ran and skipped and cycled over from their Aunt Maud's house to visit their beloved Uncle Christopher. Plover had even famously had a little child-sized gate built in the wall that separated their properties to let them through. They had 2 Plover biographies with them, one a soft-focus hagiography from the 1950s, authorized by the family, the other a hard-nosed psychoanalytic exposé from the early 1990s that anatomized Plover's complex and problematic sexuality, as symbolically dramatized in the various Fiery novels. They stuck to that one. It had better geography. They knew that the Chatwin house was on 1 Darrowby Lane, which helped, although the Cornish were even less interested in signage than the Venetians. Fortunately, Poppy turned out to be excellent at this kind of cross-country dead-reckoning navigation. At first they thought she must be using some kind of advanced geographical magic until Josh noticed that she had an iPhone in her lap. "Yeah, but I used magic to jailbreak it," she said. It was late afternoon, and they traversed what seemed like several hundred verdant and watership-downy-esque but stubbornly unmarked and unidentifiable rural byways, and the light was turning bluish, before they settled on a target property, which sat on a narrow lane that wasn't definitely not called Darrowby and as near as they could tell pretty much had to back onto Plover's enormous estate. There was no wall or gate, just a gravel track curving back through the late summer trees. A square stone post next to it supported a "No trespassing" sign. They couldn't see the house from here. Quietly Julia read out the relevant passage from the world in the walls. The house was very grand, 3 stories tall, with a facade made of brick and stone, and enormous windows, and endless numbers of fireplaces and window seats and curving back stairs and other advantages, which their London house distinctly lacked. Among those advantages were the sprawling grounds around the house, which included long straight alleys and white gravel paths and dark green pools of grass. There was a time when Quentin could probably have said it along with her from memory. Quentin sat in the car and stared across the road. He couldn't see much evidence of anything as nice as that. The place didn't exactly scream portal to another world either. He tried to imagine the Chatwins arriving here for the first time, the 5 of them crammed into the backseat of some sputtering black proto-automobile, more carriage than car, and with a fair amount of locomotive DNA in it as well, their luggage tied to the boot with twine and Victorian leather stoppage. They would have been funereally silent, resigned to exile from London. The youngest, 5-year-old Jane, the future watcherwoman, reclining on her older sister's lap as on a chaise longue, lost in a fog of longing for her parents, who were respectively fighting World War I and raving in a posh rest home. Martin, who would grow up to become a monster who would kill Alice, keeping his composure for the sake of the youngsters, his soft boy's jaw set in grim pre-adolescent determination. They'd been so young and innocent and hopeful, and they'd found something more wonderful than they could ever have hoped for, and it had destroyed them. "What do you think?" he said. "Julia? This is the place." "All right. I'm going to go in. Look around." "I'll come," Poppy said. "No," Quentin said. "I want to go alone." To his surprise, it worked. She stayed put. Becoming invisible was a simple idea in theory, but in practice it was a lot harder than you'd think. It had been done, but it took years of meticulous self-erasure, and once accomplished it was practically impossible to undo. Apart from anything else, you could never be sure you'd reinstated your visible self completely accurately. You came out looking like a portrait of yourself. The best workaround Quentin knew was more like an animal's protective coloring. If you were standing in front of some leaves, you looked drab and leafy. If you weren't moving or jumping around, and observers tended to skate over you. Usually. If the light wasn't too good. The car door chunked shut in the stillness. He felt the other's eyes on his back as he crossed the road. There was something on top of the stone post, buttons. They were scattered in the grass around it too. Big ones, small ones, pearly ones, tortoiseshells. It must be a fan ritual. You come by, you leave a button, the way people left joints on Jim Morrison's grave. Still, he stopped and touched each of them, one by one, just to make sure none of them were genuine. The camouflage spell was unbelievably crude. He picked up a big leathery oak leaf, snapped off a shingle of bark from a tree, plucked a blade of the scanty grass, and collected a granite pebble from the edge of the road. He whispered a rhyming chant in French over them, spat on them, and the glamorous life of the modern sorcerer stuffed them in his pocket. Further up and further in. He stayed off the gravel driveway and picked his way through the trees for 5 minutes, until there were no more, and then he was looking at Aunt Maud Chatwin's house. It was like he was looking back through time. The unpromising driveway had been a feint, a hustle. It really was a grand house. It probably would have qualified as magnificent if they hadn't just come from Plover's house. As Quentin got closer, the gravel track pulled itself together and became a proper driveway, which clove in two and formed a circle with a modest but still entirely effective fountain at the center. 3 rows of tall windows adorned the front, and the gray slate roof was a beautiful profusion of chimneys and gables. Quentin hadn't known what to expect. A ruin, maybe, or some appalling new modernist facade. But the Chatwin house was perfectly appointed and restored, and the lawns looked like they'd been trimmed that morning. It was everything Quentin had hoped for, except for one thing. It wasn't empty. That well-maintained lawn was littered with cars. They were nice cars that made the rental Jag look pokey by comparison. Yellow light spilled out of the lower floors and out into the mellowing dusk, chased by some nicely judged, not over-amplified early Rolling Stones. Whoever's private hands the house was in, they were having a party. Quentin stood there, on the outside looking in, as a little convocation of evening gnats began to gather over his head. It seemed sacrilegious. He wanted to barge in and order everybody out, like Jesus ridding the temple of moneylenders. This was ground zero for the primal fantasy of the 20th century, the place where earth and theory had first kissed like 2 cosmic billiard balls. Over the chatter a roar went up, and a woman shrieked and then laughed uncontrollably. But looking on the bright side, it was a tactical windfall. It was a big enough party that they could mingle in, the girls especially. They wouldn't sneak in at all, they would walk in the front door. Brazen it out. Then when any suspicions had been allayed, they would slip upstairs and see what they could see. He walked back to the car to get the others. They found a spot for the car on the lawn. They weren't the least plausible bunch of partygoers imaginable. Quentin had invested in some nice clothes in Venice, charged to Josh's bottomless credit card. If anybody asks, just say John brought you. Good one. Dude, are you gonna? Josh gestured at Quentin's appearance. Oh, right. Probably better not to show up looking like a pile of mulch. He killed the camouflage spell. Crossing the threshold, Quentin closed his eyes for just a moment. He thought of little Jane Chatwin, still alive and at large somewhere. Maybe she would be at the party too. Josh made straight for the bar. Dude. Quentin hissed. Stay on mission. We're in deep cover. I'm getting into character. For all that it was a party at Maud Chatwin's house, it was also just a party like any other party. There were pretty people and unpretty people, drunk people and undrunk people, people who didn't care what anybody thought about them, and people standing in corners afraid to open their mouths lest somebody look directly at them. Deep cover notwithstanding, Josh revealed himself to be conspicuously American by asking the bartender for beer. He wound up settling for a Pim's cup, which he consumed with an air of disappointed bafflement. But he and Poppy made themselves agreeable to the other guests with an ease and skill that Quentin found awe-inspiring. Genuinely social people never ceased to amaze him. Their brains seemed to generate an inexhaustible fund of things to say, naturally, with no effort, out of nothing at all. It was a trick Quentin had never figured out. As an unattached American male among English strangers, he felt inherently suspicious. He did his best to affiliate himself with small groups and nod along politely in response to people who weren't especially talking to him. Julia found a wall to put her slender back against and looked decorously mysterious. Only one man dared to approach her, a tall Cantabrigian type with a half-grown beard, and she sent him packing in terms so uncertain he had to salve his wounds with cucumber sandwich. After a half hour of this, Quentin felt he could begin a slow drift toward the stairs, not the grand terrace-style ones in front but a more unassuming, utilitarian staircase toward the back of the house. One by one he caught the other's eyes in turn and inclined his head. "We were just looking for a bathroom? All four of us? Too bad they didn't have drugs, that would have made a better cover story." The staircase performed a tight switchback up to the second floor, a hushed and darkened maze of white walls and parquet. The rumble and tinkle of the party was still clearly audible, but hushed now, like distant surf. There were a few kids up here, helling along the hallways and racketing in and out of rooms, laughing a little too hysterically, playing some game nobody knew the rules of, flopping down on the coats when they got tired, the kind of forced pack of one-shot friends that exists on the margins of all grown-up parties. The world in the walls wasn't a how-to manual, and it was irritatingly vague as to the precise location of the famous clock. One of the back corridors of one of the upper floors was all the detail Plover gave them. Maybe it would have been better to split up, except that would have violated the basic teaching of every movie ever made. Quentin would have worried that everybody else would slip through into Fiery without him, leaving him behind in reality like the last man standing in a game of sardines. Whoever lived here now didn't use the top floor at all, and it had gone unrestored. Another piece of luck. They hadn't even refinished the floors, the varnish had worn off them, and the walls were old wallpaper, with even older wallpaper showing through in places. The ceilings were low. The rooms were full of mismatched and broken furniture under sheets. The quieter it got, the realer Fiery began to feel. It loomed in the shadows, under beds, behind the wallpaper, in the corner of his eye, just out of view. 10 minutes from now they could be back on the muntjac. This was the place. This was where the children played, where Martin vanished, where Jane watched, where the whole terrible fantasy began. And there in the hallway, the back hallway, as it had been written, as the prophecy foretold, stood a grandfather clock. It was a beast of a clock, with a big fat brass face orbited by 4 smaller dials tracking the months and the phases of the moon and the signs of the zodiac and God knew what else, all framed in plain, uncarved dark wood. The works must have been hellishly complex, the 18th century equivalent of a supercomputer. The wood was the wood of a Florian sunset tree, it said in the book, which shed its flaming orange leaves every day at sundown, endured a leafless winter overnight, and then sprouted fresh green new ones at dawn. Quentin, Julia, Josh, and Poppy gathered around it. It was like they were reenacting a Fiery book. No, they were in one, a new one, and they were writing it together. The pendulum wasn't moving. Quentin wondered if the connection could still be live, or whether it had broken after the children went through. He couldn't feel anything. But it had to work, he would make it work. He was going back to Fiery if he had to cram himself into every fucking piece of cabinetry in this house. Even so, it was going to be a tight fit. Maybe if he breathed out all his air and wriggled through sideways. Not how he planned to make his triumphant return to Fiery, but at this point he'd take whatever worked. "Quentin," Josh said. "Yeah. Quentin, look at me." He had to tear his eyes away from the clock. When he did, he found Josh watching him with a gravity that didn't suit him. It was a new Josh gravity. "You know I'm not going, right?" He did know. He'd just let himself forget in all the excitement. Things were different now. They weren't kids. Josh was part of a different story. "Yeah," Quentin said. "I guess I do know. Thanks for coming this far. What about you, Poppy? Chance of a lifetime. Thank you for asking me." She seemed to mean it, to take it in the spirit in which it was offered. She put a hand on her chest. "But I've got my whole life here. I can't go to Fiery." Quentin looked at Julia, who'd taken off her shades in deference to the gloom of the top floor. "Just you and me, kid." Together they stepped forward. Quentin got down on one knee. The roar of their imminent escape thundered in his ears. As soon as he got up close, he could see that it wasn't going to work. The thing wasn't ticking, but more than that, it just looked too solid. The clock was what it was and nothing more. It was brute, mundane matter, wood and metal. He turned the little knob and opened the glass case and looked in at the hanging pendulum and chimes and whatnot other brass hardware, dangling there impotently. His heart had already gone out of it. It was dark in here. He reached in and rapped the back of the case with his knuckles. Nothing. He closed his eyes. "God damn it," he said. Never mind. It wasn't over. They could always try climbing trees. Though at that moment he felt less like climbing a tree than he'd ever felt like doing anything in his entire life. You're doing it wrong, you know. Their heads turned in unison. It was a little kid's voice, a boy. He was standing at the end of the corridor in his pajamas, watching them. He might have been 8 years old. What am I doing wrong? Quentin said. You have to set it going first, the boy said. It says in the book. But it doesn't work anymore, I tried it. The boy had fine tousled brown hair and blue eyes. A more quintessential English moppet it would have been hard to find, right down to his having a spot of trouble pronouncing his L's and R's. He could have been cloned from Christopher Robin's toenail clippings. Mummy says she's going to send it to the shop, but she never does. I climbed the trees too. And I did a painting. Lots of them actually. You want to see? They stared at him. Not finding himself rebuffed, he walked over on bare feet. He had that dismal air of sprightly self-possession that some English children have. Just looking at him, you knew you were going to have to play a game with him. I even had Mummy pull me round in an old wagon we found in the garage. He said it garage. It's not the same as a bicycle, but I had to try it. I can see that, Quentin said. I can see where you would have to do that. But we can keep looking though, he said. I like it. My name's Thomas. He actually held out his little paw for Quentin to shake, like a tiny alien ambassador. Poor kid. It wasn't his fault. He must be so chronically neglected by his parents that he had taken to press-ganging random party guests into paying attention to him. He made Quentin think of faraway Eleanor, the little girl on the outer island. The really awful thing was that Quentin was going to go along with it, and not for the right reasons. He took the proffered paw. It wasn't that he felt bad for Thomas, though he did. It was that Thomas was a valuable ally. Adults never got into fiery by themselves, at least not without a magic button. It was always the kids. What Quentin needed, he realized, was a native guy to act as bait. Maybe if he let young Thomas here course along ahead of him, like a hound across the moors, he just might flush out a portal or two. He was going to use Thomas to chum the waters. Just get me a drink, Quentin said to Josh as Thomas pulled him away. As they passed Poppy, Quentin firmly grabbed her hand. The misery train was leaving the station, and Quentin wasn't going to travel alone. It emerged, with remarkably little prompting from Quentin or Poppy, that Thomas's parents had bought the Chatwin house a couple of years ago from the children of Fiona Chatwin. Thomas and his parents were themselves, through some connection that Quentin couldn't follow, distantly related to Plover. Maybe that was where the money came from. Thomas had been simply mad with excitement when he heard the news. Weren't all his friends at school jealous? Of course now he had all new friends, because before he'd been in London, and now they were in Cornwall. But his friends here were much nicer, and he only missed London when he thought about the rainforest life exhibit at the zoo. Had Quentin ever been to the zoo in London? If he could choose, would he be an Asian lion or a Sumatran tiger? And did he know that there was a monkey called a red TT monkey? It wasn't rude, you could say it because it was a real kind of monkey. And didn't he agree that, under certain extreme circumstances, the murder of children was completely ethically justifiable? Towed by Thomas the Tank Engine, they toured the grounds. As a threesome they conducted a deep cavity search of the top floor, including closets and attics. They made 7 or 8 circuits of the enormous green behind the house, with special attention paid to rodent burrows and spooky trees in copses large enough for a human being to infiltrate. Meanwhile Josh kept up an underground railroad of gin and tonics, handing them off to Quentin whenever he happened to pass by, like a spectator handing Gatorade to a marathoner. It could have been worse. The view from the back terrace was even grander than the front. An orderly English estate had been hacked out of the rough Cornish countryside by main force, including a flat, still swimming pool that by some landscaper's artifice had mostly escaped looking anachronistic. Beyond it a perfect Constable vista rolled down and away, green hills and fallow hayfields and pocket villages, all slowly dissolving in the viscous light of a golden English sunset. Thomas enjoyed the attention. And Poppy, he'd give her this, was a heroically good sport. She had no real stake in how all this turned out, but she pitched right in. She was nothing if not game. Moreover she was better at it than he was, hardened as she was by many tours in the babysitting trenches. It all finished up, predictably, in Thomas's bedroom. By 10:30 even Thomas, with his titanically fresh-faced lust for life, couldn't be coaxed into one more round of fine fiery. They all sat or sprawled on the rainbow-colored woolly yarn rug in Thomas's room. It was a huge room, a little kingdom all Thomas's own. It even had an extra bed in it, in the shape of a space rocket, as if to cruelly emphasize Thomas's only childhood, the hilarious sleepovers he wasn't having. Josh and Julia joined them there. The party raged on beneath them into the night, having degenerated from a cocktail party into a regular party. They should leave, obviously. At this point Thomas had gone from harasser to harassed. Maybe Josh was right, maybe they'd try Stonehenge next. But not before they'd burned this bridge right down to its charred pilings. So they played other games. They ground out rounds of Animal Snap and Rummy and Connect 4. They played board games, Cluedo and Monopoly and Mousetrap, until Thomas was too tired and they were too drunk to follow the rules. They dug deeper into Thomas's toy closet, and thus further back into Thomas's childhood, for games so mathematically simple they were barely games at all, lacking as they did almost any strategic element, war and snakes and ladders and hi-ho. Cheerio and finally High Seas, a primally simple alphabet game in which the main goal seemed to be to win the pre-game argument with your fellow players over who got to be the dolphin. After that everything else was blind chance and cartoon fish. Quentin took a slug of flat, warm gin and tonic. It tasted like defeat. This was how the dream died, in a welter of plastic primary-colored board game pieces, upstairs at a bad party. They would keep looking, they would knock on all the first doors they could think of, but for the first time, lying there sprawled on the spare bed, his long legs flat out, with his back against Thomas's rocketship headboard, Quentin took seriously the possibility that he wasn't going back after all. Probably hundreds of years had gone by in Fiery anyway. The ruins of Whitespire were dissolving in the rain, white stones softening like sugar cubes under green moss, by a now nameless bay. The tombs of King Eliot and Queen Janet were probably long since overgrown with ivy, twin clock trees rising from their twin plots. Perhaps he was remembered as a legend, King Quentin the Missing. The once and future king, like King Arthur. Except unlike Arthur he wasn't coming back from Avalon. Just the once king. Well, it was a fitting place to end it, in the Chatwin's house, where everything started. The first door. The really funny thing was that even though he'd hit bottom, he couldn't honestly say that it was all that bad there. He had his friends, or some of them. They had Josh's money. They still had magic, and alcohol, and sex, and food. They had everything. He thought of Venice, and the pure green Cornish landscape they'd just driven through. There was so much more to this world than he thought. What the hell did he have to complain about? Fuck all was the answer. One day he'd have a house like this too, and a kid like Thomas, who lay fast asleep with the lights on and his arms thrown up over his head, a marathon runner breaking the tape in his dreams. He and some lovely and talented Mrs. Quentin, who? Poppy? Surely not, would get married, and Fiery would fade away like the dream it so fundamentally was. So what if he wasn't a king? It had been lovely for a while, but here was real life, and he would make the most of it like everybody else. What kind of a hero was he, if he couldn't do that? Julia kicked his foot. By unspoken agreement they were all grimly determined to finish the game of High Seas, and it was his turn. He flicked the spinner and moved forward 2 waves. Josh, who was playing as the whale, had a commanding lead, but Julia, the squid, was making a late charge, leaving Poppy, fish, and Quentin, jellyfish, to battle it out for a distant 3rd place. Josh spun. He was on a charade square. Caw. Josh said. Caw. Caw. Seagull, they all said in unison. It was like when they were geese. Josh spun again. Julia belched. Quentin slumped over behind Poppy's warm back, onto the infinitely soft and sweet-smelling pillows. From this point of view it was apparent that Poppy was wearing a thong. The bed was not entirely stable. The drinks were catching up with him. It wasn't clear whether the spins were going to spin themselves out or gather speed and power and wreak a terrible vengeance upon him for his many transgressions. Well, time would undoubtedly tell. Caw. Josh said. Enough already, Quentin said. Caw. Caw. Seagull. I said seagull. The light hurt his eyes. It was uncomfortably bright in Thomas's room. That was enough drinking for tonight. Quentin sat up. I know, man, Josh said. I heard you. Caw. The cawing didn't stop, nor did the spinning. The bed was definitely in motion, not so much spinning as rocking gently. They all froze. Poppy reacted first. No way. She lunged off the bed and landed in water. God damn it. No fucking way. The sun was hot overhead. A curious albatross was circling over them, making respectful inquiries. Quentin jumped up on the bed. Oh my God. We did it. We did it. They had broken through. It wasn't the end, it was all about to start all over again. He spread his arms wide to the daylight and let the hot sun slam straight down into his face. He was a man reborn. Julia was looking around her and sobbing as though her heart would break. They were back. The dream was real again. They were adrift on the high seas of Fiery. Book 3. Chapter 17. Thomas will be so disappointed, Poppy said. He missed everything. She sat glumly on a sail locker on the deck of the Muntjac, wrapped in a rough ship's blanket. Her curly hair was flat from the salt water. She tried to swim away, back to earth, back to Thomas's little boy bedroom, but when she saw that she had no shot she stroked back to the bed instead, and they'd hauled her dripping back up onto it to await rescue. She was a strong, easy swimmer, which was somehow not surprising. The bed, while a top-quality bed that contained a fair amount of actual bona fide wood to Thomas's parents had spared no expense, was only so-so as a raft and had trended downward rapidly as the bedclothes and then the mattress soaked through and lost their buoyancy. Josh sat heavily on it, crisscross applesauce, resigned, Buddha going down with the ship, while the bed gradually swamped, and the cold seawater lapped up over his knees. But the Muntjac was already in view by then, sheering keenly through the waves toward them, the force of a fresh wind setting it at a rakish angle. Its sails, Quentin's sails, with the pale blue ram of Fiery, stood out in taut, proud curves. The power of it, the color, the solidity, the reality of it, were almost too thrilling. A tiny action figure sailor was already at the railing, pointing in their direction. Quentin hadn't for a second doubted that the Muntjac would be there. It seemed like years since he'd seen it. They had come to take him home. As it bore down on them he'd had a moment of worry. What if centuries had passed, what if Elliot and Janet really were dead, and the Muntjac was the last survivor of the Breakbills era, and he was going home to a court of strangers? But no, there was Bingle at the railing, looking just as he always had, ready to haul his royal body back on board and get back to guarding it. Though even as they were toweling off, and hugging each other, and making introductions, and securing fresh clothes and hot tea, he could see that not everything aboard the Muntjac was exactly as he'd left it. The ship was older. Not that it was shabby, but it had aged, settled into itself some. What had been glossy, the paint on the railings, the varnish on the deck, was now rubbed to matte. Ropes that had once been bright and prickly were now smooth and soft and dun-colored from having been run through blocks over and over again. Also, Quentin was no longer in charge of the Muntjac. Elliot was. "Where have you been?" he said, when he was done embracing Quentin. "You ridiculous, ridiculous man. I was starting to think you were dead. I was on Earth. How long have we been gone?" "A year and a day." "God. It was only 3 days for us. That makes me 2 years older than you now. How do you think that makes me feel?" "How was Earth?" "The same. It ain't Fiery. Did you bring me back anything?" "A bed. Josh. An Australian girl named Poppy. I didn't have a lot of time. And you know how hard you are to shop for." Quentin was still in a euphoric state, but the adrenaline was wearing off, and his eyes felt sandy and jet-lagged. 20 minutes ago it had been midnight, the tail end of a long and arduously alcoholic party, and now it was early afternoon again. They went below to Quentin's cabin, which was now Elliot's cabin, and he dried off and changed clothes and cursed Ember that he hadn't thought to bless Fiery with the miracle of coffee beans. Then he lay down on Elliot's bed and looked up at the low woodwork ceiling and told Elliot about everything that had happened. He told him about going back to Breakbills, and about Julia's safe houses, and how Josh had sold the button. He told him about the Netherlands being in ruins, and about the dragon, and about the Chatwin's house. Elliot sat at the foot of the bed. When Quentin was done, Elliot watched him for a minute, slowly tapping the hollow of his upper lip with the tip of his index finger. "Well," he said finally. "This is interesting." Yes, it was. Although Quentin's immediate personal interest in it was faltering. He wanted to fall asleep and moreover felt confident of his ability to do so very quickly. Being back in Fiery was a massive dose of comfort, a huge inflatable cushion of relief of the kind stuntmen fall into from great heights without injury, and he sank into it. Though if Quentin could have had absolutely everything exactly the way he wanted it, he would have asked for one more thing: he didn't want to be on a boat anymore. He wanted to go home, meaning not just to Fiery but specifically to his room in Castle Whitespire, with its high ceiling and its big bed and its special calm hush. Quentin did not consider himself a great interpreter of signs and wonders, but the lesson of the golden keys seemed pretty clear to him. It was this: you've already won the game, so quit playing. Remain where you are, in your castle, and you will be safe. No further action on your part is required. "Elliot," he said. "Where are we?" "We're east. Very far east. Even farther than you went. We left After Island behind 2 weeks ago." "Oh, no. We're over the horizon." No. Quentin closed his eyes. "We can't be." He wanted it to be dark, but surly yellow late afternoon sun continued blasting in through his Elliot's cabin window unabated. "All right. We are. But we're going back now, right? You found me and Julia. Mission accomplished. End of story. We will go back. We just have to do one more thing first. Elliot, stop. I'm serious. Turn the ship around. I'm never leaving Fiery again. Just one thing. You'll like it. I don't think I'm going to like it. Elliot smiled broadly, or as broadly as his bad teeth would allow. Oh, you're going to love it, he said. It's an adventure. It was unbelievable. Never mind Thomas, he, Quentin, had missed everything. It had started as soon as he left for the outer island. This all came out at a massive feast below decks that evening. By then Quentin had almost come to accept that when you were surfing the great interdimensional divide, certain days were just destined to stretch out to about 36 hours long, and there was nothing you could do except to wait them out till they ended. The new arrivals ate like wolves, their exhaustion had turned into a raging hunger. They'd never had a proper dinner the night before anyway, just the occasional past hors d'oeuvre. Only Julia picked at her food, managing a bite every few minutes, like her body was an unloved pet that she was being forced to babysit. I knew something was up, Elliot said, cracking open a massive, lethal-looking crimson crab. Like Julia, he never seemed to eat, but somehow he got through massive quantities of food anyway, which of course never made him any less skinny. First off, 2 days after you left Whitespire, someone tried to kill me in my bath. Really? Josh said with his mouth full. And that tipped you off? It hadn't taken long for Josh to get acclimated aboard the Muntjac. Discomfort just wasn't in his nature. He'd picked up with Elliot exactly where they'd left off 2 years ago. That's awful, Quentin said. Jesus, Dot. It was. I was lolling in my bath of an evening, as one does, blameless as a newborn child, more so, if you've ever met such a creature, they're absolutely horrible, and one of my own towel boys came creeping up behind me with a big curvy knife in his hand. He tried to cut my throat. I'll spare you the details, which is what Elliot said when he was going to march you through everything blow by blow, but I grabbed his arm, and he went in the water. He'd never been a particularly good towel boy. Perhaps he felt he was meant for better things. But he was no great success as an assassin either, I can tell you. He got his knife against my neck, but nowhere near the artery, and he hadn't braced himself properly at all. So when he went, and I scrambled out of the water, and I froze it. Dixon's charm? He nodded. It was no great loss. I was about to get out anyway. I put in so many bath salts I didn't know if it would take, but it froze solid right away. He looked like Han Solo frozen in carbonite. The resemblance was actually quite striking. You and your towel boys, Josh said. But I asked for a harem and it's all morality this, human rights that. Well, and I spared you a good stabbing, didn't I? Elliot didn't tan, he was too pale for that, but the sun and the wind had put some texture in his otherwise immaculate pallor, and he'd grown some nicely navel stubble. He'd dropped some of the God King preciousness that had dominated his persona back at Whitespire, shed some of the gold leaf. He spoke to the crew with an air of easy familiarity and command, even the ones like Bingle whom he'd never met before the ship sailed, and in Quentin's mind wasn't supposed to know. Now he knew them better than Quentin did. They'd been at sea together for a year. I let him out, of course. I didn't have the heart to let him suffocate. But would you believe it, he wouldn't tell us a thing. He was a fanatic of some kind. Or a lunatic, maybe. Same thing. Do you know, some of the generals wanted to torture him? I think Janet would have done it too, but I couldn't. But I couldn't just let him go either. He's in prison now. I was shaken, but I suppose you're not really High King until somebody tries to kill you in your bath. If they ever succeed, by the way, make sure you leave me in there and have a painting done. Like Marat. I wanted to let the whole thing drop, but I couldn't. It wouldn't let me drop. I don't know what it was. Fiery, I suppose. At any rate, that's when the wonders started. That's what everyone called them, and I couldn't think of another name for them. It started out just as feelings. You would look at something, a carpet, or a bowl of fruit, and the colors would seem different. Brighter, more vivid, more saturated. Sudden rushes of grief or excitement or love would come over you for no reason. Some very unmanly crying jags were observed among the barons. It was like drugs more than anything else, but I hadn't taken any drugs. I remember one night in my bedroom lying there smelling spices in the darkness, one after the other. Cinnamon, jasmine, cardamom, something else, something wonderful I couldn't place. Paintings started to change as I walked by them. Just the backgrounds. The clouds would move, or the sky would go from day to night. Then I saw a hunting horn hovering before me at dinner. Some of the others saw it too. And one night in the middle of the night I opened the bathroom door, and it opened onto deep forest instead. It's all the same when it comes to taking a piss, I suppose, but still. It put me right off my game. For a while I thought I was going mad, literally mad, until the tree came. A clock tree grew up right in the middle of the throne room, right through the carpet, in broad daylight. It did it all at once, all in one go, with the whole court watching. And then it just stood there, silently, like a hallucination, ticking and sort of swaying with the energy of its just having grown. It was as if it were saying, well, here I am. This is me. What are you going to do about it? After that I knew it wasn't me that had gone mad. It was Fiery. I don't mind telling you I found the whole business more than a little provoking. I was being called, you understand, and I most definitely did not want to come. I understand the appeal this sort of thing has for you, quests and King Arthur and all that. But that's you. No offense, but it always seemed a bit like boy stuff to me. Sweaty and strenuous and just not very elegant, if you see what I mean. I didn't need to be called to feel special, I felt special enough already. I'm clever, rich, and good-looking. I was perfectly happy where I was, deliquescing, atom by atom, amid a riot of luxury. Nicely put, Quentin said. Elliot must have mounted this set piece before. Well, and then that damned seeing hair came bolting through the room during our afternoon meeting. Scattered the whiskey service and frightened one of my more sensitive protégés half to death. Everyone has a limit. Next morning I called for my hunting leathers, saddled a horse, and went riding out alone into the Queenswood. And you know, I never go anywhere alone, not anymore, but these things have certain protocols and not even the High King, or I suppose especially not the High King, is exempt. The Queenswood, Quentin said. Don't tell me. But I am telling you. Elliot finished his wine, and a rangy, shaven-headed young man refilled his glass without his having to ask. I went back to that ridiculous meadow of yours, the round one. You see, you'd been right to want to go in. It was our adventure after all. I was right. Quentin felt crestfallen. He stared down at his hands. I can't believe it, I was right, Dut. If he hadn't been so tired, and a bit drunk, it probably wouldn't have struck him the way it did. But as it was he felt himself filling up with a sense of, how could he put it? He thought he'd learned a lesson about the world, and now he was realizing that the lesson he learned might have been the wrong one. The right adventure had been offered to him, and he'd walked away. If being a hero is a matter of knowing your cues, like the fairy tale said, he'd missed his. Instead he'd spent 3 days faffing around on Earth for nothing, and nearly got stuck there forever, while Elliot was off on a real quest. It's true, Elliot said. Statistically, historically, and however else you want to look at it, you are almost never right. A monkey making life decisions based on its horoscope in USA Today would be right more often than you. But in this case, yes, you were right. Don't spoil it. It was supposed to be me, not you. You should have gone on it when you had the chance, Dut. You told me not to. Janet told you not to. I don't know why you listened to her. But look, I know. Elliot put a hand on his arm. I know. I had no choice. Whoever is in charge of handing out quests has a damned peculiar sense of humor. At any rate, off I went. And I did feel something, you know, as I set off that morning. Nip in the air, sun on my armor, a night pricking across the plain. I wished you could have been there. Though I looked much better than you would have. I had special questing armor made, just for that day, embossed and damascened within an inch of its life. I won't lie to you, Quentin. I looked magnificent. Quentin wondered what he'd been doing at that moment. At least he'd gotten to drink a Coke. That was something. He wished he had one now. He was exhausted. It took me 3 days to find that fucking meadow, but finally I did. The seeing hair was there, of course, waiting for me under the branches of that hideous great tree, which was still thrashing away in its invisible wind. Intangible, Poppy said in a small voice. All wind is invisible. Good to see she was finding her feet. The hare wasn't alone. The bird was there as well, and the monitor, the utternewt, the kind wolf, the parallel beetle. It does a geometrical thing, it's so boring I can't even explain it. All of them, all the unique beasts, the full conclave. Well, except the 2 aquatic ones. The questing beast sends you his regards, by the way. I think he's fond of you for some reason, even though you shot him. Well, when I saw them all there together, standing in 2 neat rows, the little ones in front, like they were posing for a class picture, I knew the jig was up. It was the newt that did the talking. He let it be known that the realm was in peril, and nothing else would do but my recovering the 7 golden keys of Fiery. I asked him why, what good were they, what were they for, what did they unlock? He wouldn't say, or he couldn't. He said I would know when it was time. I haggled a bit, of course. I wanted to know, for example, how rapidly these keys would have to be recovered. I could imagine doing one every few years. Organize my holidays around it. At that rate, I might even look forward to it. It's always nicer traveling when you have some business to do. But apparently it's a time-sensitive issue. They were very insistent about that. They gave me a golden ring that the keys were supposed to go on, and I left. What else could I do? When I got back, Whitespire was up in arms. There were all kinds of terrible portents all over the kingdom. That storm had spread, all the clock trees had started thrashing the way that first one did. And you know the waterfall at the Red Ruin? The one that flows up? It started flowing down. You know, the regular way. So that was about the last straw. And then the Muntjac came screaming into port, and they told me you and Julia had vanished. In full hero mode, Elliot took command of the Muntjac. He spent a day repairing and provisioning it while the whole kingdom buzzed with anxiety and excitement. High King Elliot was going on a quest. Apart from everything else, it was a public relations triumph. The docks were mobbed by volunteers offering to join the search for the 7 keys. The dwarves sent over a trunkload of magical keys they happened to have been kicking around in their vaults, in case there was a match in there, but most of them turned out to be useless. One, though, fit on the key ring. So 6 to go. Funny how every once in a while the dwarves came up trumps. Elliot left Janet in sole possession of the castle. He felt bad about making her shoulder everything even more than she already did, but she was practically licking her chops as he left. She would probably be running a fascist dictatorship by the time they got back. So he set off. Elliot had no idea where he was going, but he'd read enough to know that a state of relative ignorance wasn't necessarily a handicap on a quest. It was something your dauntless questing knight accepted and embraced. You lit out into the wilderness at random, and if your state of mind, or maybe it was your soul, was correct, then adventure would find you through the natural course of events. It was like free association, there were no wrong answers. It worked as long as you weren't trying too hard. And Elliot was in no danger of trying too hard. The Muntjac ran fast before a warm wet wind, out past the outer island, and after, out of Fiery and out of the known world. A hush settled over the table. For a moment the creaking of the ship's ropes and timbers could be heard, and Quentin felt for the first time how far off the map they were. He thought how they would look to someone far above them, a tiny lighted ship, lost in the immensity of an empty uncharted nighttime ocean. Elliot studied the ceiling. He was actually groping for words. That was a new one on Quentin. You wouldn't have believed it, Q, he said finally. Something like an expression of actual awe had come over Elliot's face. You really wouldn't. We've been all over the Eastern Ocean. The lands we saw. Some of the islands. I don't know where to begin. Tell him about the train, said the shaven-headed young man. All at once Quentin recognized him. It was Benedict. But a new Benedict, reborn with ropey muscles and flashing white teeth. The floppy bangs and the sullen attitude were long gone. He looked at Elliot with a respect Quentin had never seen him show anybody before. Yes, the train. We thought it was a sea serpent at first. We barely brought the ship around in time. But it was a train, one of those slow freight trains that are always about 1,000,000 cars long, all tankers and boxcars, except that this one never ended. It broke the surface, seawater streaming off the sides of the cars, rumbled along beside us for a couple of miles, then it sank back under the sea again. Just like that? Just like that. Bingle hopped onto it for a while, but we could never get any of the cars open. And we found a castle floating on the ocean. At first we just heard it, bells ringing in the middle of the night. The next morning we came up on it, a stone castle, riding on a fleet of groaning wooden barges. No one inside, just bells tolling in one of the towers with the rocking of the waves. What else? There was an island where no one could tell a lie. Goodness, that was awkward for a while. We aired a lot of dirty laundry there, I can tell you. Rueful smiles went around the room among the crew. There was one where the people were really waves, ocean waves, which I know, but I just can't explain it any more than that. There was a place where the ocean poured into a huge chasm, and there was only a narrow bridge across it. A water bridge that we had to sail across. Like an aqueduct, Benedict put in. Like an aqueduct. It was all so strange. I think magic gets magnified out here, gets wilder, and it creates all sorts of impossible places, all by itself. We spent a week trapped in the doldrums. There was no wind, and the water was as smooth as glass, and there was a Sargasso sea there, a big swirl of flotsam in the ocean. People lived there, picking through it. Everything people forget about ends up there one day, they said. Toys, tables, whole houses. And people end up there too. They get forgotten as well. We were almost trapped there, but the Muntjac sprouted a bank of oars to help us get away. Didn't you, old thing? Elliot knocked familiarly on the bulkhead with his fist. You could take things away with you, from the Sargasso Sea, but you had to leave something behind. That was the deal. Bingle took a magic sword. Show them your sword, Bing. Bingle, sitting at the far end of the table, stood up and drew his sword halfway out of its sheath, almost shyly. It was a narrow length of bright steel chased with swirly silver patterns that glowed white. He won't say what he left behind for it. What did you leave, Bing? Bingle smiled and touched the side of his nose and said nothing. Quentin was weary. He'd woken up in Venice that morning and spent the day in England and another half-day in Fieri. He'd already been drunk once and sobered up, and now he was getting drunk again, sitting there on a hard splintery bench in the Muntjac's galley. Probably Elliot would have enjoyed a little jaunt back to Earth, he thought, where the wine and coffee were better. Though who knows, maybe it wouldn't have worked if it had been the other way around. Maybe he couldn't have done it, maybe he would have gotten trapped in the Sargasso Sea. And maybe Elliot wouldn't have found his way to Josh, wouldn't have gone to see the dragon, wouldn't have played with Thomas. Maybe he would have failed where Quentin succeeded, and vice versa. Maybe this was the only way it could have gone. You didn't get the quest you wanted, you got the one you could do. That was the hard part, accepting that you didn't get to choose which way you went. Except of course he had chosen. Don't keep us in suspense, he said. Did you find the keys? Elliot nodded. We found some of them. It was always either a fight or a riddle, one or the other. One was a huge beast like a giant spiny lobster. It had the key inside its heart. Then there was a beach that was all made of keys, millions of them, and we had to go through them till we found the right one. There was probably a trick to that one, but no one could think what it was, so we brute-forced it instead, took shifts, trying keys on the key ring, round the clock. After a couple of weeks we got a fit. Now I'm sorry if I'm a bit direct about this, but you have to remember, we've been at this for a full year, week in and week out, and frankly all this questing is wearing pretty thin. So here it is, we have 5 of the 7 keys. 1 the dwarves gave us, and 4 we found. Do you have one? The one from After Island? No, Quentin said. Julia and I left it behind when we went through the door. Didn't somebody take it? Quentin looked at Bingle, then at Benedict. Neither one of them met his eye. No? But we don't have it either. Damn, Elliot said. That's what I was afraid of. But what happened? It can't just have disappeared. It must still be on After Island. It's not, Benedict said. We looked everywhere. Well, we'll just have to keep looking. Elliot sighed and raised his glass to be refilled. So it looks like you're going to see some adventuring after all. Chapter 18. The house in Bedstui was Julia's first safe house, and it was the end of Stanford. She was never going to college now. It was her parents' hearts broken for the second and final time. It was too terrible to think about, so she dealt with it by not thinking about it. She could have said no, of course. She could have finished dialing the number of the car service, and turned her back on the man with the pork pie hat, and waited till the Blacktown car came, and gotten in and repeated her home address to the Guatemalan Highlander behind the wheel until he finally understood and whisked her away from it all. Or she couldn't have, but she wished she could. She wished it then, and she would ruish it many times in the years to come. But she couldn't walk away, because the dream of magic, wasn't dead. She tried to kill it, to beat the life out of it with work and drugs and therapy and family and the free traders, but she couldn't. It was stronger than she was. The oldish young man who was working the door of the Bedstui safe house that night was named Jared. He was about 30, not tall, with a bright smile and heavy black stubble and heavy black glasses. He'd been working on a doctorate in linguistics at NYU for the past 9 years. Nights and weekends, he worked magic. They weren't all like that, nerdy, academic, what you'd think. It was a surprisingly heterogeneous crowd. There was a 12-year-old prodigy from the neighborhood, and a 65-year-old widow who drove down from Westchester County in a BMW SUV on weekends. In all there was a rotating cast of about 25, physicists and receptionists and pipe fitters and musicians and undergrads and hedge fund guys and barely functional, socially marginal nutjobs. And now there was Julia. Some of them came in once a month to work on spells, and some of them showed up at 6 in the morning every morning and stayed till 10 at night, or slept there, though house rules kept that to a minimum. Some of them were high-functioning in their daily lives, had careers and families and no obvious signs of eccentricity or physical debilitation. But doing magic alongside all that other stuff was a tricky balancing act, and when you lost it and fell you hit the floor hard. Even if you got up again, you got up limping. And everybody fell sooner or later. See, when you had magic in your life, it turned out, when you lived the double life of a secret underground magician, you paid a certain price, which was that your secret other life pulled at you always. Your magician self, that loopy doppelganger, was always with you, tugging at your sleeve, whispering silently that your real life was a fake life, a crude and undignified and inauthentic charade that nobody was really buying anyway. Your real self, the one that mattered, was the other one, the one waving her hands around and chanting in a dead Slavic dialect on the busted-ass couch in the lime green clapboard house on Throop Avenue. Julia kept her job, but she was at the house most nights and all day on weekends. The lust was back, and this time it looked like she could slake it. She had the scent, and she was going to make the kill. She went quiet on FTB. The free traders could wait. They were used to members dropping off the grid unexpectedly for months or years at a time. In the chronic mood disorder community, that was well within normal operating parameters. As for her parents, Julia cut herself off. She knew what she was doing, and she knew how hard it would be for them, watching her fall back into the obsession and get skinny again and stop bathing and all the rest of it, and she did it anyway. She felt like she had no choice. It was an addiction. Thinking about the consequences for her family, really thinking about them, would have annihilated her with remorse. So she didn't. The first morning she caught herself absent-mindedly, almost sensuously, running a thumbnail along her arm at the breakfast table, leaving a red line behind, or rather when she caught her mother catching her doing it, no words were spoken. But she saw part of her mother die that morning. And Julia did not take heroic measures to resuscitate her. Julia could have died that morning too, she knew. She almost did. But you let a drowning woman cling to you, she'll drag you down with her, and what's the point of that? That's what she told herself, anyway. You have to look her in the eye and pry her fingers off your arm and watch her sink down into the airless green depths and perish there. It's either that or you'll both die. What's the point? Her sister knew that. You could see the disappointment in her quick brown foxy eyes, then you could see it change and harden into something clear and smooth and protective. She was young enough, she could still swerve around the wreck and keep moving. She let Julia go, her sister with her black secrets. Smart kid. She had made a sensible deal. Julia made one too. And what did Julia get for her deal? When you put your family and your heart and your life and your future up on the block, how much does that net you? What do you walk away with in return? Show her what she's won, Bob. A lot, it turns out. A motherfucking load of arcane lore is what it gets you, for starters. That first day they tested her. From the second you got in the door, Jared actually started up the stopwatch widget on his iPhone as she crossed the threshold. You had 15 minutes to learn and execute the flash spell that Quentin punted at the Winston safe house, or you had to leave, and you couldn't come back for a month. They called it, boringly, the first flash. You could try again at another safe house. Of course, they didn't share information, but there were only 2 in New York City, so if you wanted to get your magic on in the 5 boroughs you had to go big or go home. Tired as she was, Julia did it in 8 minutes flat. If she'd had any muscle tone left over from her rainbow witch phase, she wouldn't even have needed that long. As it turned out, they didn't know the rainbow spell, so she printed out the scan she'd downloaded from the internet that one time, it was already 2 years ago now, and brought it in. Jared the linguist, with great pomp and ceremony, encased it in a transparent plastic sleeve, punched the sleeve with a 3-hole punch, and added it to a tatty duct tape 3-ring binder in which they kept the club's spell list. A 3-ring binder, that's what they had by way of a spellbook. And they called it the Spellbinder. That should have tipped Julia off. Still, it increased 20-fold the sum of Julia's information about magic, and that was a joy beyond measuring. Under Jared's tutelage, or whoever the senior magician in the house on any given day happened to be, she worked her way through the book. She learned how to stick things together with magic. She learned how to light a fire at a distance. She learned a spell to guess a coin flip, and to keep a nail from rusting, and to take a magnetic charge off a magnet. They competed with each other to see how many everyday tasks they could do with magic, opening jars, tying their shoes, buttoning buttons. It was a bit random, and it was a bit small potatoes, but it was a start. Nail by nail, magnet by magnet, she began to force the world to conform to her specifications. Magic, it was what happened when the mind met the world, and the mind won for a change. There was another binder, of hand exercises, much battered from having been thrown across the room in frustration, and she started work on them too. Soon she had the book memorized, and she did the exercises all the time, in the shower, under the table at mealtimes, under her desk at work, at night as she lay in bed. And she got serious about her languages. Magic wasn't just a math thing, it turned out. As she learned spells, she gained levels. Yes, levels, that's what they called them. The lameness of the level system, borrowed wholesale from Dungeons and Dragons, which must have borrowed it from Freemasonry, she supposed, was not deniable, but it did keep things orderly, and it kept the hierarchies clearly defined, which Julia liked more and more the higher she rose in them. She began the tattoos on her back. She took care to leave a lot of room, because she was learning fast. It took her a month to realize that she was learning faster than the other regulars at the safe house, and another 3 months to realize just how much faster. By that point she had 7 stars, which was as many as Jared had, and he'd been at it for 3 years. Probably at Breakbills she would have been just another apprentice, but she wasn't at Breakbills, was she? She was here, and here she stood out. The others just didn't seem to have any flair for the theoretical side of magic. They learned their spells by rote, but they weren't interested in the basic patterns that underlay them. Only a few of them went into the deeper linguistic work, the grammars and the root systems. They preferred to just memorize the syllables and gestures and forget the rest. They were wrong. It sapped the power of their casting, and it meant that every time they started a new spell they were starting over from scratch. They didn't see the connections between them. And you could forget about doing any original work, which Julia was already looking forward to. Along with Jared she started an ancient languages working group. They only got 4 other members, and most of those were there because Julia was hot. She kicked them out one by one when they didn't keep up with the homework. As for the hand exercises, she worked doubly hard at those, because she knew she wasn't naturally gifted at them. Nobody kept up with her on the hand exercises, not even Jared. They didn't have her taste for pain. Much as she hated Breakbills, with a red glowing hatred that she kept carefully burning in some inner brazier, blowing on it if it ever sank too low, she could see why they kept things exclusive there. A lot of riffraff came through the Throop Avenue safe house. Julia had always had a nasty competitive streak. In the past she'd done her best to keep it under wraps. Now she reversed that policy. With no one to check her, she nurtured it and let it flower. As Breakbills had humiliated her, so she would humiliate anybody who couldn't keep up with her. Hey, magic's not a popularity contest. Throop Avenue would be her own private Breakbills. Any visitor who came to the Throop Avenue safe house rocking a level equal to or less than Julia's had better come to play. Any bullshit you were walking around with, you would be called on. It didn't matter if you were black or white or tired or sick or 12. It was amazing, truly incredible, how many magicians were faking their way through this shit. It made Julia furious. Who issued these people their stars? You gave some of these other safe houses a little push and they fell over like houses of cards. It was dispiriting, is what it was. She'd finally found a magic school, of sorts, to call her very own, and it was barfing out a bunch of fakers and cheats. On the strength of Julia's bedside manner, the Throop Avenue safe house began to get a bit of a reputation. They didn't get quite so many drop-ins anymore, and some of the drop-ins they did get got ugly. As in physical. Bullshitters don't like being called on their bullshit, and there was a considerable Venn diagram overlap between people who were into magic and people who were into martial arts. But I'm sorry, where did you think you were, motherfucker? Connecticut? You're in a magic safe house in Bed-Stuy, borough of Brooklyn. There was a considerable Venn diagram overlap between people who lived in Bed-Stuy and people who had motherfucking guns. Fool. Welcome to New York City. Still, even with Julia's crusade for magical rigor bringing up the general tone of things, there was a problem at the Bed-Stuy safe house, and that was its 3-ring binder. The spellbinder. Every once in a while a visitor would drop by who meant business, and they'd know a spell that wasn't in the book, and if that was the case, and if the book contained a spell that they didn't know, a swap might be arranged, and the book would grow. But such transactions were frustratingly infrequent. Julia needed to grow faster than that. It didn't make sense. Where did these spells come from in the first place? What was the source? Nobody knew. Turnover was high at safe houses, and institutional memory was short. But more and more Julia suspected that somebody out there was operating on a much higher level than she was, and she wanted to know who, and where, and how, and now. So Julia turned it around. She became a visitor. She'd hung on to the Civic from her Chesterton days, and she quit her job troubleshooting networks and started putting miles on it, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Jared riding shotgun. Safe houses weren't easy to find, they hid their locations from the wider world, but also from one another, because safe houses had been known to go to war, and that usually resulted in mutual annihilation. But sometimes you could coax an address out of a friendly visitor. She'd gotten good at coaxing. If all else failed, she had the power of the bathroom handjob, and she wielded it with an iron fist. And some safe houses were bigger than others, and some were big enough and safe enough that they'd allowed themselves to get a little famous, at least within the scene, on the strength of their belief that they were big enough that nobody could fuck with them. The binder she was handed in an old repurposed bank building in Buffalo was so thick it made her fall on her knees and weep. She stayed there for a week, uploading magical knowledge into her starving brain by the terabyte. All that summer she roamed north into Canada, west as far as Chicago, south to Tennessee and Louisiana and all the way down to Key West, a backbreaking, clutch-grinding, vinyl-sticky trip that yielded a face-bombingly disappointing 12-page spellbook and a cat-infested bungalow next door to the Hemingway home. It was Julia's wandering period. She crashed on spare beds and in motels and in the Civic. When the Civic quit on her, she got into not wiring cars off the street. She met a lot of people, and some people who weren't people. The more rural houses occasionally played host to minor demons and lesser fairies and local geospecific nature spirits and elementals who lent street cred to the establishment in return for God knows what in the way of goods and services. She didn't ask. There was a certain romance to these beings. They seemed to embody the very promise of magic, which was to deliver unto her a world greater than the one into which she had been born. The moment when you walk into a room, and the guy playing pool has a pair of red leather wings sticking out of his back, and the chick smoking on the balcony has eyes of liquid golden fire, at that moment you think you'll never be sad or bored or lonely again. But Julia got to the bottom of those beings pretty fast, and once she got there she often found someone who was just as desperate and confused as she was. That was how Julia got mixed up with Warren, and that was the lesson she learned. At any rate her back was filling up with 7 pointed stars. She had to put the big 50 spot on her neck to save space. It was unconventional, but conventions were there to make it easy on the fakers and cheats. You had to bend conventions to make room for somebody like Julia. But Julia was running out of steam. She was a freight train of magical pedagogy, but that train ran on information, new data, and fuel was growing scarce, and what there wasn't of the best quality. The potatoes were too small. Every time she walked into a new safe house she did so with her hopes high, but her hopes were dashed more and more often. It went like this: she pushed open the door, accepted the ogling gazes of the local males, showed off her stars, intimidated the ranking officer into showing her the binder, which she leafed through listlessly, expecting to find and finding nothing she didn't already know, whereupon she dropped the binder on the floor and walked out, letting Jared make her apologies for her. This was bad behavior, and she knew it. She did it because she was angry and because she disliked herself. The more she disliked herself, the more she took it out on other people, and the more she took it out on other people the more she disliked herself. There's your proof, Mr. Hofstadter, I am a strange loop. Sure, she could have lit out for the West Coast, or made a run for the Mexican border, but she had a feeling she already knew what she would find there. In the looking-glass world of the great magical underground, perspective appeared to be reversed. The closer you got to things, the smaller they looked. Objects in mirror were farther away than they appeared. Put another way, how many coin flips could one girl predict? How many nails could she protect from rust? The world was not in urgent need of more demagnetized magnets. This was magic, but it was chicken shit magic. She had tuned into the choir invisible, and it was singing game show jingles. She'd put her entire life down as a deposit on this stuff, and it was starting to look like she'd been taken. After all she'd been through, all she'd sacrificed, that was more than she could stand. She wondered for a while if Jared could be holding out on her, if he knew something she didn't, but she was pretty sure that wasn't the case. Just to make sure she deployed the nuclear option. Nope. Zero. Oh, well. To be absolutely honest, she'd deployed the nuclear option a few times on her travels, and she was starting to feel a bit like a nuclear wasteland herself, irradiated and toxic. She didn't like to think about it. She didn't even name it to herself. Nuclear was the code word, and she kept those memories encoded, never to be decrypted. She'd done what she had to do, that was the end of it. She no longer even fantasized about real love. She couldn't imagine it anymore, her and it being in the same world. She'd given it up for magic. But nuclear winter was coming, and magic wasn't keeping her warm. It was getting cold, tainted snow was falling, and the earth was getting thirsty again, thirsty for bomb. The black dog was hunting. Julia was feeling it again, the blackness. Or really blackness would have been a relief, blackness would have been a field trip compared with where she was headed, which was despair. That stuff had no color. She wished it were made of blackness, velvety soft blackness, that she could curl up and fall asleep in, but it was so much worse than that. Think of it as the difference between zero and the empty set, the set that contains nothing, not even zero. These but the trappings and the suits of woe. All these seem to laugh / compared with me, who am their epitaph. December came, and the days shortened. Snow quietened the traffic on Throop Avenue. And then one day, St. Lucy's Day as it should happen, the day of the dawn poem, it all went down. And when it did, it went down Western style. A stranger came to town. She had a nice look about her, the stranger, an Ivy League look. 29 maybe, dark suit, dark hair pulled back and secured with crossed chopsticks. A round face, baby fat, nerd glasses, but hard. There might once have been a time when she was pushed around, but that time was long past. As per Throop Avenue protocol, as soon as she was in the door the big gun stepped to her, the big gun being Julia. Well. Ivy League took off her jacket and unbuttoned her cuffs. Both arms were sleeved in stars up to the shoulders. She spread them wide, in the manner of our Savior, to show a 100 spot on the inside of each wrist. The room got very quiet. Julia showed Ivy League her stars. Then Ivy League made her prove it. This had never happened to Julia before, but she knew the drill. She would have to walk through every spell she knew, every test she'd ever passed, to satisfy Ivy that she had earned her stars. Step by step, level by level, coins, nails, fires, magnets, the whole utility belt, from level 1 to level 77, which was as far as Julia had gotten. It took 4 hours, while the sun set and the short timers and day students went home. Of course Julia lived for this shit. She only flubbed a couple, in the mid-50s, but the bylaws allowed her a few retakes, and she got through it, shaking but still fierce. Whereupon Ivy League nodded coldly, rolled down her sleeves, put her jacket back on, and left. It took all of Julia's pride not to run after her, shouting, "Take me with you, mysterious stranger." She knew who that must have been. That was one of the others, the people who had a line on real magic, the pure shit. Ivy League had been to the source, where the spells came from. Julia had known they were out there just by the way they perturbed the universe, like a black planet, and she'd been right. Finally they'd shown themselves to her. They'd tested her. And just as Breakbills had, they'd found her wanting. There must be a flaw in her, one that she couldn't see, but obvious to those who looked for it. It wasn't till she got home that she found the card in her pocket. It was blank, but a complex unlocking enchantment revealed a message printed on it in Old Church Slavonic: "Burn this." She burned it in an ashtray, using not a simple conflagration spell but rather the 43rd level one, which did basically the same thing but did it in 14th position and in Old Church Slavonic. The flame flashed violet and orange, rhythmically. The flashes were Morse code. The Morse code spelled out a pair of GPS coordinates, which turned out to correspond to a microscopic hamlet in the south of France. The hamlet was called Merce. It was all very free trader Beowulf. At last, Julia had been called. The fat envelope had arrived. This time she was really going. She had put down her bet a long time ago, and finally, it was showing signs of paying off. How to explain all this to her parents, who you would have thought would have been way past caring? She was 22 now, how many times were these people going to make her break their hearts? But as much as she dreaded the conversation, it went better than she expected. She had a lot from her parents, but one thing she couldn't hide from them was that she actually felt hopeful for once. She believed that she had a shot at happiness now, and she was taking it. It seemed like it was years since she'd felt that way. Her parents understood that somehow, and they weren't upset. They were happy for her. They let her go. Speaking of letting people go, she dumped Olish Jared, the not-so-cunning linguist, on his pale and bony ass. "Call me when you've finished that dissertation, pork pie." One fine day in April Julia boarded a plane, bringing with her none of her worldly possessions, and flew to Marseille, on the lurid blue Mediterranean Sea. She felt so light and free, she could have flown there under her own power. She rented a Peugeot that she would never return and drove north for an hour, negotiating a typically French rendezvous every 100 meters, turned right at Cavallon, and got lost 80 times near Gourds, a spectacular village perch that clung vertiginously to the side of the Luberon Valley as if it had been plastered there with a trowel. She rolled into sleepy, tiny Merce at 3 in the afternoon, in the heart of photogenic Provence. And lo and behold, it was a little gem, a largely untouristed clump of old houses built from strangely light-emitting bleached brown southern French stone. It had one church and one castle and one hotel. The streets were medieval and paint-scrapingly narrow. Julia stopped the car in the town square and took in the heartbreaking World War I memorial. Half of the dead had the same last name. The GPS coordinates were 10 minutes outside of town. They corresponded to a handsome farmhouse afloat all by itself in a sea of hay and lavender fields. It had sky-blue shutters and a white gravel driveway in which she parked her scraped-up Peugeot. A clean-cut man only a little older than Julia answered the door. He was handsome. You got the impression that he hadn't always been clean-cut, that he'd lost a lot of weight at some point in his life. It had left behind some interesting lines on his face. "Hello, Circe," he said. "I'm Pouncy Silver Kitten. Welcome home." Chapter 19. Standing at the bow with Elliot the next morning, two kings of Fiery plowing eastward into the unknown, into the rising sun, never knowing what god or fate or magic was going to send rearing up at them over the horizon next. This was much more like it. This was the stuff. At first it had been hard to admit it, to change gears, again, and just go with it, but then suddenly it wasn't. Not with the morning sun on his face, and the muntjac surging and galloping along under him. He'd missed a lot here, but he wasn't going to miss anything more. Earth was the dream, not theory, and it was going to that part of his brain where dreams went, the kind of anxiety-ridden, fiendishly detailed dreams that felt like they lasted for years, through endless meaningless plot twists, which delivered you ultimately to a fate not even of death but merely of permanent embarrassment. Theory had taken him back. Welcome to the quest for the 7 keys. Your adventure is already in progress. Bingle was atop the forecastle as usual, just like back in the day, but now he was sparring vigorously with another swordsman. It was Benedict, stripped to the waist, lean and brown, grimacing as he gave ground and then, unbelievably, beating Bingle back and pressing his advantage. The whole time he kept his wrist on his hip, swashbuckler style. The air rang with the loud scraping of steel on steel, like the gnashing of a huge pair of scissors. Their swords locked. Stalemate. They broke apart, clapping each other on the shoulder and laughing, about some point of technical swordsmanship. It was like watching an alternate timeline version of himself, a timeline in which he'd stayed in theory and learned to hold his sword at full extension for more than 2 minutes. Quentin caught Benedict's eye, and Benedict saluted him, smiling with those bright white teeth. Quentin saluted back. They squared off again. Bingle had found his disciple. Those guys are amazing. He hadn't heard Poppy come up beside him. She was watching the action too. Can you do that? She asked. Are you kidding? Poppy shook her head. She was not kidding. I wish I could. The one on the right, the older guy? He's the best swordsman in theory. We had a contest. It all still looks like a movie to me. I can't believe it's all real. Wow. Bingle did one of his signature gymnastic tumbling passes. Oh my god. I thought he was going over the side. I know. I was going to take lessons with him. That sounds exciting. What happened? I accidentally went back to the real world. Then a year went by here in 3 days. Well, I can see now why you wanted to come back. It's beautiful here. I'm sorry, I thought it was funny before. I was wrong. Quentin had expected Poppy to be miserable on board the Muntjac. After all, she'd effectively been abducted from everything she knew and cared about and brought here. It was an outrage to every principle she lived by. And all that was true, and she'd spent a day being outraged about it. Well, half a day. Poppy had spent yesterday afternoon sulking, then she showed up at breakfast this morning with a brand new can-do attitude. She just wasn't temperamentally suited to long-haul sulking. Sure, alright, she'd been accidentally transported to a magical world that until recently she had understood to be fictional. The situation wasn't ideal. But it was what she had to work with, so she would work with it. She was a tough one, Poppy. I talked to the other one at dinner last night, she said. The kid. Benedict. He's a big fan of yours. Benedict? Really? Did you see how he lit up when he saw you watching him just now? Look at him, he's killing himself to impress you. You're a father figure for him. Quentin hadn't seen. How was Poppy here for 1 day and she'd seen all that? To be honest, I always thought he hated me. He's gutted he didn't get to go to Earth with you. You must be joking. And miss out on all the adventures here? Now Poppy directed her guileless blue gaze at him instead of the sword fight. What makes you think what happened to you on Earth wasn't an adventure? Quentin started to answer, and stopped with his mouth open. Because it turned out he had nothing to say. It was 5 more days before they sighted land. They were having breakfast al fresco on deck, Quentin, Elliot, Josh, and Poppy. It was a practice Elliot had instituted. The crew set up a table on the poop deck, with a blinding white tablecloth clipped on to keep it from blowing away. He kept this up in a surprising range of meteorological conditions. Once Quentin saw him up there alone in a squall, munching on marmalade toast that was obviously soaked through with salt spray. It was a matter of principle with him. But today it was nice out. The weather was almost tropical again. Sunlight flashed off the silverware, and the sky was a perfect blue dome. Though the food itself was getting pretty grim, the kind of unspoilable stuff that came out of deep storage late in an ocean voyage, hard biscuits and meat so salty it was more salt than meat. The only thing that was still good was the jam. Quentin used a lot of it. So is this how it works? He said. The questing? We just keep sailing east till we hit something, dot. Unless you have a better idea, Elliot said. No. Just remind me why we think it's going to work? Because that's how quests always work, Elliot said. I don't pretend to understand the mechanics of it, but the lesson seems to be that you just can't force the issue with a whole lot of detective work. It's a waste of energy. The ones who go around knocking on doors and looking for clues never find the thing, the grail or whatever it is. It's more a matter of having the right attitude. What attitude is that? Elliot shrugged. I haven't got a clue. I guess we're supposed to have faith. I never really took you for the faith-having kind, Quentin said. I didn't either. But it's worked out so far. We've got 5 of the 7 keys. You can't argue with results. You can't, Quentin said, but that's actually not the same thing as having faith. Why do you always try to ruin everything? I'm not ruining it. I just want to understand it. If you had faith, you wouldn't have to understand. And why exactly are you looking for these keys? Poppy asked brightly. Or I guess, why are we looking for them? Yeah, why are we? Josh said. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're cool and all. They sound cool. Can I see them? We don't really know why, Elliot said. The unique beasts wanted us to find them. But find them and do what with them? Poppy said. I suppose once we have them all they'll tell us. Or perhaps we'll know when we have them. Or perhaps we'll never know. They might just take the keys and pat us on the behind and send us on our way. I don't know. I've never done a quest before. So, the journey is the arrival, kind of thing? Josh said. I hate that stuff. I'm an old-fashioned arrival is the arrival kind of guy. For what it's worth, they told me the realm was in peril, Elliot said. So there is that. But it's not like the Holy Grail was actually useful for anything, I told everybody the Netherlands are jacked, right? Josh said. You think that's part of this? Quentin said. You think they're connected? No. Well, maybe. Josh stroked his chin with his thumb and forefinger. But how? The Netherlands are down. Quentin ticked them off. Jollyby is dead. The realm is supposedly in peril. 7 golden keys. A dragon collecting buttons. If there's a thread running through all that, I'm not seeing it. Maybe he didn't want to see it. That would be a hell of a thread. You'd want to think twice about yanking on it. Someone up in the rigging shouted that he could see an island. The boat's prow scrunched almost soundlessly into the damp white sand. Quentin vaulted over the bow just as it spent the very last of its momentum and landed on his feet on powdery white sand with his boots still dry. He turned back toward the launch, bowed, and received a smattering of applause from its passengers. He grabbed the painter and hauled on it as the others Elliot, Josh, Poppy, Julia, Bingle, Benedict scrambled out on both sides. The air was quiet and still. It felt weird to be standing on solid ground again. Worst away team ever, Josh said, wading up onto land. Not a single red shirt. Pretty, that was the impression the island had made from a distance. Chalk cliffs that parted to reveal a small bay with a tidy beach. A row of single trees stood out against the skyline, so fine and still and green against the blue sky they looked like they'd been carved in jade. Vacation paradise. It was late afternoon, it had taken them most of the day to make landfall. They stood together on the shore in a knot. The sand was as clean as if it had been sifted. Quentin slogged across it and up the first dune to the crest to see what was beyond it. The dune was steep, and just short of the top he flopped down on the slope and peered over the crest. It was like being a kid at the beach. Beyond the dune were more dunes topped with scrub, then a meadow, then a line of trees, then Ember knew what else. So far so good. Pretty. Welp, Quentin said. Let's get questing. But first there were more mundane matters to attend to. Quentin and Poppy and Josh had been in Venice 3 days ago, but this was the first land the men had seen in something like 3 weeks. They piled ashore in 2s and 3s, some of them cannonballed off the muntjac sides into the flat green sea. After a suitable interval for goofing off, Elliot mustered them on the shore and sent them out in teams to find fresh water, gather wood for fires and new spars, set up tents, harvest the local fruit, hunt for local game. We've fallen on our feet, Elliot said, once everybody had a job to do. Don't you think? So far I would rate this an above-average island. It's so beautiful. Poppy said. Do you think anybody lives here? Elliot shook his head. I don't know. We're 2 months sail out from Castle Whitespire. I've never heard of anyone else coming this far. We could be the first human beings ever to set foot here. Think of that, said Quentin. So do you want to? What? You know. Claim it. For Fiery. Oh. Elliot considered. We haven't been doing that. It seems a little imperialist. I'm not sure it's in good taste. But haven't you always wanted to say it? Well, yes, Elliot said. All right. We can always give it back. He raised his voice, using the one he used to call meetings to order back at Castle Whitespire. I, High King Eliot, hereby claim this island for the great and glorious kingdom of Fiery. Henceforth it will be known as, he paused, as New Hawaii. Everybody nodded vaguely. New Hawaii? Quentin said. Really? It's not really tropical, Poppy said. The vegetation's more temperate. What about Farflung Island? Quentin said. Like as one word, Farflung. Relief Island. Poppy was getting into the spirit of it. Whitesand Island. Greengrass Island. Skull Island, Josh said. No wait, Spider Skull Island. Okay, the island to be named later, Eliot said. Come on. Let's find out what's on it before we name it. But by then the sun was low in the sky, so instead they pitched in bringing sticks and dry grass back from the meadow. With 5 trained magicians on hand, starting a fire wasn't a problem. They could have made a fire with just sand. But it wouldn't have smelled as good. The hunting party came back flushed with pride, hauling 2 wild goats on their shoulders, and one of the foragers had spotted a patch of something very closely analogous to carrots growing wild at the edge of the woods, that seemed self-evidently safe to eat. They all sat in circles on the cooling sand, the cold sea air at their backs, the warmth of the fire on their faces, and savored the feeling of being on firm ground again, with enough space to stretch out their arms and legs and not touch anything or anybody. The beach was covered with footprints now, and as the sun got lower the light made monkey puzzle shadow patterns on it. They were very far from home. The setting sun moved behind a cloud, lighting it up from the inside like a pall of smoke, sunlight leaking out around the edges. Strange stars came swarming across the blackening sky. No one wanted to get back on the muntjac, not yet, so when the light was all gone the travelers wrapped themselves up in blankets right there on the sand and fell asleep. The next day everything seemed a little less urgent than it had when they first arrived. Yes, the realm was in peril, but was it in immediate peril? It was hard to imagine a place that felt less imperiled than the island to be named later. There was a touch of Lotus Land about it. And anyway adventure would find them when it was ready, or so the theory ran. You couldn't rush it. You just had to keep the right state of mind. For now they would savor the anticipation and stay well rested. Even Julia wasn't pushing. I was afraid we would not get back, she said. Now I am afraid of what will happen if we go forward. They hiked up to the top of the cliffs on one side of the bay and from there got a good look at More Green Island, with rocky hills heaped up in the interior. Birds roost along the clifftops in bunches, they had dull gray feathers on their backs and wings, but they had a way of turning in the air in unison and suddenly showing you their rose-colored chests all at once. Quentin was going to name them rose-breasted swoopers, or something along those lines, when Poppy pointed out that they already had a name. They were galahs. They had them in Australia too. The cook was a keen fisherman, and he pulled a prodigious number of fat, tiger-striped fish out of the surf, one after the other. In the afternoon Quentin watched Benedict and Bingle fence with foils, they stuck wine corks on the tips for safety. He spent an hour just lying back on his elbows and looking at the waves. They were nothing like the brutally cold, Puritan waves of his East Coast youth, which had sternly discouraged anything so frivolous as surfing or frolicking. These waves came sloping and smoothly, building up heads of boiling cream foam on top, reared up for a moment, mint green and paper thin in the sunlight, then broke in a long line with a sound like fabric tearing. He wiggled his toes in the hot sand and watched the weird moire optical effects that the miniature sand avalanches created. They went to bed that night hardly having explored more than the thin crescent of island they'd already seen. Tomorrow they would strike inland, into the forest and up into the hills. Quentin woke early. The sun wasn't even up yet, though there was a gray blur of pre-dawn to the east. He wondered what happened out there, in the extreme east. The rules were different in Fiery. For all he knew the world was flat, and the sun ran on tracks. Everything was gray, the sand, the trees, the sea. Deep red embers smoldered under the gray ashes of the bonfires. It was warm out. The sleepers on the beach looked as though they had fallen there from a great height. Poppy had kicked off her blanket, she slept with her arms crossed over her chest, like a knight on a tomb. He would have gone back to sleep, but he was dying for a piss. He got up and jogged to the top of the dune and down the other side. It didn't seem quite far enough for hygienic purposes, so he went one farther, and at that point he figured he might as well get as far as the field and pee there. It was undeniably a vulnerable feeling, as he let fly into the tall grass, but the morning was as still as a painting, and they hadn't been completely stupid about it. Anybody who knew the proper reveal spells, meaning almost no one, would have seen a gossamer thin line of magical force, pale blue in color, looped along the edge of the forest like a tripwire. They'd set it up the day before. It wouldn't hurt anybody who walked into it, not permanently, but the magicians would know they were there, and they wouldn't be walking anymore. They'd be lucky if they were conscious. They'd already caught a wild pig that way. Even the insects were hushed. Quentin sneezed, he was mildly allergic to some local plant, and wiped his eyes. On the far side of the meadow something slipped into the forest. It went just as his eye began to track it. It must have been standing there, stock still, watching him while he pissed. He got an impression of something large, the size of a big boar maybe. Quentin fastened his trousers' zippers were foreign to Fiery, and so far impossible to reverse engineer, you just couldn't explain them to the dwarves, and walked across the meadow to where the animal had been. Standing just on the near side of the blue line, he peered in among the trees. They were thick enough that it was still full night in the forest. Still, he caught the faintest shadow of a pair of heavy animal haunches receding into it. Is this it? Is it starting? Carefully, like he was stepping over an electric fence, he put one leg over the invisible blue line, then the other, and walked into the forest. He was pretty sure he knew who he was chasing even before he was fully in view. "Hey, Ember," he called. "Ember! Wait up!" The god looked at him impassively over his shoulder, then continued to trot. "Oh, come on." The ram god had not been seen in Fiery since the Breakbills took the thrones, or not as far as Quentin knew. He looked fully recovered from the beating he'd taken from Martin Chatwin. Even his hind leg, which had been crippled the last time Quentin saw him, was restored and could take his weight without a limp. Quentin had complicated feelings about Ember. He wasn't like Ember was in the books. Quentin was still angry that he hadn't been able to save them, to save Alice, in the fight against Martin. He supposed it wasn't Ember's fault, but still. What kind of a god wasn't at the top of the food chain in his own world? The big woolly kind with horns, apparently. Quentin didn't have any particular beef with Ember, he just didn't want to bow down to him the way he always seemed to expect people to do. If Ember was so great he should have saved Alice, and if he wasn't that great, Quentin wasn't bowing. QED. Still, if Ember was here, it meant they were on the right track. Things were going to get very real soon, or at least very Fillorian. He just didn't know which Fiery it was going to be, the beautiful, magical Fiery or the dark, frightening one. Either way, this would be a good moment for a shipment of divine wisdom to arrive. Guidance from on high. A pillar of fire, a tree of smoke. Ember led Quentin uphill, into the interior of the island. Quentin was starting to get winded. After 5 minutes, Ember finally slowed down enough to let him catch up. By that time they were halfway up a hill, and the sun had at last pushed a hot pink sliver of itself up over the horizon. They were high enough that Quentin could look out across the forest canopy. "Thanks," Quentin said, taking big heaving breaths. "Jesus." He leaned on Ember's flank for a second before wondering if maybe that was too familiar, mortal to God. "Hi, Ember. How's it going?" "Hello, my child." That resonant bass voice instantly sent Quentin right back to the cavern under Ember's tomb. He hadn't heard it since then, and his guts clenched. That was not a place he wanted to go back to. He would keep the tone light. "Fancy meeting you here. We do not meet by chance. Nothing happens by chance. That was Ember for you. No small talk." The ram began to climb again. Quentin wondered if he knew that behind his back Quentin and the others called him Rambo. And, less kindly, Member. "No, I guess not," Quentin said, though he wasn't actually sure that he agreed. "So, how did you get all the way out here?" "Fiery is my realm, child. I am everywhere, and therefore anywhere." "I see that. But couldn't you have just magicked us here, instead of making us sail all this way?" "I could have. I did not. Forget it." Quentin could look back now and see the muntjac at anchor, neat and perfect. You could have put it in a bottle. He could even see the camp on the beach, the bonfires and blankets. But there was no time to admire the view. The ram was taking the rocky slopes of the hill at speed. Which was fine for him, he was built for it. He was a ram. Quentin panted and eyed the fluffy pale gold wool on his broad back and wondered if Ember would let him ride on him. Probably not. "You know," Quentin went on, "while I've got you, I've been wondering about these 7 keys. If you're basically omnipresent, and probably omniscient too, why don't you go around and just collect the keys yourself? If they're so important to the realm? I mean, you could probably do it in half an hour, tops. There is deeper magic at work here, my child. Even the gods must bow to it. That is the way." "Oh, right. The deeper magic. I forgot about that, Adot." The deeper magic always seemed to come up when Ember didn't feel like doing something, or needed to close a plot hole. "I do not think you understand, my child. There are things that a man must do, that a god may not. He who completes a quest does not merely find something. He becomes something. Quentin stopped, blowing, hands on hips. The horizon to the east was a solid band of orange now. The stars were going out. What's that? What does he become? A hero, Quentin. The ram kept going, and he followed. Fiery has need of gods, and kings, and queens, and those it has. But it has need of a hero too. And it has need of the 7 keys. Fiery doesn't ask for much, does it? Fiery asks for everything. With a lumbering lunge, awkward but powerful, Ember surged ahead and surmounted a rocky dome that turned out to be the top of the hill. From there he turned his head and looked down at Quentin with his strange, peanut-shaped eyes. Supposedly sheep evolved that way so they could see wolves coming out of the corners of their eyes. Better peripheral vision. But the effect was disconcerting. That's a big ask. Fiery asks for what it needs. Do you, Quentin? What do you need? What do you ask for? The question stopped him. He was used to scolding and pseudo-Socratic interrogation from Ember, but here was a rare gem, a good question. What did he want? He'd wanted to get back to Fiery, and he'd done that. He thought he'd wanted to go back to Castle Whitespire, but now he wasn't so sure. The terror of almost losing Fiery had been extreme, but he'd found his way back. Now he wanted to find the keys. He wanted to finish the quest. He wanted his life to be exciting and important and to mean something. And he wanted to make Julia better. He felt like he would do anything to help Julia, if he only knew what to do. I guess it's like what you said, Quentin said. I want to be a hero. Ember turned away again and faced the rising sun. Then you will have your chance, he said. Quentin scrambled up onto the rocky summit and watched the dawn alongside him. He was going to ask Ember about it, about the sun, and what it was, and what happened out there at the rim of the world, or whether Fiery even had a rim. But when he turned to ask him, he was alone on top of the hill. Ember was gone. Just when things were getting interesting. He turned slowly, in a full circle, but there was no sign of him. Vanished without a trace. Oh, well. Now that he was gone, Quentin almost missed him. There was something special about being in the divine presence, even when the divinity was Ember. He stretched, standing at the top of the island, and then jumped carefully down from the rocks and began trotting back down the hill to the beach. He couldn't wait to tell the others what had happened, though the whole thing already felt like a dream, an early morning, half-awake dream tangled up with sheets and pillows and dawnlight through closed curtains, the kind you only remembered by chance hours later, for a few seconds, when you were going to sleep again at the end of the day. He wondered if anyone else was up yet. Maybe he could still go back to bed. He should have noticed that something had changed, but he'd been distracted on the way up. He'd been practically running, and plus he'd been talking to a god. And he'd never been an especially assiduous observer of flora and fauna. He wouldn't have noticed a spectacular beech tree or an unusual elm because he didn't know what the difference between them was, if any. Still, after a few minutes he began to wonder if he was coming down a different way than he'd come up, because it all seemed a little rockier than he remembered. The ratio of rocks to plants and dirt to grass wasn't quite what it had been. He didn't let it worry him too much, because if it worried him too much he would have to climb back up the hill and find a new way down, and that was the kind of thing he wanted to avoid. And besides, he was keeping the rising sun on his right hand, and that's how navigation works, right? If things really went wrong he could go all the way down to the beach and cut along the coast. No way he could miss the camp that way. He still had hopes of getting back to the beach in time for breakfast. One thing he couldn't ignore, though, although he tried to for as long as he could, was that the shadows of things weren't getting shorter anymore, in the usual manner of shadows cast by a rising sun. They were getting longer. Which would have meant that the orange-red stew boiling at the edge of the sky was somehow no longer a sunrise, but a sunset instead. And it would mean he was on the wrong side of the island. But that was impossible. The strangest thing was that he didn't even realize that somebody had hit him with a sword till after it had happened. All he knew at first was that suddenly he'd lost his balance, and his left arm was numb. "Shit," he said. He staggered and caught himself with his good right hand on the cold turf. There was a man behind him, a large young man with a round pale face and a goatee. The two of them were stuck together somehow. They were connected by a short broad-bladed sword that was stuck in Quentin's collarbone, and the man was trying to wrench it out. What had saved him was this: half of Quentin's collarbone was made of hardwood, put there by the centaurs to replace what Martin Chatwin had bitten out of him. The man with the sword, not knowing this, had unluckily chosen that side when he attempted to cut Quentin in half from behind. "Son of a bitch," Quentin said. He didn't mean the man specifically, he didn't know who he meant. If he'd been thinking clearly, Quentin might have actually tried to win the tug-of-war over the sword, but in the moment he just wanted it out of him, badly. They both did, their interests were temporarily aligned. In a state of almost disembodied fear, Quentin reached up and gripped it with the opposite side hand. It cut his palm. The man planted a booted foot on Quentin's back and yanked the sword out with a grunt. They faced each other, both panting. The quietness of it was weird. Real fights happened without a soundtrack. The man was lightly armored, wearing some kind of blue livery, and not even as old as Quentin. It felt strangely personal, there, alone in a clearing on a silent island, in low-angle morning, evening, light. Quentin felt the newness of the man intensely. For an endless second they stared at each other while Quentin, like everyone else who has ever faced a blade unarmed, made little feinting motions in either direction, as if he were a defender and the man with the sword was going to try to cut past him to the basket. Just in case he lost that matchup, Quentin whispered the opening words to a spell, a Persian fainting charm. He could do it with one hand, which was lucky because he still couldn't feel his left. Rudely, the man didn't wait for him to finish. He advanced, cutting off Quentin's angles, then lunged appallingly fast, stabbing this time rather than chopping. Quentin twisted desperately to his right and away, but not quite far enough because the sword cut into him. It was incredible that he hadn't made it. In his mind he was so absolutely sure he would make it, but instead the metal went right into his right side, through his clothes and into his body. He'd twisted so far around that it went in from behind. At first the sensation was just strange, this hard, awkward presence taking up space where usually his body was, grinding against his ribs. Then it felt warm, almost pleasantly warm, then almost immediately hot, searing hot, as if the sword wasn't just sharp but glowing white from a forge. "Aw," Quentin said under his breath, and he sucked air through his clenched teeth, exactly as if he'd cut himself chopping an onion. The man was obviously a soldier, but Quentin had never really thought about what that meant. He was a professional killer, efficient and businesslike. He had none of Bingle's elegance. He was like a baker, except instead of making bread he made corpses, and he wanted to make Quentin into one. He wasn't even breathing hard. He jerked the sword out so he could go in again, right away, this time aiming for something more vital. Time to make the donuts. Quentin couldn't think. "Isaac!" he shouted. He snapped his fingers. It was just what came to him. It had been nagging at the back of his mind ever since the safe house. He'd gotten it right this time. Light flared between them and the clearing. Startled, the man fell back a step. He must have thought Quentin had hurt him somehow. It didn't take him long to figure out that he was all right, but it didn't take Quentin long to blurt out the Persian fainting charm either. The man dropped his sword and fell forward onto the thin grass. Quentin stood there panting and holding his side. Blood soaked his shirt. That was too close. Too close. He almost died. The pain was amazing, like a pulsing flare hanging there in the softening early evening, an evening star. Not looking, he couldn't have said with absolute confidence if the pain was even located inside his body. When it couldn't get any worse, he threw up. Sour fish from last night's dinner. Then it got even worse than that. Gingerly he took off his shirt, detaching it in one go from the wounded place, and ripped off one of the sleeves. He folded the sleeve into a pad and pressed it against the wound, then tried as best he could to tie the rest of the shirt around him to hold it in place. When it was done he spent a minute just gritting his teeth and trying not to pass out. His heart was fluttering in his chest like a trapped sparrow. He kept repeating the phrase damage control under his breath. It helped for some reason. When he could inspect it again he saw that the wound was bleeding but not pumping blood. There seemed to be a sharp limit to how deep a breath he could take without his vision going gray with pain. He tried to think what was in there. From the pain when he moved the sword must have cut muscle, but it couldn't have reached his lung. Could it? What the hell else was over there? Probably it had just gone into the flank meat. Adrenaline was flooding his system, dimming the pulsing flare of pain, pulling oxygen away from it. It was there, but he started to be able to bear it. As he did he realized what was happening. It dawned on him with a terrible, fiery power. He was having an adventure. A real one this time. That's what the pain was. He looked at his hands. He could feel his left one again. He made fists with both of them. There was a chunky notch in his wooden collarbone, but no deep structural damage. The kind of thing you'd fill in with Bondo. He shook his head. It seemed clear. Or clearish. He looked at the man snoring face down on the stubby island grass. He picked up his sword and began walking in the direction the man had come from. The castle was a small three-part affair, a stodgy boxy keep with two outlying watchtowers, all built out of grey stone, with enormous trees growing around them. The whole layout was visible from where he stood on the rocky hillside. It was built on a grassy knob of land at the foot of the hills that Quentin could now see dominated one coast of the island, screening the castle from other angles of view. No wonder he and the others had missed it. Quentin crept from rock to rock, keeping out of sight of whoever might be monitoring the hillside, zigzagging downhill toward the castle. He didn't meet any more soldiers. Maybe it had just been bad luck. Not wanting to push it, he picked his way down a rocky defile to the edge of the sea. He would approach by creeping along the shore. A narrow crust of rocky beach ran along it, barely enough to keep his feet dry. The sea lapped at it excitedly with dark, rapid wavelets. Quentin wasn't even thinking about what he was doing. If he had to explain it to anybody, that he was preparing a one-man die-hard magical assault on a castle, it would have been difficult to justify. He might have said that he was performing vital reconnaissance, probing its defenses, but all that meant was that if he got scared enough he was going to run away. What he was really thinking was that this was what Ember had meant, what Ember had given him. His chance. Something was in there, something to do with the keys, or Jollyby, or Julia, or all of them, and he was going to get it and bring it back. And then he stopped. A boat was drawn up on the thin shingled beach, a gray, weathered rowboat. The oars were there, laid neatly inside it like the folded wings of a dragonfly. It was in good repair. The painter was knotted around an overhanging branch. Just like that, Quentin got stuck, mentally stuck. It felt like no force on earth could compel him to walk past the boat without getting in it. He was going to get into it and retreat. He would row back around to the other side of the island, to where his friends were. His sword wound would compromise his rowing ability, but not fatally. The sudden sense of inertia was overwhelming. No one could reproach him for cowardice, indeed it would be foolhardy to keep going, selfish even. He was actually untying the thin rope from the tree branch. He had to do it with his left hand, since he couldn't lift his right arm above his head when a pale face appeared at the far end of the beach. Another soldier. It was eerie how long it took them both to react. Quentin didn't want to believe that the man could see him, or if he did that he would recognize Quentin as an intruder, but even though the daylight was going by the minute there was no actual way that either of those things was possible. A cold wavelet broke over Quentin's foot. If the man had run and raised the alarm, that would have been the end of it. But he didn't. Instead he advanced, he strode down the beach toward Quentin, drawing a short stubby sword as he came, the twin of the one Quentin was holding. Guess everybody wants to be a hero. Quentin supposed he didn't look especially imposing. But appearances were deceiving. Quentin stuck the first soldier's sword point down in the sand and squared off. Kinetics, he was good with them. He was a physical kid. Whispering fast, reaching back to a Breakbill seminar he hadn't thought about in, 5 years, he held out both hands, palms up, and waved them toward the soldier as if he were shooing away a flock of pigeons. As one, the black pebbles on the shore rose up at the man in a dark stream, like a swarm of angry bees, pelting him in the chest and the face with a rattling sound like a gravel truck dumping its load. Confused, the man turned to run, but he fell after only a few steps, and the rocks buried him into unconsciousness. There now. All at once the fear was gone again, and the pain was gone, and the inertia was gone. Quentin was free to move. He could pass the boat. He'd been free his whole life, if only he'd known it. He walked over to where the man lay half-covered. A warm, damp wind was coming in from offshore. Quentin kicked some rocks away from his face, a narrow sunburned face, ravaged by acne scars. His story was over for now. Quentin picked up his sword and chucked it as hard as he could out to sea. It skipped once, twice, and sank. He picked up a small flat stone and slipped it into his pocket. A skinny, windy path led up from the end of the beach through the trees toward the near watchtower. The grade was steep, and he walked up it bent over. It made his burning side feel better. He was afraid of nothing except losing momentum. He rehearsed spells to himself under his breath without actually casting them, feeling the energy build and then letting it die away again. The watchtower was round and built on a steep slope, so coming up on it even the ground floor was above him. He put a hand on the old exposed foundation. He wondered who'd built it. The bricks felt cool and permanent. Who had placed them in this careful, elegant way, rectangular bricks approximating a smooth circle? Who was inside it? Was it enough that fate, or Ember, or whoever, had stuck these people in his way, that he was now going to hurt or kill them? After all, he couldn't keep this non-lethal shit up all night. Was it enough that one or really two of them had tried to kill him? One of them had even gone so far as to stick a sword in him? Enough thinking. Sometimes it felt like all he did was think, and all other people did was act. He was going to do the other thing for a while. See how that felt. He blew 5 minutes on a silent ritual that was supposed to enhance his senses, at least in theory, though he hadn't done it since he was an undergraduate, and even then he'd never done it sober. His best bet would be to fly up the outside of the tower and surprise whoever was inside from above. Flight was a surprisingly major arcanum, bigger than you'd think, and he worried that using it would leave him with too little juice for a fight. But on the other hand, huge points for style. Nothing made you feel more like a fucking sorcerer than aviating under your own power. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfuckers. Up he rose through the twilight air. The ancient brick rushed by his face in the dimness. There was no noise. He felt his chest empty out a little with the effort. It wasn't so much a feeling of being weightless as one of being supported, touchlessly, somewhere around your shoulders. You were a baby being lifted up by a giant parent. Who's a good boy? Quentin's long legs hung down as he cleared the treetops. He wished the others could see him. He shot up above the rim of the tower, arms spread out, one hand holding his stolen sword, the other lit up and crackling with violet witchery in the dimness. At the last second he cocked one knee up, the way superheroes did in comic books. The man on the rooftop had time to stop swinging his arms back and forth and crane his neck back in shock, squinting, all blonde hair and buck teeth, before Quentin extended his hand toward him, 2 fingers pointed. 2 deep indigo pulses shot out of them and caught the man in the forehead and dropped him. The pulses ricocheted off into the darkness to points unknown. Quentin had had a long time to tinker with Penny's old magic missile spell, and now it ran smooth and precise, with glowy special effects on top. The man's head snapped back and then forward, and he went down on his hands and knees. Another shot, to the ribs, sent him sprawling over on his side. 3 down. Quentin landed lightly on the stone roof, which had a low wall around it. Again he felt the absence of a soundtrack keenly. There was a gun up here, a squat black cannon with a neat pyramid of cannonballs next to it. He took the flat rock that he'd collected from the beach out of his pocket. Drawing a dagger from the belt of the unconscious lookout, it was all the man was armed with, he began scratching a rune on it. It was a complicated business, but he could see the rune in his mind, could picture the page of the book where he'd read about it, a left-hand page. It didn't have to be exact, straight lines and right angles, but the structure of it had to be right. You couldn't mung up the topology. When it was done, when he connected the last line to the first one, Quentin felt the join in his gut. It was good enough. The power was locked in there. The stone buzzed and jumped in his hand as if it were alive. He waited for just a moment at the top of the stairs. Once he threw that rock there would be no going back, no slipping off into the darkness. The warm ocean wind poured over him under the darkening sky. The weather was picking up, and the sea was flecked with combers. A storm was rolling in. He had a sudden worry about the man he'd left down on the beach. What if the tide came in? Quentin was pretty sure the water would wake him up before it drowned him. A quick, soundless flicker of blue-white light caught Quentin's eye, in his peripheral vision. It came from the other watchtower, on the far side of the keep. Through the trees. It was exactly as if somebody had taken a flash photo inside it. He squinted into the half-darkness. Had he been spotted? Had he imagined it? A long moment passed. 10 seconds. 20. He relaxed again. The other tower ripped open. Something hot and bright and white exploded inside it. The whole top floor blew out, and arcs of power flashed out in all directions, setting the treetops around it on fire. Stones went crashing away through the underbrush. The tower's roof pancaked down onto the floor below it. Just then, out at sea, the rough, bold shape of the muntjac came heeling silently around the point. It was like an enormous friendly dog he hadn't seen for weeks and weeks, bounding toward him. The others had come. It was all happening. Grinning like a loon, Quentin threw his stone down the stairs and stepped away. A colossal whump made the roof under his feet resonate like a drum, as the stone gave up the energy he'd locked inside it all at once, explosively. Dust spurted up from between the roof tiles, and air blasted out of the mouth of the stairs. Instinctively Quentin half-squatted, and for a second he wondered if he'd overdone it, but the tower held together. He ran down the steps, prepping another spell, the tip of his sword scraping the wall. The room was dark, he could just make out 2 men, one lying prone under a broken table, the other trying to get to his feet. Quentin kept running. His mind was clear and ringing with excitement. As he ran he blew into his hand and shook it to get another spell charged up. Not a moment too soon, because yet another man came pelting up the stairs, hurriedly tugging on gloves. Quentin stiff-armed him straight in the chest, which might or might not have worked anyway, but Quentin's hand was amped up like a taser, and the charge blew the man back down the stairs. Quentin hurdled the groaning body and kept on running, out into the square in front of the castle. It had 4 sides, the keep on the left, watchtowers on either end, ocean on the right. There was a small obelisk in the middle. A moment later Poppy came walking into the open air from the opposite corner. He hadn't realized what he must look like, shirtless and bloody, until she saw him and he saw her expression. He waved in what he hoped was a cheerful and not moribund way. He was about to jog across to her when a stick clattered across the cobblestones next to him. He looked at it curiously, then scrambled violently backward out of the courtyard when he saw that it was an arrow. Poppy saw it at the same time he did. She darted behind the pedestal, singing something in rapid-fire Polish, and a green tracer appeared in the air, like a green laser, connecting the arrow to the roof of the castle. She had backtraced its path through the air. She didn't phase easily. It must be an Australian thing. Probably she grew up fighting off snakes and dingoes and whatever else. He'd never seen her cast anything before, and it was amazing. He'd never in his life seen anybody move their hands that quickly. "Oi!" she called, her back to the stone obelisk. "Are you all right?" "I'm all right. Elliot and Benedict are finishing in the tower," she shouted. "I'm going in." He pointed to the keep. "Wait. No. Bingle's coming too. I'm going in." He didn't hear what she said next. He was overjoyed to see them, and somehow weirdly Poppy, good old Poppy, most of all, but he felt a surge of longing at the same time. This was his chance. If he didn't stay ahead of them, if he didn't get there first, he would lose it, and he didn't want to be selfish about it, but if it was all the same to them he wanted this one to be his show. Quentin whispered a few words to his sword and struck it twice on the ground. It took on a golden sheen. Poppy was working on the end of the green trail from the arrow now. The end became a spark, and the spark raced along the trail like a lit fuse. It disappeared over the parapet, and there was a crack of thunder. Quentin ran for the doorway of the keep. The feeling was absolutely glorious. He didn't know how he knew what to do, but he did. With the others at his back, his last doubt was gone. The doors were made of foot-thick iron-bound beams. He took a skip step, wound up with the sword, and smashed it into them overhand. The spell he'd put on it didn't affect the way the sword felt to him, but it acted on everything else as if it weighed about half a ton. The whole structure vibrated, and the wood cracked and split. More dust. The boom echoed out into the night. Another hit smashed the door halfway in, and another cleared the doorway. Striding into the castle, Quentin felt so full of power it was almost painful. It was bursting out of him. He didn't know where it was coming from, his chest felt huge, its contents under maximum pressure. He was a walking bomb. 5 men stood in the hall behind the broken door, pointing swords and spears at him, and a shout of wind rushed out of Quentin's hands and blew them backward. He blinded them with a flash of light and then threw them bodily down the great hall. It was just so obvious. He turned and put one hand on the ruins of door he'd just knocked out, and it began to burn. This seemed like a good idea, and very dramatic, but just in case it caused problems later he hardened his skin against fire. He was discovering, in a way for the first time, what it felt like to truly be a magician king. That fat bastard he'd been when he was sitting around Castle Whitespire, playing with swords and getting drunk every night? That was no king. This was a king. Master and commander. This was the culmination of everything that had started the day he'd walked into that frozen garden in Brooklyn, all those years ago. He had at last come into his own. Maybe all he'd needed was Ember's permission. You have to have faith. The ritual he'd done to ramp up his senses was actually working. He was so wired, he could feel where people were through the walls, he could sense the electricity in their bodies, the way a shark does. Time, that dull mechanism that usually reliably stamped out 1 second after another, like parts on a conveyor belt, erupted into a glorious melody. He was getting it all back now, everything that he'd missed and more. Poppy was right, that time on Earth, it had been an adventure after all. It wasn't just blundering around, it was the build-up to this. And this was living. He would live like this from now on. "This is me," he whispered. "This is me." He trotted up the front stairs and through a series of grand rooms. When people approached him, objects flew at them and battered them to the floor: chairs, tables, urns, chests, whatever he could get traction on with a spell. Lightning struck and stunned them. Lazily, he stopped a thrown axe in midair with one outstretched hand, and sent it back the way it came. Breathing in, he sucked the oxygen out of rooms until the people in them choked and passed out, lips blue, eyes bulging. Pretty soon they began to run when they saw him coming. He felt altered, like he had grown physically giant. It didn't stop the spells pouring out of him, one after another, effortlessly. The enemy troops were mixed, human and fairy, and a few exotics, a stone golem of some sort, a water elemental, a red-bearded dwarf, a rather tatty-talking panther. It didn't matter, he was an equal opportunity hero. He was a gusher, a fire hose. He barely even felt the wound in his side anymore. He threw his sword away. Screw swords. A magician doesn't need a sword. A magician doesn't need anything but what's inside him. All he had to do was be who he was, the Magician King. He had no idea where he was going, he just worked room to room, clearing the building. Twice he heard the Muntjax guns boom in the distance. Once he threw open a door and found Bingle and Julia backing down a crowd of soldiers amid the wreckage of a drawing room full of ornate furniture. Bingle's magic sword flickered in front of him, as fast and precise as an industrial machine, its glowing tracery leaving hypnotic neon tracks in the air. He seemed to be in a state of martial ecstasy, his tunic wringing with sweat but his face calm, his hooded eyes having drooped almost to slits. But the real terror was Julia. She'd summoned a kind of transformative magic Quentin didn't know, or maybe whatever it was in her that wasn't human had come to the surface in the fight. He hardly recognized her. Her skin was shining with that phosphorescent silver, and she'd grown at least 6 inches. She fought barehanded. She advanced on the soldiers till somebody was foolish enough to thrust a spear at her, at which point she simply grabbed it like he was moving in slow motion and began beating the shit out of him and his friends with it. Her strength looked enormous, and metal blades just skated off her skin. She didn't look like she needed help. Quentin found the stairs up to the top floor. He kicked open the first door he saw and almost died when a massive fireball rolled over him. It was a colossally powerful casting. Someone had spent a long time setting it up and pumping energy into it. It enveloped him completely, and he felt the flames licking him, icy through the fireproofing spell. But the spell held. When the fire had dissipated, his limbs were smoking but undamaged. He was standing in the doorway of a darkened library. Inside, sitting at a desk with 2 lanterns on it, was a skeleton in a nice brown suit. Or not quite a skeleton, a man, but an obviously dead one. He still had flesh on him, but it had shrunk and turned leathery. It was very still in the library. Bookshelves smoldered and crackled quietly on either side of Quentin, from the fireball. The corpse watched him with eyes like hard dry nuts. "No?" it said finally. Its voice buzzed and flapped, a blown-out speaker. It obviously didn't have much left in the way of vocal cords. Some unnatural force was keeping it alive, long after its sell-by date. Well, that was my only spell. Quentin waited. The thing's face was immobile, unreadable. Its dried lips didn't cover its teeth completely. It wasn't pretty to look at, but for some reason Quentin didn't feel angry at it. Why were they fighting again? For a second Quentin really couldn't remember. He wondered if he'd gotten too far ahead of the others. But no, this was on him. He'd started it. And this was the boss fight. The corpse came to convulsive life again and whipped a throwing knife at him with one skinny, loose-jointed marionette arm. Quentin ducked, purely out of instinct, but it was a wild throw, nowhere near him. It went through the open door behind him and skittered on the flagstones. "All right," it said. "Now I'm really done." The corpse might have sighed. "Where's the key?" Quentin said. "You have one, don't you?" For a terrible second he worried that it might not. "I don't even know what I'm doing anymore," the corpse said wheezily. It pushed a small wooden box toward him with one shriveled hand. The skin had worn off some of the knuckles, like the leather off the arms of an old chair. "It used to be my daughter's." "Your daughter's?" Quentin repeated. "Who are you? Don't you know the story?" It sighed again. It seemed much more resigned to its fate than Quentin expected. He didn't know if it had to breathe anymore, but apparently it could still suck air in and out of its leathery chest like a bellows when it wanted to. "I thought everybody knew it." Now that he'd stopped moving, he realized he was covered with sweat. It was cold in the nighttime island air. "Wait. You're not going to tell me you're him? The man from the fairy tale? The 7 golden keys? Is that what they're calling it? A fairy tale?" Air hissed between its teeth. Was that laughter? "I suppose it's a little late to quibble about things like that. I don't understand. I thought you were one of the good guys. We can't all be heroes. Then who would the heroes fight? It's a matter of numbers, really. Just work out the sums." "But isn't this the key your daughter gave you?" Quentin had a terrible feeling he'd grasped the wrong end of something. "That's what the story said. You set her free, from the witch, and she didn't remember you, but she gave you the key." "That was no witch, that was her mother." More hissing laughter. Only its lower jaw moved when it talked. It was like talking to an animatronic president at a theme park. "I left them to look for the 7 keys. I suppose I wanted to be a hero. They never forgave me for it. When I finally came back, my own daughter didn't know me. Her mother told her I was dead. The key kept me alive. It's just as well, you're taking it like this. It's terrible living in a dead body, I can't feel anything. You should see how the others look at me." Quentin opened the wooden box. A golden key lay inside it. He was part of the fairy tale now, he supposed. He'd crashed through a shared wall into an adjoining story. Enter the Magician King. Just tell me, the corpse said. What is it for? I never knew. I don't know either. I'm sorry. Footsteps behind him. Quentin risked a glance back. Just Bingle, catching up at last. Don't be sorry. You've paid for it. You paid the price. The life had started going out of it as soon as it let go of the box. It slumped forward, and its head hit the table with a bang. It muttered the last words directly into the wooden desktop. Like me. You just don't know it yet. It didn't move again. Quentin snapped the box shut. He heard Bingle walk in beside him. Together they stared at the dome of the corpse's head, which was as bald and mottled and seemed as a globe. Well done, Bingle said. I don't think I killed him, Quentin said. I think he just died. It is all good. He must have picked that up from Josh. Quentin's crazy power levels were dropping rapidly toward normal again, leaving him feeling wrung out and shaky. He was vaguely aware that he was giving off a nasty burnt hair smell. The fireproofing hadn't been perfect. It was that man, Quentin said. The one from the fairy tale. But his version was different. How did you know to come get me? The cook caught a talking fish. It told us what to do. It had a bottle in its belly, with a map inside. What happened to you? Amber came. That was enough explanation for now. Together they walked back down the hall toward the stairs, Bingle eyeing every doorway and alcove for holdouts and dead-enders. They'd done it, another key found. 1 to go. Quentin was on the scoreboard. They met a chattering Poppy, flush with her first Florian outing, we did it. And a silent, still fluorescent Julia wandering the halls. Quentin showed them the prize and hugged them both, Julia a bit awkwardly, since she didn't really hug him back, and moreover had retained the extra height from her battle form. Poppy was right, they had done it, and Quentin had led the way. He held on to that victorious feeling, weighed it in his hands, felt its warmth and its heft, making sure he would always remember it. Bingle rooted a straggler out from behind a curtain, but he'd already laid down his weapons. He didn't have a lot of fancy ideas about dying for lost causes. Outside the muntjac had drawn right up to the wharf, it loomed up abruptly over the stone square. The bay must have been deeper than it looked. Somebody, Elliot, probably, had conjured some floating lights, basketball-sized globes that hovered over the courtyard, bathing it in soft yellow-rosy illumination and giving it a country fair atmosphere. The wind had picked up even more, and the glowing spheres trembled and bobbed as they tried to stay in position. And there was Elliot, standing with Josh out on the pier, with the great comforting bulk of the muntjac behind them. Why were they just standing there? The high was all gone now, and Quentin's knees were weak. It was tiring work, being a hero. He felt hollowed out, a limp empty skin of himself. The ache in his side was getting hot again. The thought of his cozy shipboard berth was crushingly comforting. Now that they had the key he could curl up in it and the great beast would bear him away. He raised a weary hand in greeting. There would be talking now, and explanations, and congratulations, the hero's welcome, but for now he just wanted to get past them and back aboard. Elliot and Josh didn't greet him. Their faces were grave. They were looking down at something on the pier. Josh spoke, but the wind snatched his words away, spirited them off and out over the black ocean. They were both waiting for Quentin to notice Benedict lying there on the rough wet wood. There was an arrow through his throat. He was dead. He'd barely made it off the boat. He lay curled around himself, and his face was dark. He hadn't died right away. It looked like he'd clawed at the arrow for a while first, before he finally choked on his own blood. Chapter 20. The house at Merce was the best thing that had ever happened to Julia in her entire life. In any of her entire lives. Pouncey was right, she had come home. Her life up until now had been one vicious, unfun, never-ending game of tag, where everyone else was it and you could never stop running. Only now had she finally found home base. She could rest. Unlike the safe houses, this house was actually safe. This was her breakbills, for real this time. She had made a separate peace. There were 10 people at Merce, counting Julia. Some were from Free Trader Beowulf, some weren't. Pouncey was there, and Asmodeus, and Falstaff. So were Gummidgee and Fiberpunk, timid, infrequent posters who were the last people Julia would have figured were involved with magic. Now she realized they'd probably spent most of their time trading spells in private threads. Asmodeus and Falstaff and Pouncey weren't who she thought they were either, at all. She'd figured Pouncey for a girl, or a gay man, but she didn't get a gay vibe off him in person, and either way she didn't think he'd be so good-looking. Online he came across as somebody with something to be angry about, who was always on the edge of losing it in the face of some intolerable outrage against his person, and who kept it together through sheer force of will. Julia's pet theory had been that he was an accident victim of some kind, a paraplegic maybe, or somebody in chronic pain who was struggling to be philosophical about his condition. No way she would have pegged him as all Abercrombie and Fitch like that. Falstaff wasn't handsome. In Julia's mind he'd been a silver-haired retiree, a gentleman of the old school. In fact he was about 30, and he might have been a gentleman, but if he was one of the largest gentlemen she'd ever seen. 6'5", maybe, and built like a beaut. He wasn't fat, exactly, there was just a shitload of him. He must have weighed 400 pounds. His voice was a subsonic rumble. As for Asmodeus, she turned out to be even younger than Julia, 17 at the most, a fast talker with a big smile and heavy V-shaped eyebrows that gave her a naughty schoolgirl look. She had a bit of a Firuza Balk thing going on. Shades of the craft. They were her best friends, and Julia didn't even recognize them. They were also magicians, and good ones, better than she was. And they lived in a big house in the south of France. It would take her a while to get used to them. And to forgive them. When were you going to tell me? She demanded, as they sat ranged around some deep glasses of local red at a stylish reclaimed wood table on the stone patio behind the house. A blue swimming pool shimmered in the late afternoon sun. It was like a goddamned cigarette ad. Really? I'd like to know. You were here all this time, doing magic and scarfing humane local foie gras, and I don't even know what else, and you didn't even tell me? Instead you made me pass a test. Another test. As if I haven't passed enough tests in my life. Maddeningly, a tear coursed down her cheek. She snapped her hand to her face like she'd been stung. Julia. You could practically feel it when Falstaff talked, his voice was that deep. It practically rattled the silverware. We're sorry, Asmodeus said, all sisterly. We all went through it. Believe me, it gave us no pleasure to think about you at that bed-stewy safe house. Pouncey set his wine glass aside. But think about it. When you dropped off the radar on FTB, we had a pretty good sense that you'd hooked up with the magic scene. So we waited. We gave you time to get your feet under you, get the basics out of the way, all that low-level crap. Get your finger positions straight, crack the major language groups. To see if this was for you or not. Well, thanks a fucking million. That was really thoughtful of you. All that time she'd spent wandering in the wilderness, wondering if there was anything out there, and they'd been here this whole time, watching her. She took a shaky breath. You don't know what I went through. We know, Falstaff said. She looked at them, sipping their wine, a fancy Rhone red so dark it was almost black, lolling in the golden fucking merchant ivory sunlight. The house was surrounded by hay fields gone to seed. They seemed to absorb sound, leaving them alone in an ocean of hush. You were paying your dues, Pouncey said. Call it a rite of passage. Let's call it what it is, Julia said. You were testing me. Who do you think you are? To test me? Yes, we fucking tested you. Pouncey was exasperated, but in a decorous, good-natured way. You would have done the same thing to us. We tested the shit out of you. Not to see if you were smart. We know you're smart. You're a goddamn genius, though Iris says your old church Slavonic is crap. But we had to know why you were here. It wouldn't work if you were just here to play with us. It wasn't enough for you to love us. You had to love magic. We all did it, Julia, Asmodeus repeated. Everybody here did, and we were all pissed when we found out the truth, and we all got over it. Julia snorted. You're what, 17? Are you going to tell me you paid your dues? I paid, Julia, she said evenly. A challenge. And to answer your question, Pouncey said, who do we think we are? We are us. And you're one of us now, and we're damn glad you're here. But we don't take chances on people. He waited for that to sink in. There's too much at stake. Julia crossed her arms fiercely, or with all the ferocity she could muster, to avoid giving them the impression that they were entirely forgiven. But goddamn them all to Hades, she was curious. She wanted to know what the hell this place was, and what they were up to. She wanted to know what the game was, so she could play too. So whose house is this? She said. Who paid for all this? Obviously there was a lot of money washing around here. She'd stood by while Pouncey called the rental car company and, in fluent French, simply bought the scraped-up Peugeot with a credit card. It's Pouncey's, Asmodeus said. Mostly. He was a day trader for a while. He was pretty good at it. Pretty good? Pouncey lifted his finely drawn eyebrows. Asmo shook her head. If you'd gone into the math just a little further, you could have done so much better. I keep telling you, if you look at the market as a chaotic system. Whatever. It wasn't an interesting problem. It was a means to an end. If you'd just stake me. We all put in money when we came here, Falstaff said. I put in all mine. What was I saving it for? What else is money for except to live like this, with them, somewhere like Merce? No offense, but it all sounds kind of culty. That's exactly what it is. Asmodeus said, clapping her hands. The cult of Pouncy. I think of it more like CERN, Pouncy said. It's an institute for high-energy magical studies. Julia hadn't touched her wine. More than wine right now, she wanted control, a thing that was not fully compatible with wine. So I'm looking around for like a Large Hadron Collider or its magical equivalent. BUP, Pouncy said. Baby steps. First we power level you up to 250. And then we shall see what we shall see. It emerged that the house at Merce was, in its way, a natural outgrowth of the safehouse scene. The scene was a filter. It caught a very few, rather unusual people, culled them out of the everyday world and into the safe houses, and gave them magic to chew on. Merce filtered the filtered, double distilled them. Most people in the magic scene were happy chilling in the safe houses, faffing around with 3-ring binders. It was a social thing for them. They liked the double life aspect of it. They'd gone behind the veil. They liked knowing they had a secret. It was what they needed, and it was all they needed. But some people, a very few people, were different. Magic meant something else to them, something more primal and urgent. They didn't have a secret, the secret had them. They wanted more. They wanted to penetrate the veil behind the veil. They did not faff, they learned. And when they hit the ceiling of what they could learn in the safe house scene, they banged on it till somebody in the attic opened up a trap door. That's when they ended up in Merce. Pouncy and his gang skimmed off the cream of the safe houses and brought them here. Life was easy in Merce, at least at first. There was a living wing and a working wing. Julia was assigned a beautiful bedroom with a high ceiling and wide floorboards and big stripy curtain windows that let in floods of that champagne French light. Everybody cooked and everybody cleaned, but they'd worked out a lot of magic to smooth the way. It was amazing to watch the floors repel dust and herd it into neat little piles, like iron filings in a magnetic field. And the produce was second to none. The others didn't welcome her with open arms, exactly. They weren't open arms types. But there was respect there. She was geared up to prove herself all over again, since based on her life thus far she was used to having to prove herself to a new gang of assholes every 6 months or so. And she really would have. But they weren't going to make her. The proving was done with. The journey was the test, and she had arrived. She was in. It wasn't breakbills. It was better. She felt like she'd finally won. She'd won ugly, but she'd won. They knew about breakbills at Merce. Not much, but they knew. Their attitude toward it was bracingly snobbish. They considered breakbills, to the extent that they considered it at all, rather cute, a sanitized, safety-wheeled playpen for those who didn't have the grit and the will to make it on the outside. They called it fake bills and breakballs. At breakbills you sat in classrooms and followed the rules. Perfectly fine if you like that kind of thing, but here at Merce you made your own rules, no adult supervision. Breakbills was the Beatles, Merce was the Stones. Breakbills was for Marquis of Queensberry types. Merce was more your stone-cold street-fighting man. Most of them had even been in for the breakbills exam, like her, though unlike her they didn't realize that till they'd gotten to Merce, and Falstaff, who had a special touch with memory spells, had wafted away the magic that was fogging their brains. They took a certain pride in it, the Refuseniks. Gummidgee, Julia never did figure out what the deal with her name was, even claimed to have beaten the exam and then, a historic first, declined Fogg's offer to matriculate and walked away. She'd chosen the life of a hedge witch instead. Privately Julia thought that was completely demented, and that the breakbills crowd probably had slightly more on the ball than the others were giving them credit for. But she enjoyed the snobism nonetheless. She'd earned that much. They were an odd bunch at Merce. It was a menagerie. You needed a genius IQ to get into Merce, but eccentricity was not an impediment, and you'd have to be some kind of outlier to go through the grinder of the safehouse scene and not come out a little skewy. A lot of their magic was homebrewed, and as a result the range of different styles and techniques on display was bewildering. Some of them were graceful and balletic, some were so minimalist they barely moved at all. One guy was so herky-jerky he looked like he was practically breakdancing. There was some popping and locking going on there. There were specialists too. One guy mostly made magic artifacts. Gummidgee was a dedicated psychic. Cyberpunk, a short, thick-set specimen almost as wide as he was tall, self-identified as a meta-magician, he dealt in magic that acted on other magic, or on itself. He rarely spoke and spent a lot of time drawing. The one time Julia looked over his shoulder he explained, in a whisper, that he was drawing two-dimensional representations of three-dimensional shadows cast by four-dimensional objects. Life was easy in Merce, but work was hard. They gave her a day to deal with her jet lag and her personal baggage, then Pouncey told her to report to the East Wing first thing the next morning. Julia didn't fancy being told to report anywhere by Pouncey's silver kitten, whom she was accustomed to thinking of as a friend and an equal. But he just unbuttoned his shirt and showed her his stars. Also his annoyingly smooth, well-muscled chest. He had a lot of them. Equals they might be, but only in some abstract philosophical sense. Practically speaking, he could still kick her ass at magic. Which was why, swallowing her pride, and possibly some other feelings, she obeyed Pouncey and reported to an upstairs room in the East Wing called the Long Study at 8 o'clock in the morning. The Long Study was a narrow room lined with windows along one side, more of a gallery, really. There was nothing obvious to study with there. There were no books, or desks, or furniture of any kind in the Long Study. What there was Iris. Baby-faced, chopstick-haired, Ivy League Iris, last seen breaking Julia down into her component parts back at the Bed-Stewie safe house. It was almost like meeting an old friend. On her home turf Iris went casual, jeans and a white t-shirt that showed off her stars. "Hi," Julia said. It came out a tad querulous. She cleared her throat and tried again. "How are you?" "Let's do it again," Iris said. "From the top. Start with the Flash." "The Flash? We're going to run your levels. Start with the Flash. You miss one, you go back to the beginning. You do them all, 1 to 77, no mistakes, 3 times in a row, and then we can start work." "You mean start leveling me?" "Start with the Flash." For Iris, meeting Julia again was not like meeting an old friend. For Iris, meeting Julia was more like when the grizzled sergeant in the Vietnam movie meets the newbie private fresh from Paris Island. Eventually the private will lose his cherry and become a man, but first the sergeant is going to have to drag him through the jungle until such time as the private can unfold his entrenching tool without shooting his balls off. Of course Iris had every right. That's how the system worked. She was doing Julia a fucking favor. Babysitting the noob was evidently not considered a premium assignment at Merce, and she wasn't going to pretend to enjoy it. Which whatever, but this did not oblige Julia to pretend to be grateful either. Really, she ought to dog it a few times, she thought, just to piss Iris off. Show her that Julia had nothing to prove. See how long it took her to lose her shit. Isaac her and her Flash. But in truth it was not necessary for Julia to dog it. She screwed it up the old-fashioned way, involuntarily, 4 times before she made it to 77 even once. Twice she muffed the same spell, level 56, a thumb-cracking affair rich in Welsh LLs that was designed to toughen glass against breakage. Even averaging a bit more than 2 minutes a level, which was really machine-like efficiency, they were 2.5 hours into it when she went down for the second time. Iris sat down cross-legged on the floor. But Julia had decided that she was not going to swear or twitch or sigh in front of Iris, whether she muffed level 56 twice or 200 times. She was going to be all sweetness and light. "How do you like them apples?" At 2 in the afternoon Julia spiked spell number 68 on an otherwise perfect run-through. Iris rolled her eyes and groaned and lay down full length on the wooden floor and stared up at the ceiling. She couldn't even look at Julia anymore. Julia didn't pause but went right back to the beginning, whereupon she stuffed level 14, a gimme spell that even Jared knew cold. "God!" Iris shouted at the ceiling. "Get it right." By the time Julia rattled off 2 perfect runs, right through to 77, it was 6:30 in the evening. They hadn't broken for lunch. Julia hadn't even sat down. The setting sun, angling in from the west, painted the long wall a chalky pink. Her feet were killing her. "All right," Iris said. "That's it. Same time tomorrow. But we're not done." Iris levered herself up off the floor. "Nope, we're done. Finish tomorrow. We're not done." Iris stopped and stared at Julia through her nerd glasses. Maybe Iris was annoyed at having to babysit the new fish, but Julia had so much more anger than Iris did at her disposal. She was making a withdrawal from her stockpile now, spending a little of the principal, and it hardly made a dent. She walked over to a window and punched it. It would have broken if she hadn't already cast level 56 on it 3 times that day. "All right, Julia, I get it. I was tough on you. I'm sorry. Come on. Let's get some dinner. We're done when I say we're done." Julia cast a locking spell on the door, level 72. It was a symbolic gesture, as there were in fact 2 doors out of the long study, and Iris could probably have unpicked her level 72 in a couple of minutes anyway. That wasn't the point. The point was that Julia had been waiting 4 years to get to Merce. Iris could skip dinner. Iris sat back down and put her head in her hands. Whatever. She could stand to skip a few meals anyway, Julia thought. She's working on a muffin-top situation with those jeans. Julia started again. She was going slower now, and when she was done the room was dark. It was almost 9 o'clock. Iris stood up. She tried the door Julia had locked, swore, and walked the length of the long study to the other door without looking back or saying a word. Julia watched her go. There was no touching moment of female bonding. The grizzled sergeant didn't chuck her on the shoulder and grudgingly admit that the rookie might make a hell of a soldier one day after all. But when she reported to the long study at 8 o'clock the following morning, it was tacitly understood that they could now skip the alpha chick bullshit. Let the power leveling begin. Here come the big secrets. At least she didn't have to fuck anybody this time. She didn't have to stand up, either. Apparently she now qualified for some furniture. She and Iris sat on chairs and faced each other across an actual table, a sturdy chunk of old butcher block. On the table was, yes, a 3-ring binder, but it was the most beautiful 3-ring binder Julia had ever seen, leather-bound, with those sturdy steel rings, none of this bendy aluminum trapper keeper shit, and above all thick. It was stuffed with neatly transcribed spells. Under Iris's steady gaze, Julia went up 2 levels that day. The next day she did 5. Every level she gained wiped out a little bit of what she'd been through in Brooklyn. Julia had a hungry mind, she always had, and she'd been on starvation rations for longer than she cared to think about. She'd even worried that her brain might be starving to death, losing its plasticity, that she'd been running on fumes for so long she might not have the mental muscle tone to wrangle large tranches of hard data. But she didn't think so. If anything, wandering in the information jungle had made her tough and efficient. She was used to doing a lot with a little. Now that she had a lot, she was going to work wonders with it. And she did. It was frustrating having to pound levels while the others were off doing God knew what. She was running through new fields of power, frisking through them, but she was already eager to get on to whatever it was the rest of them were up to. She kept trying to run ahead, and Iris had to drag her back and make her trudge through the levels in order. I mean, it was so blindingly obvious that if you took the kinetic elements from level 112 and borrowed the reflexive bits from the self-warming spell at level 44, then you had a basic working model for how to make yourself hover a few feet off the ground. But that wasn't till 166, and level 166 was 54 more levels away. And meanwhile she was being treated like a little kid around whom everybody had to watch their language. Whenever she looked out the window of the long study, it seemed like Pouncy and Asmodeus were walking by, heatedly engaged in what was obviously the most interesting conversation in the history of spoken communication. Either they were sleeping together, though even in France Asmodeus was practically jailbait, so whatever, or there was some deal going on here that Julia was not yet senior enough to be cut in on. Conversations went quiet whenever she walked into the dining room. It's not that they weren't glad to see her, it's just that she had apparently developed the ability to instantly make people forget what they'd been about to say, causing them instead to make some remark about the weather or the coffee or Asmo's eyebrows. One night she woke up from a dead sleep at 2 in the morning. She was so tired from running levels with Iris that she'd gone straight up to her room and slept through dinner. At first she thought there was a phone ringing in her room on vibrate, except that she didn't have a phone. Then the vibrations got stronger than that, stronger and stronger, to the point where the whole house was throbbing every 5 seconds or so. It sounded like when cars rolled down her street in Brooklyn with the bass cranked up and too much funk in the trunk. Things were starting to rattle. It was like giant footsteps were approaching the house, over the sleeping fields of Merce. The whole thing took maybe 2 minutes. The pulses got bigger and bigger until whatever it was right on top of her. The windows rattled till she thought the old glass would crack. On the final beat her bed vibrated a foot to the left, and she could feel 300-year-old plaster dust sift down from the ceiling onto her face. Somewhere in the house something did shatter, a window or a plate. Light burst soundlessly out of the lower floors of the house, illuminating the row of cypresses across the lawn. And then it was gone, just like that, leaving behind it only a ringing, burnt-out silence. Later, it might have been an hour later, she heard the others coming up to bed. Asmo said something in a furious whisper, something about how they were wasting their time, and somebody else shushed her. The next morning everything was as it had been. Nobody copped to anything having happened at all. Though Fiberpunk was now sporting a ripe purple bruise on his temple. When Julia hit level 200 they baked her a cake. 2 weeks later, 6 weeks after she'd driven into Merce, she went to bed having hit level 248, and she knew that tomorrow would be it. And it was. At 3 in the afternoon Iris walked her through a complex casting that, when properly done, rolled back entropy in a local area by 5 seconds. The effect was very local, a circle a yard across, but no less spectacular for that. The theory behind it was a rat's nest of interwoven effects. She could hardly believe something that kludgy even worked, but Iris could do it, and after a few hours so could Julia. She knocked down a pile of blocks. She cast the spell. The blocks knocked themselves back up again. And that was level 250. When she dropped her hands, Iris kissed her on both cheeks, zo French, and told her they were finished. She could hardly believe it. Just to be sure, she offered to run the full set, 1 through 250, to Iris's satisfaction, but Iris declined. She'd seen enough. Julia spent the rest of the afternoon just walking the shady lanes that ran in comforting right angles between the sun-baked fields that surrounded the farmhouse. Her brain felt bloated and replete, like after a big meal. It was the first time she could ever remember it not being hungry. She spent an hour playing computer games, then that night Cyberpunk cooked them an elaborate bouillabaisse, with monkfish and saffron, and they opened a bottle of Chateauneuf du Pape with dust on its shoulders and a really boring-looking label that didn't even have a little line drawing on it, which meant it must have been hair-raisingly expensive. Before they went to bed, Pouncey told her to come to the library the next morning. Not the long study, the library. She woke up early. It was midsummer, but the heat hadn't come up yet. She haunted the lumpy, unlandscaped grounds for an hour, startling weird French bugs out of her way, studying the tiny white snails that were everywhere, getting her shoes soaked with dew, waiting for everybody else to wake up. It was like morning on her birthday. Superstitiously, Julia avoided the dining room while the others ate breakfast. At 7:55 she snatched a roll out of the kitchen and nodded nervously on her way over to the library. The day she'd stepped into that elevator in the library in Brooklyn, she'd dropped into the void. It might as well have been an empty shaft. She'd been falling ever since. But it was almost over. She was about to touch solid ground again. She could barely even remember what it felt like to be where she belonged, on the same side of the glass as everybody else. She'd tried the door to the library once before, but it hadn't opened for her, and she hadn't bothered trying to hack the locking charm. She was tired of picking locks. She stood in front of the door for a minute, plucking at the fabric of her summer dress, watching the second hand of the clock in the hall. At the appointed hour, the door opened by itself. Julia lowered her chin and went inside. They were all there, sitting around a long work table. The library was clearly the crowning achievement of whoever had renovated the Merce farmhouse. They'd hollowed out the space completely, cut away 3 floors and exposed the roof beams 30 feet up. Morning sunlight lasered in through tall thin windows. Bookshelves soared along the walls, all the way up, which would have been totally impractical except for some tasteful oak platforms that floated magically alongside them, ready to hoist the browser up to whatever level he or she wanted to be at. They stopped talking when she came in. 9 faces turned to look up at her. Some of them had books and folders of notes in front of them. They could have been a corporate board meeting if the corporation were Random Genius Freaks LLC. Pouncey sat at the head of the table. There was an open seat at the foot. She pulled out the chair and sat down, almost demurely. Why weren't they talking? They just looked at her calmly, like a parole board. So? She'd met their expectations. It was time they met hers. Cards on the table. Show me what ya got. Read 'em and weep. All right, she said. So what are we doing? What would you like to do? It wasn't Pouncey who spoke, it was Gummidgee. You tell me, Julia wanted to say. You're the Piskik. She was built like a model, tall and skinny, though her face was too long and severe to be really beautiful. Julia couldn't place her ethnicity. Persian? Whatever comes next. Whatever comes after level 250. 251. I'm ready. What makes you think there is a level 251? Her eyes narrowed. The fact that there were levels 1 through 250? There is no level 251. Julia looked at Pouncey, Failstaff, Asmodeus. They looked back at her patiently. Asmo nodded. How can there be no level 251? There's nothing after 250, Pouncey said. Oh, you can craft more spells. We do it all the time. But at this point you have all the building blocks, all the basic components, that you're going to have. The rest is just permutations. After 250 you're just rearranging base pairs on the double helix. The power levels plateau. Julia had a weightless, floating feeling. Not a bad feeling, but like she'd been cut adrift. So this was it. As mysteries went, it wasn't exactly a showstopper. That's it? That's all there is? That's it. You're done leveling. Well. You could do a lot with what she had. She already had some ideas about spells involving extreme temperatures, extreme states of matter. Plasmas, Bose-Einstein condensates, that sort of thing. She didn't think they'd ever been tried. Maybe Pouncey would front her some money for equipment. So that's what you're doing here. Running the permutations. No. That's not what we're doing. Though we have run a hell of a lot of permutations, Asmo put in. She took over the narrating. Once we realized that the way forward consisted of an indefinite series of incremental advances, we began to wonder if there was an alternative to that. A way to break the cycle. To take the power curve nonlinear. Nonlinear, Julia said slowly. You want to find a magical singularity, kind of thing. Exactly. Asmodeus grinned her wide Cheshire grin at Pouncey, as if to say, see? I told you she'd get it. A singularity. An advance so radical that it takes us into another league, power-wise. Exponentially bigger energies. We think there's more to magic than what we've seen so far, Pouncey said. A lot more. We think we're just dicking around in the minors while there's power sources out there that could put us in the bigs. If we could just access the right power grid. So that's what you're doing here. Trying to get on the big power grid. She realized she was repeating their words while her mind tried to take in what they meant. So there was more to it. Funny, she had almost been relieved for a minute there, when she thought that was it, that was all there was. She'd crammed a lifetime's worth of magical study into the last 4 years, and the rest of her, the non-magical parts, was feeling somewhat neglected. Empty. She wouldn't have minded spending some time filling in those blanks in a big French farmhouse with some close friends. The big energies could wait. Or they could have. But her close friends didn't want to wait. And Julia would go with them, because, and it was so painfully tender to say it, even to herself, that she didn't say it, even to herself, she loved them. They were what she had instead of a family. So Excelsior. Onward and upward. That's what we're doing here. Pouncey sat back and laced his hands behind his head. It was early, but there were already dark patches of sweat under his arms. Unless you have any better ideas. Julia shook her head. Everybody was watching her. All right, she said. Well, show me what you've got so far. Read M and Weep. Chapter 21. They carried Benedict's body up the gangplank, all together, Quentin and Josh and Elliot, struggling awkwardly with his heavy ragdoll limbs. Death seemed to have made his lanky adolescent body strangely dense. Slipping on the wet wood, they had none of the gravitas that would have been appropriate for pallbearers. Nobody had worked up the courage to take the arrow out of his throat, and it pointed crazily in all directions. Once Benedict was laid out on the deck, Quentin went and got a blanket from his cabin and spread it over the body. His side was throbbing hotly, in sync with his pulse. Good. That's what he wanted. He wanted to feel pain. It was Bingle who drew the arrow expertly out of Benedict's throat. He had to snap it in half to get it out, because one end was barbed and the other feathered. It began to rain steadily, the drops tapping and splashing on the deck and on Benedict's pale, unflinching face. They moved the body inside, into the surgery, although there was no surgery to be done. We're going, Quentin said aloud, to nobody and everybody. Quentin, Elliot said. It's the middle of the night. I don't want to stay here. We've got a good wind. We should go. Elliot was officially in charge, but Quentin didn't care. This was his ship first and he didn't want to spend another night on this island. It's all fun and games till somebody gets an arrow through the throat. What about the prisoners? Somebody said. Who cares? Leave them here. But where are we going to go? Elliot said, reasonably. I don't know. I just don't want to stay here. Do you? Elliot had to admit he didn't especially want to stay either. There was no way Quentin was going to bed. Benedict wasn't going to get warm tonight, so how could he? He was going to get the ship ready. Looking down at Benedict's blank, unfeeling face, Quentin was almost angry at him for dying. Things had been going so well. But that was being a hero, wasn't it? For every hero, don't legions of foot soldiers have to die in the background? It was a matter of numbers, like the corpse in the castle said. Just work out the sums. So Quentin, the magician king, leader of men, helped corral the rest of the defeated soldiers and got the crew watering and provisioning the muntjac, even if it was the middle of the night and pissing rain. Somebody else would have to plot the course since Benedict was dead, but that wasn't a problem because they didn't know where they were going. It didn't matter. He didn't understand what they were doing anymore. It was obviously a very effective way to procure magic keys, but how was that going to help Julia? Or rebuild the Netherlands? Or calm the clock trees? What could the keys possibly be good for that was worth this? Benedict curled up on the dock like a little boy trying to get warm. They all worked together through the night, whey-faced and industrious. Julia sat with the corpse, slowly reassuming her human form, her mourning dress for once entirely appropriate for the occasion. Also fully in character was Bingle, whose haunted demeanor had darkened to funereal. He spent the night by himself haunting the ship's bow, hunched in on himself in his cloak like a hurt bird. Once Quentin went forward to see if he was all right, but he heard Bingle mumble to himself. Not again. I must go where I can do no further harm. And Quentin thought, maybe I'll leave him to work that out by himself. The sky was paling through the rain clouds when Quentin went out alone into the square in front of the castle to finish the job. He was chilled through and bone-tired. He felt like the living corpse in the library. He wasn't the best person for this job, but it was his job to do. He got down on one knee in front of the little obelisk with a hammer and a chisel, which he'd borrowed from the ship's carpenter. Probably this could be done by magic, except he couldn't remember how just now, and he didn't want to do it by magic anyway. He wanted to feel it. He set the point of the chisel against the stone and started chipping. When he was done, there were 2 words there, ragged but legible. Benedict Island. Back on the ship, he gave the order eastward ho, though everybody knew what the order was before he gave it. Then he went below. Quentin heard the anchor being weighed. The world tilted and came unmoored, and he was finally gone. The muntjac ran fast ahead of a freezing gale. It drove them across vast, islandless stretches of ocean, punishing the sails, which meekly accepted the abuse and ran even faster. Enormous emerald green swells urged them onward from below, rising up under them and then rolling on ahead of them, as if even the sea had had enough of them and couldn't wait for this to be over. Elliot had made the voyage out sound like non-stop riches and wonders, islands of mystery 24/7 365, but now the ocean was a complete blank, scrubbed mercifully free of anything remotely fantastical. A clean miss. Maybe the islands were moving out of their way. They had become untouchable. They didn't see land once, it was as if they were taking a grand leap outward into nothingness. The only miracle that happened on board. It was a small miracle, but it was a real one. 2 nights after Benedict died, Poppy came to Quentin's cabin to say she was sorry about what had happened and to see how he was. She didn't leave till the next morning. It was a strange time to have something nice happen. It was the wrong time, it wasn't appropriate, but maybe it was the only time it could have happened. Their emotions were raw and close to the surface. Quentin was surprised to say the least, and one of the things that surprised him was how much he wanted her. Poppy was pretty, and Poppy was smart, at least as smart as Quentin, probably more so. And she was kind, and funny when she let her guard down a little, and her long legs were as absolutely wondrous as anything Quentin had ever seen in this or any world. But beyond that, Poppy had something Quentin wanted almost as badly as the wordless physical forgetting of sex, which would have been enough, God knows, it really would, and that was a sense of perspective. She wasn't completely caught up in the grand myths of quests and adventures and whatever else. Deep down she didn't especially give a shit about Fiery. She was a tourist here. Fiery wasn't her home, and it wasn't the repository of all her childhood hopes and dreams. It was just a place, and she was just passing through it. It was a relief to not take Fiery too seriously for a while. When he'd imagined something like this might happen, he'd always imagined it with Julia. But Julia didn't need him, not this way. And when it came right down to it, the person he needed wasn't Julia either. Quentin hadn't been celibate since Alice died, but he hadn't exactly been cutting a swath either. The problem with sleeping with people who weren't Alice was that somehow it made Alice even more gone. It meant really, truly knowing and admitting that she was never coming back. With Poppy he let himself know it a little more, and that should have made it hurt more, but strangely it made it hurt a little less. "Why don't you stay?" he said one day, while they were eating lunch in his cabin, cross-legged on his bed. "Fish again. Come live in a castle for a while. I realize you're not a Fiery nerd like me, but haven't you ever wanted to live in a castle? Haven't you ever wanted to be a queen?" If or when they eventually made it back to Castle Whitespire, with or without that last key, it was going to be something less than a triumphant homecoming. It would be good to have Poppy beside him when he sailed back into that harbor, for moral support. And for immoral support too. Poppy salted her fish within an inch of its life, then drenched it in lemon juice. No amount of flavor seemed to be too much for her. "You make it sound romantic." It is romantic. That's not just me. Living in a castle is objectively romantic. See, this is spoken like somebody who didn't grow up in a monarchy. Australia still has a queen. There's a lot of history there. Remind me to tell you about the constitutional crisis of 1975 sometime. Very unromantic. I can promise you there will be no constitutional crises if we go to Whitespire. We don't even have a constitution. Or if we do, I promise you nobody's ever read it. I know, Quentin. She pressed her lips together. But I don't think so. I don't know how much longer I can stay here. Why not? What do you have to get back to? My entire life? Everybody I know? The real world? This world is real. He scooched over next to her so that their hips touched. Here. Feel. That is not what I meant. She put her plate on the floor and lay back on the bunk. She hit her head on the wall. It wasn't made for a tall person, let alone two. I know. Quentin didn't know why he was fighting her on this. He knew she wasn't going to stay. Maybe that's what made this so easy, that he knew the outcome in advance. There was no chance that she would get too close. He was playing to lose. But seriously, what's back there for you? Your dissertation? On dragonology, or whatever. Or tell me you don't have a boyfriend. He took her foot in his lap to rub. She had new calluses from walking around the ship barefoot, and he picked at one. She snatched the foot back. No. But yes, my dissertation on dracology. I'm sorry if that seems very boring to you, but it's my thing and I happen to like it. There are dragons in Fiery. I think. Well, maybe there aren't. I've never seen one. You don't know? You could find out. You could apply for a royal research grant. I can promise you your application would be looked upon favorably. I would have to start all over again. I'm not ripping up 4 chapters of my dissertation. Anyway, what's wrong with a little unreality? Quentin said. Unreality is underrated. Do you know how many people would kill to be where you are? What, in bed with you? He pushed up her shirt and kissed her stomach, which was flat and covered in very fine downy hair. I meant here in Fiery, he said. I know. She sighed, prettily and genuinely. I just wish I were one of them, ... It was all very well to decide that Poppy was going back to the real world, or not very well, but it was what it was, but it was an open question how they were going to get her there. They could be confident that at some point Ember would turn up to kick her out of Fiery, as he always did with any visitors. But that could take weeks, or months, you never knew, and she didn't want to wait. Quentin might have been in paradise, but Poppy was in exile. In the end they decided to try the keys. They didn't have the one from After, which had gotten Quentin and Julia to Earth so efficiently, but they all looked more or less the same apart from the size. They started with the last and biggest, the one they'd found on Benedict Island. It was stowed in Quentin's cabin, still in the wooden box it came in. They brought it up on deck. Poppy had come with nothing, and she had nothing to pack. Quentin supposed Josh would want to go back too, in the fullness of time, but he didn't seem to be in any hurry. He was already talking about which room he'd get back at Whitespire. And Quentin preferred to give Poppy a private send-off. The key had lain in its box so long, its 3-toothed jaw had worn a shadow of itself into the red velvet. He offered it to her, like a fancy cigar. She picked it up. Careful. It's heavy. Poppy turned it over in her fingers, weighing it. Wow. It's not just the gold, it's magic. The spellwork on this thing is thick. Dense. They looked at it, then at each other. I sort of felt around with it in the air, Quentin said. You should find an invisible keyhole. It's hard to explain, it's more a learn by doing thing. She nodded. She got it. Well. Wait. He took both of her hands. I didn't ask you properly before. Stay here. Please stay. I want you to. She shook her head and kissed him softly on the lips. I can't. Call me next time you're in reality. He knew she would say that. But it made him feel better, knowing he'd really asked. Poppy made a few experimental, self-conscious pokes in the air with the key. Quentin wondered idly if the key understood that they were on a moving ship. Suppose it opened a door in the air and then got stuck and they immediately left it behind. The key tugged out of Poppy's hands, the door lost behind them in midair and mid-ocean. He halfway hoped it would happen. But no such luck. Old magic usually had any obvious bugs or loopholes like that worked out long ago. Quentin didn't hear the click, but he saw when her hand met resistance in the air. The key slid in. Keeping one hand on it, she gave him another kiss, this time with some extra sugar in it, then she turned the key. With her other hand she found the doorknob. A crack opened, and there was a poof of air pressure equalizing. The sun didn't shine through like it had before. It was dark. It was odd to see an oblong of night standing upright like that, on the deck of a ship in broad daylight. Quentin walked around behind her and tried to peer through it. He felt a cold draft. Winter air. She looked back at him, so far so good? He wondered what month it was on Earth, or what year even. Maybe the time streams had gone haywire and she'd be walking into a far future Earth, an apocalypse Earth, a cold dead world orbiting an extinguished sun. His arms goosebumped, and a couple of errant snowflakes spun out and melted on the warm wood of the Muntjack's deck. I had a dream, which was not all a dream. Good old Byron. Something for every occasion. Poppy let go of the key, ducked her head, the portal was slightly too low for her beanpole frame, and stepped through. He saw her look around and shiver in her summer dress, and he caught a glimpse of what she was looking at. A stone square. The door began to close. The key must have let her out at her last known permanent residence, namely Venice. It made sense. She could crash at Josh's for a bit. She would know people. She would be safe there. Or no, she wouldn't. That wasn't Venice, and she was all alone. Quentin lunged forward through the closing door after her. Poppy. She'd stopped just over the threshold, and he barreled into her from behind. She squeaked, and he grabbed her around the shoulders to keep them both from falling over. Then he reached back to keep the door from closing, but it was already gone. The air was freezing. The sky was full of strange stars. It was night, and they were not on Earth. They were in the Netherlands. For a second Quentin was almost glad to see them. He hadn't been to the Netherlands for 2 years, not since he and the others had traveled to Fieri. They made him feel nostalgic. The first time he'd seen the Netherlands he'd felt, maybe for the last time in his life, pure joy, the kind of uncut, pharmacy-grade, white-hot joy that comes with believing, or not just believing but knowing, that everything was going to be alright, not just then or for the next 2 weeks, but forever. He'd been wrong, of course. In actuality, that knowledge had lasted about 5 seconds, just up until Alice had punched him in the face for cheating on her with Janet. It turned out that everything was not going to be alright. Everything was chance and nothing was perfect, and magic didn't make you happy, and Quentin had learned to live with it, which it turned out that most people he knew were already doing anyway, and it was time he caught up with them. But you didn't forget that kind of happiness. Something that bright leaves a permanent afterimage on your brain. But the Netherlands he knew had always been warm and peaceful in twilight. This Netherlands was pitch dark, and bitter cold, and it was snowing here. More snow had drifted in the corners of the square, huge creamy swaths of it. And the skyline was different. Of the buildings around the square, the ones on one side looked exactly the way they always had, but the ones on the other side were half gone. Their black silhouettes stood out jagged against the deep blue sky, and the snow in front of them was mixed with big blocks of fallen stone. You could see all the way through to the next square over, and through that into the next. Quentin, Poppy said. She looked back for the door too, trying to account for both his presence and her surroundings. I don't understand. What are you? Where are we? She hugged herself against the cold. They really weren't dressed for this. She wasn't panicking though. This isn't Earth, Quentin said. This is the Netherlands. Or these are the Netherlands, I've never really made up my mind which it is. This is the world in between Earth and Fieri and all the other worlds. Right. He'd told her about the Netherlands. Okay. Well, it's nice and all, but it's cold as hell. Let's get out of here. I'm not actually sure how we're going to do that. You're supposed to come in through the fountains, but you need a button to do that. Okay. Their voices vanished in the frozen air as soon as they spoke. Well, but do a spell or something. Why did it take us here? I don't know. They've got a sense of humor, those keys. It was hard to think in the bitter cold. He studied the empty air they'd just appeared out of, his breath smoking. There was really nothing left of the portal back to Fieri. Poppy walked stiff-legged over to the fountain. They were in the Fieri Square. The fountain had a statue of Atlas in it, coiled and braced under the crushing weight of a marble globe. The water in the fountain was frozen. The level of the ice was actually above the stone rim. She felt it with her hand. What the shit, she said quietly. She didn't sound like herself. It was dawning on Quentin how much trouble they were in. It was cold here, really cold. It couldn't have been more than 15 or 20 degrees. There was no wood, nothing to make a fire with, nothing but stone. Quentin remembered Penny's warning not to do magic here. They might have to test that. Let's go over to the Earth Fountain, he said. It's a couple of squares from here. Why? What good would it do if we don't have a button? I don't know. Maybe there's somebody there. I don't know what else to do, and we have to start moving or we're going to freeze to death. Poppy nodded and sniffed. Her nose was running. She looked more frightened now than she had back on the island, when they were fighting for the key. They started to walk but immediately broke into a jog instead, to warm up. Apart from their footsteps, the silence was absolute. The only light was starlight, but their eyes were adjusting rapidly. All Quentin could think was that this wasn't going to work, and after it didn't work things would get very bad. He tried to do mental calculations about thermodynamics. There were too many variables, but hypothermia wasn't far in their future. A few hours at most, maybe not even that. They trotted through the broken cityscape. Nothing moved. They crossed a bridge over a frozen canal. The air smelled like snow. A stupid mistake, and now they were both dead, he thought giddily. The Earth square was bigger than the fiery one, but it was in no better shape. One of the buildings showed a row of empty windows through which the stars were visible. The facade had survived the catastrophe, but the building behind it was gone. This fountain was frozen too. The ice had plugged the great bronze lotus flower and cracked it all down one side. They stopped in front of it, and Poppy slipped on black ice under the snow and just managed to catch herself. She popped back up, slapping the wet off her hands. Same, she said. All right. We need a way out of here. Or we need shelter and something to burn. She was rattled, but she was hanging on to her nerve. Good old Poppy. She set a good example, and it woke him up a little. The doors on some of these buildings look like wood, he said. And there are books inside the buildings. I think. Maybe we could get some and burn them. Together they walked the square till they found a broken door, a Gothic-arched monster that had been knocked askew. Quentin touched it. He broke off a splinter. It felt like ordinary wood. They would have to try a fire spell. He explained about how magic acted in the Netherlands. It was supercharged, explosive. Penny had said never to use it at all. Desperate times. How far away can you cast a fire spell from? He said. Because we'd better be as far away as we can get when it goes up. It goes up came out of his numb lips sounding like I'd go dup. He said it again, enunciating a little more clearly, but only a little. This was going downhill faster than he'd thought. They didn't have long at all. Maybe 15 minutes more in which they could plausibly get a spell off. Let's find out, she said. She began pacing backward away from the door, back toward the center of the square. He couldn't help thinking that this was just a stopgap, a way station on the road to the inevitable. After they'd figured out how to light a fire, they'd have to find shelter. After they found shelter they'd need food, and there wasn't any food. His mind churned uncontrollably. They could melt snow to drink, but they couldn't eat it. Maybe they could find some leather bookbindings to chew on. Maybe there were fish under the ice in the canals. And even if they could survive indefinitely, which they couldn't, how long till whatever broke the Netherlands came along and broke them? All right. Poppy called. Quentin, move. He pressed his palm against the wood, if that's what it was. If this didn't work, could they make a magic button from scratch? Not in 15 minutes. Not in 15 years. There was a crack between the two doors. Thin blue light shone faintly through it. Starlight. But it wasn't starlight. It flickered. Hang on. He said. Quentin. He caught a note of desperation in her voice. She had her hands jammed in her armpits. We don't have much time. I thought I saw something. There's something in here. He pressed his face up against the frozen wood, but he couldn't see anything more. He went from window to window, but they were all dark. Maybe from the other side. He yelled at Poppy to come on and ran through an archway to the next square over. The building was a huge Italianate palace with evenly spaced windows. He considered for a moment the possibility that they might be even worse off if whatever was in there making blue light came out here, but it seemed unlikely that it could offer them a more lingering, unpleasant death than the one they were about to experience anyway. He wondered if, before he died, he'd sink so low that he would pray to Ember to save him. He thought he probably would. There was no door at all on this side of the palace, but the facade was broken. It ended in jagged stone above the second rank of windows. He could probably get over it if he had to, which he did. A frozen wind was coming up. He wondered what had happened here. It had been so still and protected before, a world under glass. Someone had cut the power and smashed the windows and let the elements come roaring in. A running jump got him up on the first window ledge. He thanked God, or Ember, or whoever, for the architect of the Netherlands' excessive fondness for Baroque ornamentation. He could tell the rough stone was taking skin off his cold fingers, but he couldn't feel it. Stand there, he said, and pointed. He put a foot on Poppy's shoulder, which she accepted with good grace. From there he could get a foot on the upper molding, and a hand on the window ledge above it, which wasn't enough for a good grip but was all he was going to get. From there he jumped and grabbed the top of the broken wall. He had to will his fingers to bend. With his cheek pressed against the cold stone, Quentin risked a look down. Poppy was watching him expectantly. Her lovely face was pale and grave in the starlight. Slowly he hauled himself up until he got a forearm over the wall, then clumsily hiked his knee up onto it. He looked down for the first time into the interior of the Netherlands. It looked like he remembered pictures from the London Blitz looking. There was no roof, and most of what had been the second floor had fallen in and lay in ruins on top of the first. The floor was awash with paper, stirred in slow circles by the wind. Books large and small lay sprawled in various states of intactness, some whole, some spread-eagled and eviscerated. At the far end, where remnants of the upper floor formed a partial shelter, someone had arranged some of the more intact books into tall, neat stacks. The man who presumably had arranged them stood among them. Or no, he wasn't standing, he was floating a foot off the ground, with his arms spread out. That's where the blue light was coming from. There were runes on the floor below him that gave off a faint cold glow. Either he was a fellow refugee from the destruction or the author of it. It seemed like a good moment to take a bad risk. There's someone inside. He called down to Poppy. He raised his voice. Hey! The man didn't look up. Hey! Quentin yelled again. Hi! Maybe he was Felorian. Quentin, Poppy said. Hang on. Hi! Hi! Quentin, the doors are opening. He looked down. So they were. The doors were opening outward, all by themselves. Okay. I'm coming down. It wasn't much easier coming down, he'd lost all feeling in his fingers. He took Poppy's numb hand in his own. This really was their last chance. Shall we? He said. It sounded even thinner than he meant it to. Chapter 22. They picked their way through the rubble, trying out of politeness to step on as few pages as possible. Quentin almost turned an ankle on a stone that rolled under his foot. The blue light from the runes seemed to be what was supporting the man. His bare feet hung a yard off the ground. He had sandy hair and a large round face, his round head could almost have been what was holding him up, like a balloon. Around him in a cloud hung a dozen books, and a few more single sheets of paper, all open in his direction, presumably so he could consult them simultaneously. The pages of two of the books were turning slowly. He didn't greet them or even look at them as they approached. He had long sleeves that fell over his hands, but there was something odd about the way the material hung. As Quentin got closer it became obvious what it was, the man had no hands. It was Penny. Quentin hadn't recognized him without the mohawk, and his hair fully grown in. He'd never known what Penny's natural hair color was, only that it probably wasn't metallic green. Penny rotated in place to face them, gazing down from where he hung in midair. He was thinner than he once was, much. He didn't used to have cheekbones. Quentin stood at the edge of the eerie blue letters etched in the ground. The cold had gotten into his core. He couldn't stop his shoulders from shaking. Penny, he said lamely. It's you, Dot. Penny watched him calmly. This is my friend Poppy, Quentin said. It's good to see you, Penny. I'm glad you're all right. Hello, Quentin. What happened to you? What happened here? I joined the order. He spoke softly and calmly. Penny didn't seem to feel the cold at all. What is that, Penny? What's the order? We care for the Netherlands. The Netherlands is not a natural phenomenon, it is a made thing. An artifact. It was built long ago by magicians whose understanding of magic went far, far deeper than yours does. Not mine, mind you. Just yours. Good old Penny. His losing his hands the way he did was a catastrophe Quentin would never really get over, but if anybody was born to be a mystical floating monk with no hands, it was Penny. They were going to freeze to death before he was done with his dramatic exposition. Ever since then men and women like myself have watched over it. We repair it and defend it, Dot. Penny, I'm sorry, but we're really cold, Quentin said. Can you help us? Of course. When Penny lost his hands Quentin thought he would never do magic again. Counting Penny out was a mistake he apparently couldn't stop making. Hanging in the air in front of them, Penny joined his empty wrists together in front of him and began rhythmically reciting something in a language Quentin didn't know. He was making some kind of physical effort under his robe, but Quentin couldn't tell what. All at once the air around them went from frigid to warm. Quentin shook even more uncontrollably as he warmed up. The relief was immense. He couldn't help himself, he bent over, and his mouth filled with saliva. He thought he might throw up, and that seemed incredibly funny, and he started laughing. Beside him he could hear Poppy moaning as her body recovered. He didn't throw up. But it was a minute before either of them could talk again. "What happened here?" Poppy said finally. "Who destroyed this place?" "It was not destroyed." Penny corrected her with a trace of his old touchiness. "But it was damaged, badly. Perhaps irreparably. And there is worse to come." The books and papers that surrounded Penny closed and zipped off to their places in various stacks and piles. Penny began floating in the direction of the open doors of the palazzo. Apparently those blue runes weren't all that was holding him up. The order seemed to adhere to the principle of suckers walk, players ride. "It is better if I show you," Penny said. Quentin took Poppy's hand, and they followed him out into the square. Quentin was coasting on an endorphin high. He wasn't going to die probably, and after that all news was good news. Penny talked as he floated along. His head was still a couple of feet above theirs. It was like having a conversation with somebody who was riding a Segway. "Did you ever wonder," Penny said, "where magic comes from?" "Yes, Penny," Quentin said dutifully. "I did wonder about that. Henry had a theory. He told me about it when we were at Breakbills." He meant Dean Fogg. Penny only ever referred to the Breakbills faculty by their first names, to show that he thought of himself as their equal. It seemed wrong to him that humans should have access to magic. Or not wrong, but strange. It didn't make sense. He thought it was too good to be true. As magicians we were taking advantage of some kind of cosmic loophole to wield power that by rights we were never meant to have. The inmates had found the keys to the asylum, and we were running amok in the pharmacy. Or think of the universe as a vast computer. We are end users who have gained admin-level access to the system, and are manipulating it without authorization. Henry has a whimsical mind. He isn't a rigorous theorist, by any means, but he does have moments of insight. This was one of them. They had left the square, Poppy and Quentin walking with their arms around each other now, cooling their heat. The zone of warm air was centered around Penny and moved with him, so that the cold nudged them along if they lagged too far behind him. He had a captive audience. Even being lectured by Penny was preferable to freezing to death. Now push Henry's theory a little. If magicians are hackers who broke into the system, then who are the system's rightful administrators? Who built the system, the universe, into which we have broken? God? Poppy asked. It was good to have her here when dealing with Penny. Penny didn't get on her nerves. He didn't push Poppy's buttons the way he pushed Quentin's. She just wanted to know what he knew. Precisely. Or more precisely, the gods. There's no need to get overly theological about it. Any magician who could work magic on such a fundamental scale would be, almost by definition, a god. But where are they? And why haven't they caught us and kicked us out of their system? They must have worked spells on an energy scale that to us is no longer conceivable. Their power would have dwarfed even that of the mages who built the Netherlands. You should see it, Quentin. I mean really see the Netherlands, the way I have. It's not infinite, you know, but it goes on for thousands of miles in all directions. It's wonderful. They show you everything when you get in the order. It was funny about Penny. He was an arrogant prick, noticed the way he all but ignored Poppy, and he'd suffered terribly, but deep down under it he was still very innocent, and every once in a while his innocence overpowered his arrogance. Quentin didn't quite have it in him to like Penny, but he felt he understood Penny. Penny was the only person he'd ever met who loved magic, really loved it, the same way he did, naively, romantically, completely. After a while you get to be able to read the squares, like a language. Each one is an expression of the world it leads to, if you understand the grammar of it. No two are the same. There's one square, just one, that's a mile on each side, and it has a golden fountain in the center. They say the world it leads to is like heaven. They haven't let me go through yet. Quentin wondered what heaven would be like for Penny. Probably in heaven you were always right and you never had to stop talking. God, he could be a dick where Penny was concerned. Probably in heaven you had hands. They were silent for a bit, as they crossed a stone bridge over a canal. Little whirling snow devils chased each other across the ice. Where did the gods go? Poppy asked. I don't know. Maybe they've been in heaven. But they're back. They've come back to close the loophole. They're taking magic back, Quentin. They're going to take it all away from us. They'd come to a square that looked no different from any of the others except that the fountain in the center was closed. A tarnished bronze cover, ornately inscribed, fitted over the basin. It was held shut by a simple latch. Penny glided over to the fountain, over the snow, the tips of his bare toes brushing it. He let himself float gently to the ground. Quentin was trying to process what Penny had said. This must have been what the dragon had meant, back in Venice. This must be the mystery at the root of it all. But it couldn't be real. It had to be a mistake. The end of magic, that would mean the end of Breakbills, of theory, of everything that had happened to him since Brooklyn. He wouldn't be a magician anymore, nobody would be. All of their double lives would become single ones again. The spark would go out of the world. He tried to work out how they'd gotten here. A trip to the outer island, that's all it was supposed to be. He'd pulled a thread, and now the whole world was coming unraveled. He wanted to unpull it, to put it back, weave it back together again. Penny was waiting for something. "Open this for me, please," he said. "You have to undo the catch." "Right. No hands." Numb, but not from cold now, Quentin unhooked the bronze hook that held the cover on, then worked his fingertips between the cover and the stone. It was heavy, the metal was an inch thick, but with Poppy's help he heaved it up and part of the way to one side. They peered in. It took a second for the perspective to resolve, and when it did they both backed away instinctively. It was a long way down. There was no water in the fountain. Instead it was just a vast, echoing darkness. It was like they were looking down through the oculus of an enormous dome. This must be what lay beneath the Netherlands. Far down, Quentin would have guessed a mile, was a flat pattern of glowing white lines, like a schematic diagram of circuitry, or a maze with no solution. Among the lines, waist deep in them, stood a silvery figure. It was bald and muscled, and it must have been enormous. It was dark, but the giant made its own light. It glowed with a lovely steady silvery luminescence. The giant was busy. It was at work. It was changing the pattern. It grasped one line, disconnected it, bent it, connected it to another line. Because they were the size of derricks, its arms moved slowly, traversing enormous distances, but they never stopped moving. Its handsome face showed no expression. "Penny? What are we looking at? Is that God?" Poppy said. "That is a god," Penny corrected her. Though that is really just a term to describe a magician operating on a titanic power scale. We've seen at least a dozen of them, it's hard to tell them apart. There's one at each of these access points. But we know what they're doing. They're fixing it. They're rewiring the world. Quentin was staring down at the exposed circuitry of creation, and at the master of it. It looked a little like the Silver Surfer. "I suppose," Quentin said slowly, "you're going to say that that is a being of sublime beauty and power, and he only looks like that because my fallen mortal eyes are incapable of perceiving his true magnificence." "No. We think that's actually pretty much it." "Come on," Poppy said. She tilted her head. "He is pretty impressive. He's big. And silvery. A big silvery janitor. Penny, this can't be how the universe works. In the order we call it inverse profundity. We've observed it in any number of cases. The deeper you go into the cosmic mysteries, the less interesting everything gets. So that was him. The biggest bastard of them all, top of the food chain. That's where magic came from. Did he even understand what he'd made, how beautiful it was, how much people loved it? He didn't look like he loved anything. He just was. Though how could you make anything as beautiful as magic and not love it? "I wonder how he found out," Poppy said. "About us using magic. I wonder who tipped him off." "Maybe we should talk to him," Quentin said. "Maybe we can change his mind. We could, I don't know, prove ourselves worthy of magic or something. Maybe they have a test." Penny shook his head. "I don't think they can change their minds. When you get to that level of power and knowledge and perfection, the question of what you should do next gets increasingly obvious. Everything is very rule-governed. All you can ever do in any given situation is the most gloriously perfect thing, and there's only one of them. Finally, there aren't any choices left to make at all. You're saying the gods don't have free will. The power to make mistakes," Penny said. "Only we have that. Mortals." They watched the god work for a while without talking. It never paused or hesitated. Its hands moved and moved, bending lines, breaking one connection, making another. Quentin couldn't see why one pattern was better than another, but he supposed that was his mortal fallibility. He felt a little sorry for it. He supposed it was happy, never doubting, never hesitating, eternally certain of its absolute righteousness. But it was like a giant divine robot. "Let's cover it up," he said. "I don't want to look at it anymore." The bronze cover grated against the stone, then dropped with a clang back into place. Quentin latched it. Though who the latch was going to keep in or out, he couldn't imagine. They stood around it as if it were a grave they'd just finished filling. "Why is this happening now?" he said. Penny shook his head. Something caught their attention. Somebody somewhere must have tripped an alarm and summoned them back from wherever they were. They may not even have realized they were doing it. "We didn't know they were here until the cold started. Then the sun went out, and the snow came, and the wind. The buildings started to collapse. It's all ending." "Josh was here," Quentin said. "He told us about it." "I know," Penny said. He shifted uncomfortably under his robe. He forgot himself and spoke in his old voice again. "The cold makes my stumps ache." "What's going to happen?" Poppy asked. "The Netherlands will be destroyed. It was never part of the divine plan. My predecessors built it in the space between universes. The gods will clear it away, like a wasp's nest in an old wall. If we're still here, we'll die with it. But it won't stop there. It's not even the Netherlands they're after, it's what it runs on." You could say one thing for Penny, he could look a hard truth in the face. He had a weird integrity about things like that. He was calm and collected. He didn't flinch. It wouldn't occur to him to. "Magic is the problem. We're not supposed to have it. They're going to close whatever loophole they left open that lets us use it. When they're done, it will go dead, not just here but everywhere, in every world. That power will belong to the gods only. Most worlds will simply lose magic. I think Fiery may fall apart and cease to exist entirely. It's a bit special that way, it's magical all the way through. I have a theory that Fiery itself might be the loophole, the leak through which magic first got out. The hole in the dike. The change would have started already. You may have seen signs. The thrashing clock trees. They must be something like Fiery's early warning system, sensitive to any signs of trouble. Jollyby's death, maybe Felorians can't live without magic. Ember and the unique beasts up in arms. They were fixing the world. But Quentin preferred it broken. He wondered how long it would take. Years, maybe he could go home and not think about it and it would all happen after he was dead. But he wasn't getting that impression. Quentin wondered what he would do if magic went away. He didn't know how he would live in that world. Most people wouldn't even notice the change, of course, but if you knew about it, knew what you'd lost, it would eat away at you. He didn't know if he could explain it to a non-magician. Everything would simply be what it was and nothing else. All there would be was what you could see. What you felt and thought, all the longing and desire in your heart and mind, would count for nothing. With magic you could make those feelings real. They could change the world. Without it they would be stuck inside you forever, figments of your own imagination. And Venice. Venice would drown. Its weight would crush those wooden pilings, and it would disappear into the sea. You could see the gods' point of view. They made magic. Why would they want an ignorant insect like Quentin playing around with it? But he couldn't accept it. He wasn't going to. Why should the gods be the only ones who got magic? They didn't appreciate it. They didn't even enjoy it. It didn't make them happy. It was theirs, but they didn't love it, not the way he, Quentin, loved it. The gods were great, but what good was greatness if you didn't love? So is it going to happen? He asked. For now he would be stoic like Penny. Is there any way to stop it? He was warm again, but the chill kept creeping back in through the soles of his boots. Probably not. Penny began to walk, like a regular mortal, with his actual feet. The snow didn't seem to bother him. Quentin and Poppy walked with him. But there is a way. We always knew this might happen. We prepared for it. Tell me, what's the first thing a hacker does once he breaks into a system? I don't know, Quentin said. He steals a bunch of credit card numbers and subscribes to a lot of really premium porn sites? He sets up a back door. It was good to know that even having attained enlightenment, Penny was still impervious to humor. So that if he's ever locked out, he can get back in. The Order did that? So they say. A back door was built into the system, metaphorically speaking, that would let magic back out into the universe, if the gods ever returned to claim it. It just has to be opened. Oh my God. Quentin didn't know whether he should dare to hope or not. It would almost be too painful if it turned out not to be true. So you can fix this? You're going to fix this? The back door exists. Penny mimed doing quotey fingers, which he couldn't actually do. But the keys to it were hidden a long time ago. So long ago now that not even we know where they are. Quentin and Poppy looked at each other. It couldn't be that simple, it just couldn't. No way were they that lucky. Penny, there wouldn't by any chance be 7 of these keys? Quentin said. 7, yes. 7 golden keys. Penny. Jesus Christ, Penny, I think we have them. Or 6 of them. We have them back in Fiery. It has to be them. Quentin had to sit down on a block of stone, even though it was a little outside Penny's circle of warmth. He put his head in his hands. That was the quest. It wasn't fake, and it wasn't a game, it was real. It mattered after all. They'd been fighting for magic all along. They just hadn't known it. Of course, Penny took this in stride. He would never be so uncool as to give Quentin credit for saving the universe or anything. That's very good. That's excellent. But you must recover the 7th key. Right. I got that far. We'll find the 7th key. And then what? Then take them all to the end of the world. The door is there. This was it. He knew what to do now. He'd received his cue. It was like how he felt back on the island, in the castle, but calmer this time. This must be what the gods felt like, he thought. Absolute certainty. They had arrived at Penny's building, back where they'd started. Penny, we have to get back to Fiery, back to our ship, to finish the quest. Can you send us back? I mean, even with the fountains frozen over? Of course. The Order has made me privy to all the secrets of interdimensional travel. If you think of the Netherlands as a computer, then the fountains are merely. Awesome. Thanks, man. He turned to Poppy. Are you in on this? Or do you still want to go back to the real world? Are you kidding? She grinned and pressed herself against him. Fuck reality, baby. Let's go save the universe. I will prepare the spell to send you back, Penny said. It was snowing harder, the flakes blowing slantwise through their little dome of warmth, but Quentin felt invulnerable now. They were going to fight this, and they were going to win. Penny began chanting in that same incomprehensible language he'd used before. It had some vowel sounds that Quentin barely recognized as human. It needs a minute to take effect, he said when he was done. Of course, from this point forward the journey will be undertaken by members of the Order. Wait. What do you mean? My colleagues and I will return with you to your ship and carry out the remainder of the quest. You may observe, of course. Penny gave them a moment to take that in. You didn't think we would leave a mission of this importance to a group of amateurs, did you? We appreciate the good work you've done to get us this far, we truly do, but it's out of your hands now. It's time for the professionals take over. Sorry, but no, Quentin said. It isn't. He wasn't giving this up. And he definitely wasn't inviting Penny along. I suppose you'll find your own way back to Fiery then, Penny said. He crossed his handless arms. I take back the spell. You can't take it back. Poppy said. What are you, 9? Penny. He'd finally gotten under even Poppy's skin. You don't understand, Quentin said, though he wasn't totally sure he understood himself. This is our job. Nobody else can do it for us. That's not how it works. You have to send us back. I have to? Are you going to make me? Jesus. Penny, you are unbelievable. Literally unbelievable. You know, I actually thought you changed, I really did. Do you even get that this isn't about you? Not about me? Penny lost his grip on his interdimensional monk voice again and spoke in his old, higher-pitched voice, the one he used to use when he felt especially aggrieved and self-righteous. Spare me that, Quentin. You haven't spared me much during our long acquaintance, but spare me that. I found the Netherlands. I found the button. I took us to Fiery. You didn't do all that, Quentin, I did. And I got my hands bitten off by the beast. And I came here. And now I'm going to finish this, because I started it. Quentin imagined it, Penny and his fellow Blue Oyster cult members showing up on the Munchak and ordering Elliot, around. Probably they were better magicians than he was, technically. But still, no, he couldn't do it. It was impossible. They glared at each other. It was a stalemate. Penny, can I ask you something? Quentin said. How do you do magic now? I mean, without your hands? The funny thing about Penny was that you knew questions like that weren't going to make him uncomfortable, and it didn't. In fact, his mood brightened immediately. At first I thought I would never do magic again, Penny explained. But when the order took me in, they taught me another technique that does not depend on hand motions. Think about it, what's special about hands? What if you were to use other muscles in your body to cast spells? The order showed me how. Now I can see how limiting it was. To be honest, I'm a little surprised you're still doing it the old way. Penny wiped his chin with his sleeve. He always used to spit a little when he got excited. Quentin took a deep breath. Penny, I don't think you or the order can finish this quest. I'm sorry. Ember assigned this one to us, and he must have had his reasons. I think that may just be the way it works. It's his will. I don't think it would work for anybody else. Penny mulled this for a minute. All right, he said finally. All right. I can see there is a certain logic to it. And there is a great deal for the order to do in the Netherlands. In fact, in many respects the crucial effort will take place here, while you retrieve the keys. Quentin had a feeling that was the best he was going to get. Great. I appreciate that. If you wanted to, you could take this opportunity to say that you're sorry about sleeping with my girlfriend. You were on a break. Okay, look, just get us the hell out of here, we have to go save magic. If they stayed here any longer, Quentin was going to doom the universe all over again by killing Penny with his bare hands. Though it would almost be worth it. What are you going to do while we do that? We, the Order and I, are going to engage the gods directly. This will delay them while you recover the last key. But what could you possibly do? Poppy asked. Aren't they all powerful? Or practically? Oh, the Order can do things you wouldn't believe. We've spent millennia studying in the library of the Netherlands. We know secrets that you never dreamed of. We know secrets that would drive you mad if I whispered them to you. And we're not alone. We'll have help. A deep, muffled thump filled the square from over by the fountain that led back to Earth. It shook the air, they felt it in their knees. A stone fell somewhere. Another thump followed it, and another, as if something was knocking, trying to force its way into the world from somewhere underneath it. Was it the gods? Maybe they were too late. There was a final thump, and all at once the ice in the fountain exploded upward. Quentin and Poppy ducked as chunks of it shot in all directions and went skittering across the paving stones. With a metallic groan, the great bronze lotus flower tore open, the petals spreading out in all directions as if it were blooming, and a huge, sinuous form came surging and wriggling up out of it. The thing lunged violently up into the air, spreading its wings and shaking off water and beating its way into the night sky, whipping the falling snow into great whirls and circles around it. Another one followed it, and then a third. It's the dragons! Poppy shouted. She clapped her hands like a little girl. Quentin, it's the dragons! Oh, look at them! It's the dragons, Penny said. The dragons are going to help us. Poppy kissed him on the cheek, and Penny smiled for the first time. You could tell he didn't want to, but he couldn't help himself. The dragons kept coming, one after the other. They must have emptied out every river in the world. The square lit up as one of them roared a gout of flame at the misty sky. How did he know that was going to happen right then? You planned that, didn't you? Quentin said, or tried to say, but just then Penny's spell took effect, and Quentin was no longer in the same world as the person he was talking to. Book 4. Chapter 23. That morning in Merce, sitting around the table in the library, they gave Julia the full download. In a way she was lucky she was only getting in now. She'd missed the early days, when they spent a lot of time just ruling things out. For example, they'd blown 6 months on a theory that spells picked up extra power the closer you got to the center of the Earth. A minor effect, barely measurable, but if it could be verified it would open up huge, ripe fields of new theory. It would change everything. That had kicked off a barnstorming tour of abandoned mines and salt domes and other deep subterranean topography, not excluding an expensive sequence involving a rented tramp steamer and a second-hand bathysphere. But all they'd learned from half a year's hard spelunking and deep ocean diving was that Asmodeus's spell work performed slightly better once you got half a mile underground, and that the most probable explanation for that was that spelunking got Asmodeus really excited. They pushed on into astrology and ocean magic and even oniromancy, dream magic. Turns out you can cast some truly amazing shit in your dreams. But after you wake up it all seems kind of pointless, and nobody really wants to hear about it. They worked with the Earth's magnetic field, using apparatus cribbed from some Nikola Tesla drawings, right up until the night when Falstaff almost flipped the planet's magnetic poles, whereupon they dropped that whole line of investigation and backed away slowly. Gummidge spent a sleepless week developing a witheringly abstract hypothesis related to cosmic rays and quantum effects and the Higgs boson, which in the end even she only half understood. She swore she could prove it mathematically, but the calculations required were so involved that they would have required a computer the size of the universe, running for a length of time that would have taken them past the projected heat death of the universe, to work them out. It was pretty much the definition of moot. That's when they turned to religion. At this, Julia pushed her chair back from the table. She could feel her intellectual gag reflex about to kick in. "I know," Pouncey said. "But it's not what you think. Hear us out, Dot." Falstaff began unrolling a huge, closely annotated diagram that was almost as big as the table. Religion had never been a subject that interested Julia. She considered herself too smart to believe in things she had no evidence for, and that behaved in ways that violated every principle she'd ever observed or heard plausibly spoken about. And she considered herself too tough-minded to believe in things just because they made her feel better. Magic was one thing. With magic you were at least looking at reproducible results. But religion? That was about faith. Uneducated guesses made by weak minds. As far as she knew, or thought she knew, her views on this matter were shared by the other free traders. There was a piece missing, Pouncey went on. We thought we'd gone back to first principles. But what if we hadn't? What if there were principles before the first principles we'd gone back to, Dot? We were assuming, until it could be proved otherwise, that there were bigger energies out there, far bigger, and that there was a technique by which those energies could be manipulated. Humans have not, so far as we know, in the modern era, gained access to those energies. But suppose there were another class of beings who did have access to them. Maybe not humans. Another class of beings, Julia said flatly. You're talking about God. Gods. I wanted to find out more about them. That's insane. There's no such thing as gods. Or God. You know, Pouncey, one of the things I love about the fact that I didn't go to college is that I didn't have to sit around a freshman dorm getting high and arguing about shit like this. But Pouncey was not withered by her scorn. Once you've eliminated the possible, whatever remains, however impossible, must be the truth. Sherlock Holmes. That's not actually the quote. And it doesn't mean that gods are real, Pouncey. It means you need to go back and check your work, because you screwed it up somewhere. We checked it. Then maybe you should give up, Julia said. But I don't give up, Pouncey said. His eyes had a wintry, sleety gray to them that was distinctly on Abercrombie and Fitch. And neither do they. He indicated the others sitting around the table. And neither do you. Do you, Julia? Julia blinked and held his gaze to indicate that she would keep listening, but that she made no promises. Pouncey went on. We're not talking about monotheism. Or at least not in its latter-day form. We're talking about old-time religion. Paganism, or more precisely polytheism. Forget everything you ordinarily associate with religious study. Strip away all the reverence and the awe and the art and the philosophy of it. Treat the subject coldly. Imagine yourself to be a theologist, but a special kind of theologist, one who studies gods the way an entomologist studies insects. Take as your dataset the entirety of world mythology and treat it as a collection of field observations and statistics pertaining to a hypothetical species, the god. Proceed from there. Fastidiously at first, with rubber gloves and tweezers and haughty distaste, as if they were handling the intellectual equivalent of medical waste, Pouncey and the others took up the study of comparative religion. Much as Julia had done with magic back in her apartment above the bagel store, they began combing the world's religious narratives and traditions for practical information. They called it Project Ganymede. What the hell were you hoping to find? Julia said. I wanted to learn their techniques. I wanted to be able to do what gods did. I don't see any real distinction between religion and magic, or for that matter between gods and magicians. I think divine power is just another form of magical praxis. You know what Arthur C. Clarke said about technology and magic, right? Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Turn it around. What is advanced magic indistinguishable from? Any sufficiently advanced magic is indistinguishable from the miraculous. The fire of the gods, Falstaff rumbled. Jesus, he was a true believer too. But despite herself, and she took care not to show it, Julia felt her curiosity stirring. She reminded herself that she knew these people well. They were as smart as she was, and they were at least as big intellectual snobs as she was. She probably wasn't going to come up with a lot of objections that they hadn't already thought of. Look, Pouncy, she said. I know enough about religion to know that even if there are gods, they don't exactly hand out holy fire like candy. There's only one way this story ends. It's Prometheus all over again. Phaethon. Icarus. Pick your sucker. You fly too close to the sun, the thermal energy from the sun overwhelms the weak attractive forces that allow the wax in your wings to maintain its solid form, and down you go, into the sea. No fire for you. And that's if you're lucky. If you're unlucky, you end up like Prometheus. Birds eat your liver forever. Usually, Falstaff said. There are exceptions. For example, not everybody is such a complete dink that they make their wings out of wax, Asmodeus said. Briskly, Falstaff walked Julia through the enormous diagram on the table in front of them, sketching arcs and connections with his thick, soft fingers. The diagram showed the primary narratives of the major and minor religious traditions, collated and cross-referenced and color-coded, to highlight areas where they overlapped and confirmed one another. Apparently, if you're enough of a power nerd, there is nothing that cannot be flowchart. The hubristic scenario, the pride that challenges the gods and leads to the death of the challenger, is only one of a number of possible scenarios. And usually the bad outcome can be traced to poor preparation on the part of the principals. It does not at all imply that it is categorically impossible for a mortal to gain access to divine power. Julia said. Theoretically. No, not theoretically, Asmodeus said sharply. Practically. Historically. Technically, the process is called ascension, or sometimes assumption, or my favorite word for it is translation. They all mean the same thing, the process by which a human being is brought bodily into heaven, without dying, and accorded some measure of divine status. And then there's apotheosis, which is related, whereby a human actually becomes a god. It's been done, tons of times. Give me examples. Mary. She ticked off a finger. As in Jesus's mom. She was born mortal and ended up divine. Galahad. Arthurian legend. He was Lancelot's son. He found the Holy Grail and was taken directly up into heaven. So was Enoch, he was an early descendant of Adam's. There's a couple of Chinese generals, Gummidge said. Guan Yu. Fan Kuai. There's the 8 immortals of Taoism. Dido, Buddha, Simon Magus, Pouncy chimed in. It just goes on and on. Or look at Ganymede, Asmo said. Greek legend. He was immortal, but of such great beauty that Zeus brought him up to Olympus to be a cupbearer. Hence the project name. We think cupbearer was probably a euphemism, Falstaff added. No kidding, Julia said. Okay, I get the point. Not everybody ends up like Icarus. But these are just stories. There's immortals in Highlander, but that doesn't mean they're real. Those aren't gods, Falstaff said. Jesus, have you even seen the movie? And these aren't just ordinary mortals you're talking about. They were all special in some way. Like you said, Enoch was a descendant of Adam. And you're not? Asmo said. Galahad was inhumanly virtuous. Ganymede was inhumanly beautiful. Which I don't think anybody here exactly qualifies for either. You all seem pretty human to me. Very true, Pouncy said. Very true. It's an issue. Listen, for the moment we're talking proof of concept. We're in initial trials. We're nowhere near drawing definitive conclusions yet. We just don't want to rule anything out. Like a professor showing around a prospective graduate student, Pouncy took Julia on a tour of the parts of the East Wing she hadn't been allowed into before. She passed room after room stuffed with the paraphernalia of 100 churches and temples. There were raiments and vestments. There were altars and torches and censers and mitres. There were 1,000 flavors of incense. She picked up a bundle of sacred staffs tied together with twine. She recognized a bishop's crozier among them, and a druidical shillelagh. This was a different class of hardware from what she was used to handling, to the say least. It looked like rubbish to her. But who could tell for sure without testing? Maybe this was the industrial strength stuff. Maybe this really was the big iron, the magical equivalent of the Large Hadron Collider. You couldn't rule it out till you'd ruled it out. Could you? So Julia joined Project Ganymede. She pitched in with the others, doing what nerds do. She sliced and diced, organized and spreadsheet, drew up checklists and then checked the hell out of them. The magicians of Merse chanted, drank, sacrificed, fasted, bathed, painted their faces, consulted the stars, and huffed odd gases from bubbling liquids. It was hard to assimilate the sight of the solemn, gawky Gummidge ululating and tripping on peyote, topless and in full face paint, but as Pouncy pointed out, in the context of their present field of study, this was what rigor looked like. Asmodeus swore, in hushed tones, glittering with suppressed merriment, that Pouncy and Gummidgee were running backchic sex rituals on the sly, but if she had proof she declined to make it available to Julia. They had to find out if there was a magical technique behind all this messy crap, and if there was, who knew, maybe it would make the stuff in the 3-ring binders look like bar mitzvah magic. At the point when Julia joined Project Ganymede, Pouncy didn't have much to show by way of results, but he'd seen enough to keep hoping that it wasn't a complete waste of time, all red herring and no white whale. Apparently Iris had been trying a new transcription of a Sumerian chant the other night when something like a swarm of insects issued, no other word really applied, from her mouth. It hovered in the middle of the room for a second, buzzing fiercely, and then broke a window and disappeared outside. Iris couldn't speak for 2 days afterward. The thing had scorched her throat coming out. There were other hints too, scattered manifestations of something, nobody even had a theory as to what. Objects moving by themselves. Glasses and pots shattering. There were those phantom giant footsteps that had woken Julia up. Fiberpunk, the fireplug meta-magician, had fasted and meditated for 3 days, and on the morning of the 4th he swore he'd seen a hand in a ray of sunshine, felt it reach down and gently touch his pudgy face with its hot fingers. But nobody else could make it happen. That's what was frustrating. Magic wasn't a perfect linear grid or anything, but compared with magic, religion was just chaos, a complete junk pile. Sure, it was plenty ritualized, and formalized, and codified, but the rituals didn't deliver consistent, reproducible results. The thing about real magic was, once you learned a spell, and you cast it properly, and you weren't too tired, and the circumstances hadn't shifted while you weren't looking, then it worked, generally speaking. But this religious stuff didn't give good data. Pouncy was convinced that if they could drill down far enough, parse the underlying grammar, they'd have the basis for an entirely new and radically more powerful magical technique, but the further down they drilled the more chaotic and less grammatical it got. Sometimes it felt like there was some capricious, mischievous presence on the other side that was pressing buttons and pulling levers at random, just to piss them off. Pouncy had the patience for it, to sit and wait out the noisy data until the patterns emerged, but Pouncy was a singular individual. So while he and his acolytes pored over sacred texts, and filled hard drive after hard drive with chaotic pseudodata, Asmodeus took a smaller group out into the field in search of a shortcut. She went looking for a live specimen. Pouncy wasn't thrilled to find Asmo leading a splinter movement, but she stood up to him with the icy firmness of a 17-year-old corporate vice president. There was, she explained, although everybody already knew, a population of magical beings on Earth. It was a modest population, as Earth wasn't an especially hospitable environment for them. Magically speaking, the soil was rocky and bitter, the air thin, the winters harsh. Life on Earth for a fairy was analogous to life in the Arctic for a human. They survived, but they did not thrive. And yet some few remained the Inuits, by analogy, of the magical world. Among those few there was a hierarchy. Some were more powerful, some less so. At the bottom were the vampires, seedy serial killers from whose population the non-sociopaths had been bred hundreds of generations ago by natural selection. Empathy was not a survival trait among the Strigoi. They were not well liked. But above them were any number of orders of fairies and elementals and lycanthropes and one-off oddities, leading up the power chain. And this was where Asmodeus saw her opportunity. If she worked her way up the ladder, patiently, rung by rung, who knows where she might get. She might not get all the way to gods, but she might meet somebody who knew somebody who had the gods' fax number. It beat fasting. To begin with, they kept things local, day trips to hotspots within easy striking distance. Enough of province was still farmland and parkland that they could still ferret out indigenous sprites, minor river sirens, even the odd wyvern without much trouble. But that was small fry. As July turned to August, and the hills around Merce lit up with lavender fields so idyllically beautiful they looked like something you'd see on a calendar in a dentist's office, Asmodeus and her hand-picked team, which now included Failstaff as well, disappeared into the field for days at a time. Their efforts were not at first conspicuously successful. Asmo would knock on Julia's door at 3 a.m, dead leaves in her hair and holding a 2/3 full bottle of Prosecco, and they would sit on Julia's bed while Asmo described a night of fruitless bullshitting in old Prabussel with a bunch of lutins, basically the French equivalent of your common leprechaun, who kept trying to crawl up under her, admittedly invitingly short, skirt. But there was progress. Failstaff kept a special room, neatly swept, with a white tablecloth set with fresh food, as a kind of honeypot for local spirits called fadas, who would come bearing good luck in their right hands, bad in their left. Asmo woke her up crowing about having gotten an audience with the golden goat, a being usually seen only by shepherds, and from a distance. It wasn't all good luck and golden goats. One night Asmo came back with wet hair, shivering in the early autumn chill, after a drac, in the middle of an otherwise perfectly civil interview, had abruptly pulled her right into the Rhone. The next day she saw the thing in the supermarket in the shape of a man, stocking its shopping cart with jars of anchovies. It winked at her merrily. Plus somebody was stealing their hubcaps. Asmo thought it must be a local trickster deity called Reynard the Fox. He was supposed to be some kind of anti-gentry, anti-clerical hero of the peasantry, but she just considered him a pain in the ass. One morning Julia saw Falstaff at breakfast looking as grim as she'd ever seen him. Over espresso and muesli he swore to her that he'd seen a black horse with a back as long as a school bus, with 30 crying children mounted on it, match speeds with them last night as they drove home in the van. It paced them for 2 solid minutes, sometimes trotting on the ground, sometimes galloping along up on power lines or across the treetops. Then it leaped straight into a river, kids and all. They stopped and waited, but it never came back up. Real or illusion? They searched the papers for stories about missing kids, but they never found anything. Most days the two groups would debrief at noon, over lunch for Pouncy's team and breakfast for Asmo's, who were out all night in the field most nights and got up late. Each side presented its data, and each side would feed what the other side had learned back into the next stage of its investigations. There was a certain amount of healthy competition between the two sides. Also some unhealthy competition. For fuck's sake, Asmo, Pouncy said one day in September, interrupting her mid-report. The hayfields all around the house were turning a toasted brown. How is this getting us anywhere? If I have to hear one more word about that golden fucking goat, I'm going to go mental. Absolutely mental. The goat knows nothing. This whole region is just chicken shit. I would kill for something Greek. Anything. God, demigod, spirit, monster, I don't even care what. A cyclops. There's got to be a few of those things left. We're practically on the Mediterranean. Asmodeus stared at him balefully across a table strewn with baguette crusts and smears of local jam. Her eyes looked hollow. She was wiped out from lack of sleep. A huge wasp, its legs dangling limply, airlifted from one jam smear to the next. No cyclops, she said. Sirens. I could get you a siren. Sirens? Pouncy brightened up. He banged the table with the flat of his hand. Why didn't you say so? That's great, Dot. They're not Greek sirens though. They're French. They're half-snake, from the waist down. Pouncy frowned. So like a gorgon. No. Gorgons have snakes for hair. Except anyway, I don't think gorgons are real. A half-snake woman, Julia said, would be a lamia. She would be, Asmodeus snapped, if she were in Greece. But we're in France, so she's a siren. All right, but maybe she knows a lamia, Pouncy said. Maybe they're related. Like cousins. You gotta think all the snake-bodied women have a network. She doesn't know a lamia. Asmodeus put her head down on the table. God, you have no idea what you're asking. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, you've got to widen your search. I'm so sick of this cutesy Frenchy French shit. Ever wonder why Clash of the Lutins was never a movie? The power levels around here are nothing. We can fly you to Greece, the money isn't a problem. We can all go to Greece. But you've hit a wall here and you're too stubborn to admit it, but you don't know. Asmodeus sat up, her red eyes flaming. You don't understand what I'm doing. You can't just go knocking on doors like you're taking a census. You have to build up trust. I'm running a network of agents here now. Some of these things haven't talked to a human for centuries. The golden goat. God. He stuck a finger in Asmodeus's face. No more with the goat. Asmo's right, Pouncy. All eyes turned to Julia. She could see that Pouncy had expected her to back him up. Well, she wasn't here to play power games. If there's one thing magic had taught her, it was that power wasn't a game. You're thinking about this the wrong way. The answer isn't wider, it's deeper. If we start hopping around the globe cherry-picking myths and legends, we're going to burn through all our time and money and end up with nothing. Well, so far we've got golden fucking goat cheese. Hey now, Falstaff said. That stuff was perfectly edible. You're missing the point. If we go out there looking for something specific, we'll never find anything. But if we focus on someplace rich and really deep dive it, work our way down through what's there, we're bound to hit something solid eventually. If there's anything solid to hit. Someplace rich. Like Greece. It's like I was saying. We don't need to go to Greece, Julia said. We don't need to go anywhere. All this stuff has to be connected at the roots. Everybody came through Provence, the Celts were here, the Romans, the Basques. The Buddhists sent missionaries. The Egyptians had colonies, and so did the Greeks, Pouncy, if you absolutely need the Greeks to get you hard. They even had Jews. Sure, it all got covered over with Christianity, but the mythology goes all the way down. If we can't find a god in all that, there are no gods to be found. So what are you saying? Pouncy regarded her skeptically, not pleased by her display of disloyalty. We should drop all the world religion stuff and just do local folk and myth? That's what I'm saying. That's where our sources are. Let's bear down on those and see what they get us. Pouncy pursed his lips, considering. Everyone looked at him. All right. He threw up his hands. All right. Fine. Let's do a month just on Pravasal stuff and see what it gets us. He glared around the table. But no more dicking around with leprechauns. Take us up the food chain, Asmo. I want to know who runs this area. Find out who all these small players are afraid of and then get that guy's number. That's who we want to talk to. Asmodeus heaved a sigh. She looked years older than she had in June. I'll try, she said. I really will, Pouncy. But you don't know what you're asking. You'd never hear Pouncy cop to it, but Julia turned out to be right. When they narrowed their focus to the local mythology only, Project Ganymede began to get traction. Once they started looking at just one corner of the puzzle and stuck all the rest of the pieces back in the box, everything started to fit together. Poring through Gregory of Tours and other nameless medieval chroniclers, Julia began to get a feel for the local magic. Like wine, Pravasal magic had its own distinctive terroir. It was rich and chaotic and romantic. It was a night magic, confabulated out of moons and silver, wine and blood, nights and fairies, wind and rivers and forests. It concerned itself with good and evil but also with the vast intermediate realm in between, the realm of mischief. It was also mother magic. Gradually Julia began to become aware of something, or someone, who was standing behind the old dead pages, just out of view. Julia couldn't see her, or name her, or not yet, but she felt her. She must have been old, very old. She must have gotten here early, long before the Romans. Nothing Julia read spoke of her directly, you couldn't look straight at her, but you knew she was there because of the small ways she perturbed the universe around her. Julia picked up on her only by triangulation, via tiny traces, little glimpses, like the curious Black Madonna figures you saw scattered around Europe, and especially around Provence. Black Madonnas were otherwise ordinary images of the Virgin Mary, but with an inexplicably dark complexion. But she was older than the Virgin Mary, and wilder. Julia thought she must be some kind of local fertility goddess from out of the darkness of the region's deep, preliterate past, before the cosmopolitan conquerors came in and scraped everything smooth and clean and paved it over with official homogenizing Christianity. A distant cousin of Diana or Cybele or Isis, ethnographically speaking. When the Christians arrived they would have lumped her in with Mary, but Julia thought she might still be out there on her own. She sensed the goddess looking out from behind the mask of Christian dogma, the way the second Julia had looked out from behind the mask of the first Julia. The goddess called to Julia, who had turned her back on her own mother to save herself, and now heard about her only in oblique and infrequent emails from her sister, sent from the safe bosom of a small, top-flight liberal arts college in western Massachusetts. Julia remembered the grace and forgiveness with which she had been received back into her home, when she came crawling back from Chesterton. It was like nothing else she had ever experienced, before or since. It was the closest to the divine she'd ever been. The more Julia read and cross-checked and deduced and collated, the more she was convinced her goddess was real. Nothing she longed for that ardently could fail to exist. It was like the goddess was just on the other side of all these useless words, trying to find Julia as Julia was searching for her. She wasn't a great and grand world-ruling goddess, a Hera or a Frigga. She was more of a middleweight, a team player on a big pantheon. She wasn't a grain goddess like Ceres. Provence was rocky and Mediterranean, not wheat country at all. Julia's goddess dealt in grapes and olives, the dark, intense fruit of hard, gnarled trees and vines. And she had daughters too, the Dryads, ferocious defenders of the forests. The goddess was warm, even humorous, and loving, but she had a second aspect, terrible in its bleakness, a mourning aspect that she assumed in winter, when she descended to the underworld, away from the light. There were different versions of the story. In some she grew angry at mankind and hid herself underground half the year out of rage. In some she lost one of her Dryad daughters and retired to Hades in grief. In others the goddess was fooled by some Loki-type trickster god and bound to spend half the year hiding her warmth and fruitfulness in the underworld, against her will. But in each version her dual nature was clear. She was a goddess of darkness as well as light. A black Madonna, the blackness of death, but also the blackness of good soil, dark with decay, which gives rise to life. Julia wasn't the only one to hear the call of the goddess. The others talked about her too. The free trader Beowulf alumni in particular, who tended not to have been the beneficiaries of world-class mothering as children, felt drawn to her. In the crypt under Chartres Cathedral there was an ancient druidical well, and nearby a famous statue of the Black Madonna that was known as Notre Dame sous terre. So that's what they called the goddess, for lack of a real name, Our Lady Underground. Or sometimes, when they were being familiar, just OLU. Asmo began to take Julia out on some of the nighttime raids. These were conducted in Julia's former rental Peugeot or, in the event that they were considering extracting and transporting someone or something, a long-suffering Renault traffic van. One night they followed a tip deep into the Camargue, the vast swampy delta of the Rhône River where it flowed into the Mediterranean, 300 square miles of salt marshes and lagoons. It was a 2-hour drive. The Camargue was, allegedly, home to a creature called the Tarasque. When Julia asked Asmodeus for details, she just said, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." She was right. Having squelched through miles of rotten, boot-sucking ground, they finally tracked the thing down and chivied it out of its hiding place in a hollow full of stunted, broken marsh pines. It faced them in the moonlight, making a miserable waffling sound, like it had a nagging cold. "What?" Julia said, "the fuck?" "Holy shit," said Falstaff. "This is exceeding expectations," Asmo said. The Tarasque was a beast about the size of a hippo, but with 6 legs. It had a scorpion tail, a kind of lion-human head with stringy long hair, and on its back a turtle shell with spikes coming out of it. It was the turtle shell that did it. It looked like Bowser from Super Mario Bros. The Tarasque crouched low to the ground, wheezing, its chin resting on a wet stump, looking up at them with its unbelievably ugly face. Its posture was not so much defensive as resigned. "Leave it to the French to come up with the most fucked-up-est dragon ever," Asmodeus sighed. Once the Tarasque realized they weren't going to attack it, it began to talk. In fact, they couldn't get it to shut up. The thing didn't need a roving strike team of folklorist wizards, it needed a therapist. They sat there all night on tree stumps listening to it complain about how lonely and insufficiently damp it was. Not till dawn did it lumber back into its hollow. But the Tarasque turned out to be worth it. It was a champion winner, and if they were trying to figure out who people around here were afraid of, well, it was afraid of practically everyone. They were spoiled for choice. The Tarasque was too big for the small fry to pick on, but reading between the lines it was clear that it was a whipping boy for the upper ranks of mythological society. Apparently Reynard the Fox teased it a great deal, though it begged them not to mention anything about that to Reynard, for fear of reprisals. More interestingly, the Tarasque was subjected to periodic beatings by a holy man of some kind who had been haunting the slopes of Mont Ventoux for the past millennium or so. It was the Tarasque's terrifying appearance, that caused it to be so often misunderstood. A being of such ferocious magnificence as itself was too often assumed to be evil, and scourged and vilified should it devour even so much as 6 or 7 village folk. That was why it had taken to spending its days wallowing in the salt bogs of the Camargue, numbing the occasional wild horse to stay alive. Why not join it? It was cool and safe here. And it so rarely found anyone nice to talk to. Not like that nasty holy man. They were so much nicer than he was. Driving back along empty pre-dawn highways, squinting out at the flatness of the swamp through gummy eyes, they all agreed that the holy hermit sounded like a very nasty customer indeed. Exactly the kind of nasty customer they should get to know better. A new atmosphere had settled over the house at Merce. It had always been a basic tenet there that luxury and comfort were integral parts of the magical lifestyle, not just for its own sake but as a matter of principle. As magicians, Merce magicians, they were the secret aristocracy of the world, and goddammit, they were going to live like it. Now that was changing. Nobody said anything, and certainly no edicts came down from Pouncy, but the atmosphere became more Spartan. The serious nature of their investigation was cooling and tempering their collective mood. Less wine came out with dinner, and sometimes none at all. The food became plainer. Conversations were conducted in hushed tones, as they would be in the halls of a monastery. An attitude of seriousness and austerity was taking root among them. Julia suspected some of the others of fasting. From a high-energy magical research center, Merce was turning into something more like a religious retreat. Julia felt it too. She began getting up at dawn. She spoke only when necessary. Her mind was clear and sharp, her thoughts like birds calling to one another in an empty sky. At night she slept heavily, deep ocean sleep, calm and dark, adrift with strange, silent, luminous creatures. One night she dreamed that Our Lady Underground visited her in her room. She came in the form of a statue of herself, the one from the crypt at Chartres, stiff and cold. The statue gave Julia a wooden cup. Sitting up, Julia lifted it to her lips and drank like a feverish child being given medicine in bed. The liquid was cool and sweet, and she thought of the dawn poem about the thirsty earth. Then she lowered the cup, and the goddess leaned down and kissed her, with her hard, gilded icon's face. Then the statue broke apart, its outside crumbling like an eggshell, and from inside it stepped the true goddess, clear at last. She was grave and unbearably lovely, and she held her attributes in either hand, a gnarled olive staff in her right, a bird's nest with 3 eggs in it in her left. Half of her face was in shadow, for the half of the year she spent underground. Her eyes were full of love and forgiveness. "You are my daughter," she said. "My true daughter. I will come for you." Julia woke to the sound of Pouncy pounding on her door. "Come look," he whispered when she opened it. "You have to see this." Still drowsy in her nightgown, Julia followed him through the darkened house. She felt as if she were still dreaming. The floor creaked loudly, as it always did when one tried to creep through a house by night. They padded down stone steps to a basement room reserved for high-impact experiments. Pouncy practically ran ahead of her. The lights were off. A single coherent shaft of moonlight entered the room through a high window, which was at ground level outside. She rubbed the sleep out of her eyes. "Okay," Pouncy said. "Before we lose the light." There was a table in the room, with a white tablecloth and a small round mirror on it. Pouncy drew a sigil on it 3 times with his finger. "Hold out your hands, like this." He cupped his hands. When Julia cupped hers, he held the mirror so that it reflected the moonbeam into them. She gasped. Immediately she felt her hands fill with something cold and hard. Coins. They made a sound like rain. "They're silver," Pouncy said. "I think they're real." One of the coins jingled on the floor and rolled away. This was powerful magic. It felt like nothing else she'd ever seen. "Let me try," she whispered. She copied the sign he'd made on the mirror. This time instead of silver the moonbeam became something white and liquid. It pooled on the table, soaking into the cloth. She touched a finger to it and tasted it. "Milk." "How did you do this?" she said. "I'm not sure," Pouncy said, "but I think I prayed." "Oh God." She forced down a hysterical giggle. "Who did you pray to?" "I found it in one of these old Provençal books. Long doc stuff. The language looked like an incantation, but I was wondering why there were no gestures to go with it. So I just got on my knees and clasped my hands and said the words." Pouncy flushed. I thought about OLU. Let's have a look under the hood." There were simple spells to make magic visible. They showed you the ways the energy was running in and around an object with an enchantment on it. But what Julia saw when she cast one on the mirror defied explanation. It was the densest weave of magic she'd ever seen, a tracery of fine lines in an ornate pattern like a tapestry, so dense that it almost obscured the mirror underneath it. It should have taken a team of magicians a year at least to put all those channels in place. Instead Pouncy had done it alone, in one night, with a simple chant. It was unlike any working she'd ever heard of. "You did this? Just now?" "I don't know," he said. "I don't think so. I said the words, but I think somebody else must have done the work." Her hands and her body felt strangely light. There was a sweet smell in the air. Acting on an impulse, she dabbed a little of the milk on each of her eyelids. Instantly her vision sharpened and clarified, like when they changed the settings at the ophthalmologist's. "We're getting close, Julia," Pouncy said. "We're getting close to the divine praxis. I can feel it." "I don't like feeling things," she said. "I like knowing them." But she had to admit, she felt it too. The only word she could think of to describe this magic was grave. There was nothing light or playful about it, it was dead fucking sober magic. Serious as a heart attack. Where was the line between a spell and a miracle? Turning moonlight into silver coins wasn't exactly parting the Red Sea, but the effortlessness with which it was accomplished spoke of much larger possibilities. It was a minor effect running off an enormous power source. The next morning Asmodeus was at breakfast. Real breakfast, not her usual lunch breakfast. She was practically vibrating with excitement. She refused any food. "I found him," she said, with finality. "Who?" Julia said. It was a little early for Asmodeus in her maximum intensity mode. "Whom did you find?" "The hermit. The Tarasque's holy man. He's a saint." "Or not a saint, exactly, not in the strictly Christian sense." "But he calls himself one." "Explain," Pouncy said around a hunk of the almost penitentially coarse bread they'd been eating. "Well," and here Asmodeus shook off her manic fatigue for a minute and entered her business mode, "as close as I can figure out, this guy is about 2,000 years old. Right? He calls himself Amadar, says he used to be a saint, but they defrocked him. I found him living in a cave. Red hair, beard down to here. Says he serves the goddess, the old one, the one we're always hearing about. He wouldn't name her, but it has to be her. Our Lady, OLU. For a while he passed as a Christian saint, he told me, saying he worshipped the Virgin Mary, but eventually he got outed as a pagan and they tried to crucify him. He's been living in a cave ever since." And at first I was all, sure, buddy, saint or crazy homeless guy, it's a fine line. But he showed me things. Weird things, guys, things we don't know how to do. He can shape rock with his hands. He heals animals. He knew things about me, things nobody knows. He healed a scar I have. Had. He made it go away. Her voice faltered. Julia had never seen Asmodeus look so serious. She glared at them, angry that she'd let a secret slip. Julia had never seen Asmodeus's scar. She wondered if she meant a physical one or something else. Can you take us to him? Pouncy's voice was gentle. He seemed to sense how close to the edge she was. She shook her head quickly, trying to recover herself and not succeeding. You only see him once, she said. You could go find him yourself, maybe, but I can't tell you where the cave was. I mean, I remember, but I can't tell you. Literally, I tried just now. She shrugged helplessly. Nothing comes out. They all looked at each other over the cold crusts and dead coffee. I almost forgot, she said. He gave me something. She unzipped her backpack and rummaged in it for a sheet of parchment, closely written. It's a palimpsest. Can you believe it? So old school. I watched him scrape the ink off some priceless ancient hymnal or something to make it. Probably a Dead Sea Scroll or something. He wrote out how to call on the goddess. Our Lady Underground. Pouncy took the paper from her. His fingers shook slightly. An invocation, he said. So that's it then, Julia said. The lady's phone number. That's it. It's in Phoenician, I think, if you can believe it. He didn't know if she'd come, but, Asmol picked up the heel of Pouncy's loaf and started chewing it, without seeming to know she was doing it. She closed her eyes. Shit, she said. I have to go to bed. Go. Pouncy didn't look up from the paper. Go. We'll talk after you've slept. Chapter 24. The muntjac was becalmed, tossing on the gentle swell in the restless, unsettled way that boats do when they're built for speed but making no headway. Its slack ropes and tackle jostled and banged against the masts. It didn't like standing still. Rain fuzzed the surface of the sea into a cloudy gray blur. Nobody spoke. A week had gone by since Quentin and Poppy came back from the Netherlands, bearing news of the coming magical apocalypse and the true nature of the keys. The long, low-ceilinged cabin where they ate their meals was filled with the sound of drops drumming on the deck overhead, so that they would have had to practically yell at each other to be understood anyway. They were going to find the last key. Definitely. They just weren't sure yet precisely how they were going to do it. Let's go over it again, Elliot said, raising his voice to be heard over the rain. These things always work by rules, you just have to figure out what they are. You went through with Julia. He pointed at Quentin. But you didn't take the key with you. No. Could it have fallen through before the door closed? Could it be in the grass on your parents' lawn? No. Impossible. He was almost sure. No, he was sure. The grass was like a damn putting green, they would have seen it. But then he turned to Bingle, you searched the room and found no key. No key. But just now when you two, Quentin and Poppy, went through to the Netherlands, that key remained behind, here, on this side. Correct, Poppy said. Don't tell me it's gone too. No, we have it. What happened to it when the door closed? Quentin asked. Did it stay hanging there in midair? No, it fell on the deck when the door closed. Bingle heard it and picked it up. The conversation stopped, and the drumming rain filled in the silence. It was neither warm nor cold. The deck overhead was watertight, but the air was so wet that Quentin felt like he was soaked through anyway. Every surface was sticky. Everything wooden was swollen. His damn collarbone was swollen. There was a glum scraping as people shifted in their wooden chairs. Above his head Quentin heard the footsteps of whatever poor bastard was standing watch on deck. Maybe there was some space in between, Quentin said. One of those gaps between dimensions. Maybe it fell in there. I thought the Netherlands was the gap between dimensions, Poppy said. It is, but there's a different gap too. When a portal pulls apart. But we would have seen that. The muntjac groaned softly as it swayed in place. Quentin wished Julia were here, but she was below with a fever that might or might not have been related to whatever else was going on with her. She'd been down ever since the fight for the last key. She lay on her bed with her eyes closed but not sleeping, breathing quickly and shallowly. Quentin went down there a few times a day to read to her or hold her hand or make her drink water. She didn't seem to care much, but Quentin kept it up anyway. You never knew what might make a difference. So you searched the whole after island, Quentin said. We did, Elliot said. Look, maybe we should call on Ember. Call him. Quentin said it more vehemently than he meant to. I doubt if it'll do much good. If that fucking ruminant could get the key, he would just do it and leave us out of it. But would he? Josh asked. Probably. He'll die too if Theory goes. What is Ember, anyway? Poppy said. I mean, I thought he was a god, but he's not like those silver guys, but. I think he's a god in this world, but nowhere else, Quentin said. That's my theory. He's just a local god. The silver gods are gods of all the worlds. Although Quentin was still in close touch with the exalted frame of mind he'd been in when he came back from the Netherlands, his connection to it had grown more tenuous. The urgency was still there. Every morning he woke up expecting to find magic shut off everywhere like an unpaid power bill and Theory collapsing around him on all sides like the last days of Pompeii. And they were certainly making good time, or they had been till this morning. Admiral Lacker had found, tucked away in a secret wooden locker, a marvelous sail that caught light as well as wind. Quentin recognized it. The Chatwins had one aboard the Swift. It hung slack through most of the night, limping along on whispers of moon and starlight, but during the day it billowed out like a spinnaker in a gale and hauled the ship forward almost single-handedly, needing only to be trimmed according to the angle of the sun. That was all fine. But Theory wasn't doing its part. It wasn't giving up the key. All the wonders seemed to be in hiding. In the past week they had reached heretofore unknown islands, stepped out onto virgin beaches, infiltrated choked mangrove swamps, even scaled a rogue drifting iceberg, but no keys presented themselves. They weren't getting traction. It wasn't working. Something was missing. It was almost as if something had gone out of the air, a tautness had gone slack, an electric charge had dissipated. Quentin racked his brain to think what it was. Also, it wouldn't stop raining. After the meeting, Quentin forced himself to take a break. He lay down in his damp berth and waited for the heat from his body to propagate its way through the clammy, tepid bedclothes. It was too late to take a nap and too early to go to sleep. Outside his window the sun was dropping over the rim of the world, or it must have been, but you couldn't tell. Sky and ocean were indistinguishable from each other. The world was the uniform gray of a brand new etch, a sketch the knobs of which hadn't yet been twiddled. He stared out at it, gnawing the edge of his thumb, a bad habit left over from childhood, his mind adrift in the emptiness. Somebody spoke. Quentin. He opened his eyes. He must have fallen asleep. The window was dark now. Quentin, the voice said again. He hadn't dreamed it. The voice was muffled, directionless. He sat up. It was a gentle voice, soft and androgynous and vaguely familiar. It didn't sound completely human. Quentin looked around the cabin, but he was alone. Who are you? He said. I'm down here, Quentin. You're hearing me through a grating in the floor. I'm down in the hold. Now he placed the voice. He'd forgotten it was even on board. Sloth? Is that you? Did it have a name other than Sloth? I thought you might like to pay me a visit. Quentin couldn't imagine what would have given the Sloth that idea. The Munchak's hold was dark and smelled of damp and rotten bilge, and for that matter it smelled of sloth. All in all, he would have been fine talking to the Sloth just where he was. Or not talking to it at all. And Jesus, if he could hear the Sloth, that clearly it must have overheard everything that happened in this cabin since they'd left Whitespire. But he did feel bad about the Sloth. He hadn't paid very much attention to it. Frankly, it was a tiny bit of a bore. But he owed it some respect, as the shipboard representative of the talking animals, and it was warm down in the hold, and it wasn't like he had somewhere more pressing to be just now. He sighed and peeled the bedclothes off himself and fetched a candle and found the ladder that went down below. The hold was emptier than he remembered it. A year at sea would have that effect. Black water sloshed around in a channel that ran along the floor. The Sloth was a weird-looking beast, maybe 4 feet long, with a heavy coat of greenish-gray fur. It hung upside down by its ropey arms at about eye level, its thick curved claws hooked up over a wooden beam. Its appearance smacked of evolution gone too far. The usual pile of fruit rinds and sloth droppings lay below it in an untidy heap. Hi, Quentin said. Hello. The Sloth raised its small, oddly flattened head so that it was looking at Quentin right side up. The position looked uncomfortable, but the Sloth's neck seemed pretty well designed for it. It had black bands of fur over its eyes that gave it a sleepy, raccoony look. It squinted at the light from Quentin's candle. I'm sorry I haven't been down to see you very often, Quentin offered. It's all right, I don't mind. I'm not a very social animal. I don't even know your name. It's Abigail. She was a girl sloth. Quentin hadn't realized. A hard wooden chair had been brought down to the hold, presumably in case someone was enjoying their conversation with the sloth so much that he or she just had to sit down to enjoy it even more. "And you've been very busy," she added charitably. A long silence ensued. Once in a while the sloth masticated something, Quentin wasn't sure what, with its blunt yellow teeth. It must be somebody's job to come down here and feed it. Horror. "Do you mind if I ask," Quentin said finally, "why you came on this voyage?" "I've always wondered." "I don't mind at all," Abigail the sloth said calmly. "I came because nobody else wanted to, and we thought we should send someone. The Council of Animals decided that I would mind it the least. I sleep a great deal, and I don't move around very much. I enjoy my solitude. In a way I am hardly in this world at all, so it doesn't very much matter where I am in it." "Oh. We thought the talking animals wanted a representative on the ship. We thought you'd be insulted if we didn't take one of you along. We thought you'd be insulted if we didn't send someone. It is humorous how rife with misunderstanding the world is it not?" It sure was. The sloth didn't find the long silences awkward. Maybe animals didn't experience awkwardness the way humans did. "When a sloth dies, it remains hanging in its tree," the sloth said, apropos of nothing. "Often well into the process of decomposition." Quentin nodded sagely. "I did not know that. It wasn't an easy ball to throw back. This is by way of telling you something about the way sloths live. It is different from the way humans live, and even from the way other animals live. We spend our lives in between worlds, you might say. We suspend ourselves between the earth and the sky, touching neither. Our minds hover between the sleeping world and the waking. In a sense, we live on the borderline between life and death. That is very different from how humans live. It must seem strange to you, but it is where we feel most comfortable." The sloth seemed like somebody you could be frank with. "Why are you telling me this?" he said. "I mean, I'm sure you have a reason, but I'm not making the connection." "Is this about the key? Do you have an idea about how to find it?" He didn't know how much the sloth knew about what was going on above deck. Maybe she didn't even know they were on a quest. "It is not about the key," Abigail said in her liquid, unhurried voice. "It is about Benedict Fenwick." "Benedict? What about him? Would you like to speak with him?" "Well, sure. Of course. But he's dead. He died 2 weeks ago." It was still as unthinkable, almost unsayable, as it had been that first night. There are paths that are closed to most beings that are open to a sloth. Quentin supposed it went without saying that patience was a big deal when having a conversation with a sloth. "I don't understand. You're going to hold a seance, and we can talk to Benedict's ghost?" "Benedict is in the underworld. He is not a ghost. He is a shade." The sloth returned her head to its inverted position, a maneuver she accomplished without once dropping Quentin's gaze. The underworld. Jesus Christ. He hadn't even realized Fiery had an underworld. He's in hell? He is in the underworld, where dead souls go. Is he all right there? Or I know he's dead, but is he at peace? Or whatever. That I cannot tell you. My understanding of human moods is imprecise. A sloth knows only peace, nothing else. It must be nice to be a sloth. Quentin was unsettled by the idea of Benedict in the underworld. It bothered him that Benedict could be dead but still not alive, but what? Conscious? Awake? It was like he was buried alive. It sounded awful. But he's not being tortured, right? By red guys with horns and pitchforks? It never did to assume anything was impossible in Fiery. No. He is not being tormented. But he's not in heaven either. I do not know what heaven is. Fiery has only an underworld. So how can I talk to him? Can you, I don't know, put in a call? Patch me through? No, Quentin. I am not a medium. I am a psychopomp. I do not speak to the dead, but I can show you the path to the underworld. Quentin was not sure he wanted to be shown that. He studied the sloth's upside-down face. It was unreadable. Physically? I could physically go there? Yes. Deep breath. Okay. I would really love to help Benedict, but I don't want to leave the world of the living. I will not force you. Indeed, I could not. It was spooky down in the hold, which was lightless except for the flame of Quentin's candle, which stayed perfectly upright as the ship pitched forward and back. The hanging sloth did too. She swayed slightly, like a pendulum. Quentin's eyes kept wandering off into the darkness. It was otherworldly down here. The ship's curved sides were like the ribs of some huge animal that had swallowed them. Where was the underworld? Was it underground? Underwater? The sloth chose this moment to engage in some self-grooming, which she did with her customary slowness and thoroughness, first with her tongue and then with a thick, woody claw, which she slowly and laboriously unhooked from around the beam. In a way, she said, as she licked and clawed, we sloths are like small worlds unto ourselves. Nobody could wait out a pause like a sloth. Or survive on less conversational encouragement. He wondered if to a sloth the human world appeared to move past at blinding, flickering speed if humans looked twitchy and sped up to her, the same way the sloth looked slowed down to Quentin. There is a species of algae, she said, that grows only in sloth fur. It accounts for our unique greenish tint. The algae helps us blend in with the leaves. But it also serves to nourish an entire ecological system. There is a species of moth that lives only in the thick, algae-rich fur of the sloth. Once a moth arrives on its chosen sloth, here she tussled with a particularly gristly knot of fur for a long minute before continuing. Its wings break off. It does not need them. It will never leave. Finally finished, she rehooked her claw over the beam and returned to her quiescent, upside-down state. They are called sloth moths. Look, Quentin said. I want to be clear. I don't have time to go to the underworld right now. At any other time, grieving for Benedict would be the biggest thing in my life, but the universe is going through a crisis. We're searching for a key, and there's a lot riding on that. A lot. It could be the end of Fiery if we don't find it. This will have to wait. No time will pass while you are in the other realm. For the dead there is no change, and therefore no time. He couldn't afford to get distracted. Even if it takes no time. Anyway, what good would it do? I can't bring him back. No. So I hate to be blunt, but what's the point? You could offer Benedict comfort. Sometimes the living can give something to the dead. And perhaps he could offer you something too. My understanding of human emotions is. The sloth paused to ponder her choice of words. Imprecise? Quentin said. Precisely. Imprecise. But I do not think Benedict was happy with his death. It was a terrible death. He must feel very unhappy. I think perhaps he wants to tell you that, but Quentin hadn't considered that. I think perhaps he could give you something too. The sloth regarded him with her gelatinous, glittering eyes, which seemed to pick up light from somewhere other than in the room. Then she closed them. The ship grunted patiently as the waves beat against its hull, over and over again, monotonously. Quentin watched the sloth. By now he had learned enough to know that when he was getting annoyed at somebody else, it was usually because there was something that he himself should be doing, and he wasn't doing it. He pictured Benedict, trapped and languishing in a poorly drawn cartoon netherworld. Would he want someone to come visit him? He probably would. Quentin felt responsible for him. It was part of being a king. And Benedict had died before he found out what the keys were for. He thought that he'd died for no reason. Imagine chewing on that for eternity. One of the things Quentin remembered from reading about King Arthur was that the knights who had sins on their consciences never did very well on the quest for the Grail. The thing was to go to confession before you set out. You had to face yourself and deal with your shit, that's how you got somewhere. At the time Quentin thought that that was obvious, and he never understood why Gawain and the rougher knights didn't just suck it up, get shriven, and get on with it. Instead they blundered around getting into fights and succumbing to temptation and eventually ended up nowhere near the Grail. But being in the middle of it, it wasn't that obvious. Maybe Benedict's death was, if not a sin on his conscience, exactly, then something unresolved. The sloth was right. It was weighing on his soul, slowing them all down. Maybe this was one of those times when being a hero didn't involve looking particularly brave. It was just doing what you should. Well, bottom line, no time is the perfect time to visit the dead in the underworld. And if the sloth was telling the truth, he could be back before anyone knew he was gone. So I can do this in no time at all? He said. I mean, literally no time will pass here? Perhaps I exaggerated. No time will pass while you are in the underworld. But you will have to make certain preparations before you go. And I can come back. You can come back. Okay. All right. Unless he changed, he was going to be visiting the underworld in his pajamas. Let's get started. What do I need to do? I neglected to mention, the ritual must be performed on land. Oh. Right. Thank God, he could go back to bed after all. Hell could wait. I thought we were going right here and now. Well, so I'll just pop down next time we get. There was a distant clatter of boots overhead, and a bell rang. We just sighted land, didn't we? Quentin said. The sloth gravely closed her eyes and then opened them again. Indeed, yes, we just sighted land. Quentin was going to ask her how she did that but stopped himself, because asking would mean that he'd have to sit through the answer, and he'd had about enough slothly wisdom for the time being. Not more than an hour later, Quentin was standing on a flat gray beach in the middle of the night. He'd wanted to slip off to the underworld and back quietly, unbeknownst to the rest of the gang. Then maybe he would bring it up later, just drop it into conversation that, by the way, he'd been to hell and back. No big thing, why do you ask? Benedict says hi. He hadn't planned on doing this in front of an audience. But an audience had assembled: Elliot, Josh, Poppy, and even Julia, who had roused herself from her stupor to observe. Bingle and one of the sailors stood nearby with a long oar resting between them on their shoulders, and from the oar dangled the sloth. They had carried it out to the beach like that, like a side of beef. It had seemed the easiest way. Of them all, only Poppy didn't seem convinced he should go. I don't know, Quentin, she said. I'm just trying to picture it. It's not like visiting somebody in the hospital. Get well soon, here's a bunch of balloons to tie to the bedpost. Imagine if you were dead. Would you want the living to visit you when you knew you couldn't go back with them? I'm not 1,000% sure I would. It seems a little like rubbing it in. Maybe you should let him rest in peace. But he wasn't going to. What's the worst that could happen? Benedict could send him away if he wanted. The others hugged themselves in robes and overcoats in the chilly air. The island wasn't much more than an overgrown sandbar, flat and featureless. The tide was out, and the sea was not so much calm as limp. Every few minutes it worked up enough energy for a wave that rose up half a foot and then flopped onto the strand with a startling smack, as if to remind everyone that it was still there. I'm ready, Quentin said. Tell me what to do. The sloth had asked them to bring a ladder and a long, flat board from the ship. Now it instructed them to stand them up and lean the two together to form a triangle. The ladder and board didn't want to stay like that. The triangle kept collapsing, so Josh and Elliot had to hold them up. As a former physical kid, Quentin was used to making magic out of unpromising raw materials, but this was crude even by his standards. The crescent moon of Fiery looked down on them, flooding the scene with silver light. It rotated eerily swiftly, once every 10 minutes or so that its horns were always pointing in a different direction. Now climb the ladder. Quentin did. Elliot grunted with the effort of keeping it upright. Quentin got to the top. Now slide down the slide. It was clear what the sloth meant. He was supposed to slide down the plank like a playground slide. Though this wasn't a playground slide, and it was a bit of a circus act to get into position without any bars to hang onto. The slide wobbled and at one point almost collapsed, but Josh and Elliot managed to hold it together. Quentin sat at the top of the triangle. He hadn't imagined that his journey to the underworld would be quite this ridiculous. He'd rather hoped it would involve drawing unholy sigils in the sand in letters of fire 10 feet high, and flinging open the portal to hell. You can't win them all. Slide down the slide, the sloth said again. It was a raw pine board, so he had to scooch himself along for a few feet, but eventually he managed to slide the rest of the way to the bottom. He was ready at any moment for a splinter to stab him in the ass, but none did. His bare feet planted in the firm cold sand. He stopped. Now what? He called. Be patient, said the sloth. Everyone waited. A wave flopped. A gust of wind ruffled the fabric of his pajamas. Should I? Try wiggling your toes a little. Quentin wiggled them deeper into the cold, damp beach. He was about to get up and call it a night when he felt his toes break through something into nothing, and the sand gave way, and he slid down through it. The moment he passed beneath the sand, the slide became a real slide, made of metal, with metal guardrails. A playground slide. He slid down it in total darkness, with nothing around him as far as he could tell. It wasn't a perfect system. Every time he got up a decent head of speed he would get stuck and have to scooch again, his butt squeaking loudly in the pitch black. A light appeared, far ahead and below him. He wasn't moving very fast, so he had plenty of time to check it out on his way down. It was an ordinary unshaded electric light set in a brick wall. The brickwork was old and uneven and could have used some repointing. Below the light was a pair of metal double doors painted a gray-brown. They were absolutely ordinary, the kind that might have opened onto a school auditorium. In front of it stood someone who looked too small to be standing in front of the entrance to hell. He might have been 8 years old. He was a sharp-looking little boy, with short black hair and a narrow face. He wore a little boy-sized gray suit with a white shirt, but no tie. He looked like he'd gotten fidgety in church and come outside for a minute to blow off steam. He didn't even have a stool to sit on, so he just stood in place as well as an 8-year-old boy can. He tried and failed to whistle. He kicked at nothing in particular. Quentin thought it prudent to slow down and stop about 20 feet from the bottom of the slide. The boy watched him. "Hi," the boy said. His voice sounded loud in the silence. "Hi," Quentin said. He slid down the rest of the way and then stood up, as gracefully as he could. "You're not dead," the boy said. "I'm alive," Quentin said. "But is this the entrance to the underworld? You know how I could tell you were alive?" The boy pointed behind Quentin. "The slide. It works much better if you're dead." "Oh. Yes, I got stuck a few times." Quentin's skin prickled just standing there. He wondered if the boy was alive. He didn't look dead. "Dead people are lighter," the boy said. "And when you die they give you a robe. It's better for sliding than regular pants." The bulb made a bubble of light in the darkness. Quentin had a sense of towering emptiness all around them. There was no sky or ceiling. The brick wall seemed to go up forever, as far as he could see. He was in the sub-basement of the world. Quentin pointed behind him at the double doors. "Is it all right if I go inside?" "You can only go inside if you're dead. That's the rule." "Oh. This was a setback. You'd think Abigail the sloth would have briefed him on that wrinkle. He didn't relish the thought of trying to climb back up that long slide, if that was how you got back to the upper world. He seemed to remembered from being a kid that it was possible, just about, but that slide must have been half a mile long. What if he fell off? Or what if somebody died and came sliding down it while he was going up? But it would also be a relief. He could get back to business. Back to the search for the key. "The thing is, my friend Benedict is inside. And I need to tell him something." The boy thought for a minute. "Maybe you could tell me, and then I'll tell him. I think it should come from me." The boy chewed his lip. "Do you have a passport?" "A passport? I don't think so." "Yes, you do. Look." The boy reached up and took something out of the shirt pocket of Quentin's pajamas. It was a piece of paper folded in half. It took Quentin a beat to recognize it. It was the passport the little girl had made for him. What was her name? Eleanor, all the way back on the outer island. How had it gotten into his pocket? The little boy studied it with an 8-year-old's version of intense bureaucratic scrutiny. He looked up at Quentin's face to compare it with the picture. "Is this how you spell your name?" The boy pointed. Under his picture Eleanor had written in colored pencil, all capitals, Kang. The K was backward. "Yes." The boy sighed, exactly as if Quentin had just bested him at a game of Chinese checkers. "All right. You can go in." He rolled his eyes to make sure that Quentin knew that he didn't really care if Quentin went in or not. Quentin opened one of the doors. It wasn't locked. He wondered what the boy would have done if he'd just barged in past him. Probably he would have transformed into some unspeakably horrible exorcist thing and eaten him. The door opened onto a vast open space dimly lit by banks of buzzing fluorescent lights overhead. It was full of people. Stale air and the muttering roar of thousands of conversations washed over him. The place was a gymnasium, or that was the closest analogy he could come up with off the cuff. A recreation center. The people in it were standing and sitting and walking around, but mostly what they were doing was playing games. Right in front of him a foursome was listlessly swatting a shuttlecock back and forth over a badminton net. Farther off he could see a volleyball net set up that no one was using, and some ping-pong tables. The floor was heavily varnished wood and striped with the overlapping curving lines of various indoor sports, painted over each other at odd angles, in odd colors, the way they were in school gyms. The air had the empty, echoing quality of large stadiums, where sound travels a long way but doesn't have much to bounce off of, so it just gets gray and ragged and indistinct. The people, the shades, he supposed all looked solid, though the artificial light washed all the color out of them. Everybody wore loose white exercise clothing. His pajamas wouldn't look that out of place after all. The dry air pressure pushed into his ears. Quentin resolved to take everything as it came, not think too hard, not try to figure it out, just try to find Benedict. That's why he was here. This was a situation where you really needed a Virgil to show you around. He looked behind him, but the doors had already closed. They even had those long metal bars on them that you pressed to open instead of a doorknob. Just then one of the doors opened, and Julia slipped inside. She looked around the room, the same way Quentin had, but without his air of utter bewilderment. Her ability to take things in stride was just awesome. Her fever and her listlessness seemed to be gone. The door closed behind her with a metallic clunk. For a second he thought she was dead, and his heart stopped. "Relax," she said. "I thought you might want company." "Thank you." His heart started up again. "You were right. I do. I'm so happy you're here." The shades didn't seem especially happy to be in the underworld. They mostly looked bored. Nobody was running for shots on the badminton court. They were swinging limp wrist, and when somebody netted a shot his partner didn't look especially pissed off about it. Mildly chagrined, maybe. At most. They didn't care. There was a scoreboard next to the court, but no one was keeping score. It showed the final score of the game before it, or maybe the game before that. In fact, a lot of them weren't playing the games at all. They were just talking or lying on their backs staring up at the buzzing fluorescent lights, saying nothing. The lights hardly even made sense. There was no electricity in Fiery. "Did he take your passport?" Quentin said. "No. He didn't say anything at all. He did not even look at me." Quentin frowned at that. "Weird. We'd better start looking," he said. "Let us stay together." Quentin had to force himself to start walking. The deeper they went into the throng, it felt like, the greater the risk that they would get stuck here forever, whatever the sloth said. They threaded their way between the different groups, sometimes stepping over people's legs, trying not to tread on people's hands, like it was a crowded picnic. He was worried he would attract attention by being alive, but people just glanced up at him and then looked away. It wasn't an underworld like in Homer or Dante, where everybody was dying to talk to you. It was more depressing than spooky, really. It was like visiting a summer camp, or a senior center, or somebody else's office. It's all well and good, but the knowledge that you don't have to stay there, that you can go home at the end of the day and never come back, makes you so relieved you get dizzy. Not all the equipment was in its first youth. Some of it was actually fairly shabby. The board games had cracked leathery creases across the center where they folded up, and some of the badminton rackets were waving a loose string or two. He got his first real shock when he saw Fun. He should have expected it. She'd been one of his guides on their trip down into Ember's tomb. She was the good one, the one who didn't betray them. He barely knew her in life, but she was unmistakable, with her fishy lips and her short dykey haircut. The last time he'd seen her she was being simultaneously crushed and set on fire by a giant made of red-hot iron. Now she looked as healthy as she ever had, if a little wan, playing a slow-paced, low-pressure game of ping-pong. If she recognized him she didn't show it. Now he allowed himself to wonder the thing he'd been trying not to wonder ever since the sloth first brought it up, whether Alice was here. Part of him was yearning to see her, would have given anything if one of the faces in the crowd could just belong to her. Another part of him hoped that she wasn't here. She was a Niffin now. Maybe that counted as still alive. There were big metal pillars here and they're holding up the ceiling, and Benedict was sitting leaning against one of them, staring off into the pale, empty distance. Half a game of solitaire was arranged in front of him, but he'd lost interest in it, even though it was pretty obvious he wasn't stuck. He could put a red 5 of diamonds on a 6 of clubs. He looked more like the Benedict Quentin had first met in the map room, than the suntanned bravo he'd become on board the Muntjac. He was pale and thin-armed, with his old black bangs falling over his eyes. His hair had grown back. He looked like a sullen Caravaggio youth. Death made him seem younger. Quentin stopped. "Hello, Benedict." "Hello," Julia said. Benedict's eyes flicked over to Quentin, then back to the distance. "I know you can't take me with you," he said quietly. The dead didn't mince words. "You're right," Quentin said. "I can't." That's what the sloth said. "So why did you come?" Now he did look at Quentin, accusingly. Quentin had worried that he would have a gaping wound in his neck, but it was smooth and whole. "He's not a zombie, he's a ghost," Quentin reminded himself. "No, a shade. I wanted to see you again." Quentin sat down next to him and leaned back against the pillar too. Julia sat down on his other side. Together the three of them looked out at the milling throngs of dead people. A period of time passed, maybe 5 minutes, maybe an hour. It was hard to keep track in the underworld. Quentin would have to watch that. "How are you, Benedict?" Julia said. Benedict didn't answer. "Did you see what happened to me?" he said. "I couldn't believe it. Bingle said to stay on the ship, but I thought," he didn't finish, just frowned helplessly and shook his head. "I wanted to try some of the stuff we'd been practicing. For real, in a real fight. But the minute I stepped off the boat, scoo. Right in my throat. Right in the hollow of it." He pressed his index finger into the soft part below his Adam's apple, where the arrow went in. It didn't even hurt that much. That's the funny thing. I thought they could pull it out. I turned around to get back on the boat. Then I realized I couldn't breathe, so I sat down. My mouth was full of blood. My sword fell in the water. Can you believe I was worried about that? I was trying to figure out whether we could dive down later and get my sword back. Did anybody get it? Quentin shook his head. I guess it doesn't matter, Benedict said. It was just a practice sword. What happened next? You went down the slide? Benedict nodded. Quentin was evolving a theory about that. The slide was humiliating, that's what it was. Deliberately embarrassing. That's what death did, it treated you like a child, like everything you had ever thought and done and cared about was just a child's game, to be crumpled up and thrown away when it was over. It didn't matter. Death didn't respect you. Death thought you were bullshit, and it wanted to make sure you knew it. So did you get the key? Benedict said. I wanted to tell you about that, Quentin said. We did get the key. There was a big fight, and we got the key, and it turned out to be really important. I wanted you to know that. But nobody else got killed. Just me. Nobody else died. I got stabbed in the side. Not much to brag about under the circumstances. But what I wanted to tell you is that it was important, what we were doing. You didn't die for nothing. Those keys, we're going to use them to save Theory. There was a point to it all. Without them all magic is going to go away, and the whole world will collapse. But we can use the keys to fix it. Benedict's expression didn't change. But I didn't do anything, he said. My dying didn't make a difference. I could have just stayed on the boat. We do not know what would have happened, Julia said. Benedict ignored her again. He cannot hear me, Julia said to Quentin. Something strange is going on. No one here can see or hear me. He does not know I am here. Benedict? Can you see Julia? She's sitting right next to you. No, Benedict frowned the way he used to, like Quentin was embarrassing him. I don't see anybody. Just you. I am like a ghost here, she said. A ghost among ghosts. A reverse ghost. What was different about Julia, that the dead couldn't see her? It was a serious question, but not one they were going to answer right now. Instead, they watched the crowd some more, and listened to the kutik-kutak of the ping-pong games. For all the time they had to practice, the dead didn't seem to be that good at it. Nobody ever tried for a slam or a fancy serve, and the rallies only ever went a few shots before the ball hit the net or went bouncing off into the crowd. This whole place, Benedict said. It's like somebody almost tried to make it nice, with all the games and stuff, but then they didn't quite care enough to think it through. You know? I mean, who gives a shit? Who wants to play games forever? I'm just so bored of everything, and I haven't even been here that long. Somebody. Those silvery gods, probably. Benedict kicked at his solitaire game, messing up the nice straight rows. You don't even get powers. You can't even fly. I'm not even see-through. He held up his hand, to demonstrate his opacity, and let it drop again. Because you know, that would have been too cool or whatever. What else can you do here? Besides the games and such? Not a lot. Benedict put his hands in his hair and looked up at the ceiling. Talk to the other shades. There's nothing to eat, but you don't get hungry. A few people fight or have sex or whatever. You can totally watch them do it even. But after a while, I mean, what's the point? It's just the new people who do it. Once they did a human pyramid, to try to reach up to the lights. But you can't reach them. They're too high. I never had sex, he added. In the real world. Now I don't even want to. Quentin talked on for a while, filling Benedict in on everything that had been happening. Did you have sex with that poppy girl yet? Benedict said, interrupting. Yes. Everybody said you were going to, but... They did? Julia, a ghost's ghost, smirked. Out of the corner of his eye, Quentin couldn't help but notice that they were attracting some attention. Nothing obvious, but a couple of people were pointing at them. A kid, he might have been 13, stood there watching him fixedly. Quentin wondered how he died. I am starting to understand, Julia said. It is really gone. The part of me that was human, the part of me that could die, it is gone, Quentin. I have lost it forever. That is why they cannot see me. She was talking to him, but her black eyes were fixed on the distance. I am never going to be human again. I did not understand it till now. I have lost my shade. I suppose I knew it. I just did not want to believe it. He started to answer, to tell her he was sorry for what she had lost, sorry he couldn't do more, sorry for everything that had and hadn't happened, whatever it was. But there was so much he didn't understand. What did it mean, losing your shadow? How did it happen? How did it feel? Was she less than human now, or more? But she held up her hand, and then Benedict spoke. I hope you fail, he said suddenly, as if he'd just made a decision about it. I hope you never find the key, and everybody dies, and the world ends. You know why? Because then maybe this place would end too. Then Benedict was crying. He was sobbing so hard he wasn't making any noise. He caught his breath and started sobbing more. Quentin put a hand on his back. Say something. Anything. I'm so sorry, Benedict. You died too soon. You didn't have your chance. Benedict shook his head. It's good I died. He took a shuddering breath. I was useless. It's good it was me and not anybody else. His voice went away to a squeak at the end. No, Quentin said firmly. That's bullshit. You were a great mapmaker, and you were going to be a great swordsman, and it's a fucking tragedy that you died. Benedict nodded at this too. Will you say hi to her for me? Tell her I liked her. Who do you mean? Even though his face was red from crying, and dripping with tears, Benedict's face had all its old adolescent contempt. Poppy. She was nice to me. Do you think she could come visit? Down here I mean? I don't think she has a passport. I'm sorry, Benedict. Benedict nodded. There were more shades around the two of them now. A group was definitely gathering, and it wasn't at all clear that their intentions were friendly. I'll come back, Quentin said. You can't. That's the rule. You can only come one time. Didn't they take your passport? They didn't give it back, did they? No. I guess they didn't. Benedict took a shaky breath and wiped his eyes on his white sleeve. I wish I could have stayed. I can't stop thinking about it. It's so stupid. If I just waited on the boat, I'd still be up there. I looked at that arrow and thought, this little stick, this little piece of wood, is taking my whole life away. That's all my life is worth. One little stick can erase it all. That's the last thing I thought. He looked directly at Quentin. It was the one moment when he didn't seem angry or ashamed. I miss it so much. You don't understand how much I miss it. I'm so sorry, Benedict. We miss you too. Listen, you better go. I don't think they want you here. A whole crowd was standing around them now, silently, in a rough semicircle. Maybe it was Quentin's non-standard pajamas. Maybe they could just see that he was alive somehow. That kid was one of them, who'd been staring at him before. Quentin wished the shades weren't so solid-looking. Quentin and Benedict both stood up, with their backs to the pillar. So did Julia. I have something, Benedict said, suddenly shy again. I was going to give it back. He dug something out of his pocket and pressed it into Quentin's hand. His fingers were cold, and the thing was hard and cold too. It was the golden key. Oh. My God. It was the last one. Quentin held it up in both hands. Benedict, how did you get this? Quentin, Julia said. Is that it? I had it all along, Benedict said. After you and Queen Julia went through the door, I picked it up when no one was looking. I don't know why. I didn't know how to give it back. I thought maybe I'd pretend to find it. I'm sorry. I wanted to be a hero. Don't be sorry. Quentin's heart was hammering in his chest. This was it. They were going to win after all. Don't be sorry at all. It doesn't matter. Then it came down here with me when I died. I didn't know what to do. You did the right thing, Benedict. He'd been so wrong about everything. After all that, he hadn't had to kill a monster or solve a riddle. He just had to come down here, to see how Benedict was doing. Thank you. You are a hero. You really are. You always will be a dot. Quentin laughed out loud and clapped poor Benedict on the shoulder. Benedict laughed too, reluctantly, and then not so reluctantly. Quentin wondered when the last time was that anybody laughed down here. It is time, Julia said. I am ready. It was. It was time to go, if that's what she meant. But the shades didn't seem to want them to leave. They stood around them in a semicircle, maybe 100 of them, blocking the way back to the door. He couldn't push his way through them, there were too many. He backed up, hoping to get the pillar in between him and the mob, trying to think. His heart leaped for a second when he spotted Jollyby sitting on the floor, maybe 50 yards away, with his good legs and his big beard. But he was just watching, too apathetic even to stand up. He wasn't going to do anything. The key. He could open a portal. Quentin jabbed at the air with it frantically, but it didn't catch on anything. He couldn't find the lock. He jabbed more vigorously and more wildly. God knew where it would take them, but anywhere was better than here. That won't work down here, someone called out, in a schoolboy English accent. Magic doesn't work. It was that kid, and Quentin recognized him now. It was Martin Chatwin himself. But young, his shade looked about 13. That must have been what he looked like just before he became a monster, before he died for the first time. I don't see your girlfriend, Martin said nastily. She'll not save you. Maybe it was that Quentin could still die, that's what attracted them. By killing him they could change something, do something, however terrible, that made a difference in the world above. A couple of shades in the front row started forward, the first wave of the inevitable rush, but Benedict stepped forward to meet them and they hesitated. He grabbed a badminton racket out of somebody's hand and brandished it at them like a sword. Come on, you bastards. There he was, the warrior Benedict should have been. He assumed the perfect dueling stance he'd learned from Bingle and pointed the racket at Martin Chatwin. Come on, who's first? He shouted. You? Come on then. Quentin stepped up next to him, though with nothing in his hands and no magic in play, he was painfully aware that he didn't look very dangerous. Too bad he didn't bring a sword. He squared off and put up his fists and did his best to look like he had the faintest idea what to do with them. I am changing, Julia said matter-of-factly behind him. And then she repeated, it is time. Not now. Please not now. Let nothing new happen now. Quentin stole a glance back at Julia, then stopped and stared. Everyone else was staring too. Julia was taller, and her eyes had become a brilliant green. Something was happening. She was staring down at her arms with a small, deliberate frown on her face as she watched them become longer and stronger, watched her skin take on a lustrous, pearly luminescence. It was like she'd looked in the fight at the castle, but more so. She was becoming something else. Then she was smiling, really smiling. She looked past him at the assembled shades, and they fell back like they were facing a strong wind. Benedict gaped. Can you see me now? She said. He nodded, goggling. She was something else now, something no longer human. A spirit? She had been beautiful before, but now she was magnificent. Something about being here must have caused her, or allowed her, to finish becoming what she'd been becoming all this time. She was as tall as Quentin now, though she seemed to be stopping there. With an air of curiosity she picked up a stick from the floor, a hockey stick it looked like. When she touched it, it grew. It came to life and became a long staff with a knobby crown. She hefted it, and the shades scrambled back even farther, even Martin Chatwin. Come, she said to him. Her voice was Julia's voice, but amplified, and with reverb. Come fight. Martin didn't come any closer. He didn't have to, Julia came to him. In a flash, quicker than a human could move, like a poisoned fish striking, she had him by his shirt front. She picked him up and threw him overhand into the crowd, his arms and legs splayed out like a starfish. Her strength was surreal. Quentin wasn't sure if she could hurt Martin, it's not like he could die a third time, but he sure as hell must have found it daunting. The crowd was like a soccer crowd, the front ranks scrambled back, but behind them the shades were flooding in from all directions, pushing them forward again. Their voices and the sound of their feet were loud in the enormous room. Word had gone out. Something was happening. There was no end to them. Julia could probably fight her way to the door through them, but he didn't think she could save them all. Julia saw it too. Do not worry, she said. It's going to be all right. Quentin had said that to her on his parents' lawn in Chesterton. He wondered if she remembered too. It certainly sounded better coming from her now. Julia thumped the end of her staff on the floor, and then Quentin had to look away. The light was that bright. He couldn't see, but he heard the massed shades of the underworld of Fiery gasp in unison. The light was different, it wasn't the thin fluorescent gruel that passed for light down here, it was real rich white gold sunlight, with all its wavelengths intact. It was like a gap had opened in the clouds. A voice spoke. Enough, it said. Or she said, it was a woman's voice. It was a thrilling thing that harmonized with itself. When Quentin could look again, he saw a woman standing in front of Julia, or her staff had struck the floor. She was a vision of power. Her face was lovely, warm and humorous and proud and fierce all at once. It was the face of a goddess. And there was something else there too. Half her face was in shadow. There was gravity there, and an understanding of grief. Everything will be all right, she seemed to say, and whatever is not, we will mourn. In one hand she held a gnarled staff like Julia's. In the other she carried, oddly, a bird's nest with 3 blue eggs in it. Enough, she said again. The shades did what she said and kept still. Julia knelt in front of the goddess, her face buried in her hands. My daughter, the goddess said. You are safe now. It is over. Julia nodded and looked up at her. Her face was streaming with tears. You're her, she said. Our Lady. I have come to take you home. The goddess motioned to Quentin. She wasn't glowing exactly, but it was hard to look at her, the same way it's hard to look at the sun, she was that intense. Only now did Quentin really register the scale of her. She must have been 10 feet tall. The dead watched them mutely. No more ping-pong. For a moment the entire underworld was silent. Julia rose to her feet, drying her tears. What happened to you? Quentin said. You've changed. It is over, Julia said. I am a daughter of the goddess now. A dryad. I am partially divine, she added, almost shyly. He looked at her. She looked magnificent. She was going to be all right. It suits you, he said. Thank you. We must go now. I'm not going to argue with you. The goddess gathered them both in with one tremendous arm. She held them, and together they all began to rise into the air. Someone cried out, and Quentin felt Benedict's hand grab his ankle and hang on. Don't leave me here. Please. It was like the last chopper out of Saigon. Quentin reached down to grab Benedict's wrist and for a moment he had it. I've got you. He yelled. He didn't know what he was doing, but he knew he was going to hold on to Benedict with all the strength he had. They were 10 feet up, 20. They could do this. They were going to steal one soul back. They were going to reverse entropy. Death would win the war, but it wasn't going to do it with a perfect record. Hang on. But Benedict couldn't hang on. His hand slipped from Quentin's and he fell back down among the shades without a word. Then they were flying up past the fluorescent lights, and then up through where the ceiling would have been. There was nothing more he could do. Without Benedict to hang onto, Quentin gripped the key so hard it bit into his palm. He had lost Benedict, but he wasn't going to lose that. They rose up into the darkness, through fire, through earth, through water, and then out into the light again. Chapter 25. Before they did it, they took a vacation. It would take a week to order some of the necessary materials: mistletoe, more mirrors, some iron tools, chemically pure water, a few exotic powders. The ritual was pretty involved, more so than Julia would have thought, given the source. She'd expected something crude and pagan, a brute force play, but the reality was more complex and technical than that. They would have to clear a lot of space. So while they waited for the FedEx guy to arrive, and for a few slow-rolling preparatory spells to mature, the magicians of Merce, the secret genius aspirants to the sacred mysteries of the Godhead, played tourist. It was the final furlough before their unit shipped out overseas, some last-minute R&R. They went to Sanank Abbey, which despite being familiar from a million advertisements in in-flight magazines and 500-piece jigsaw puzzles, was stunningly beautiful, the oldest, stillest place Julia had ever been. They went to Châteauneuf-du-Pape, which really had been the Pope's new castle at some point, though all that was left of it now was a single scrap of wall with a few empty windows in it that stood out above the flat vineyards around it like an old, rotten tooth. They drove down to Cassis. It was October, the ass end of the season, and Cassis was the ass end of the Côte d'Azur, barely part of it at all, Laurent and chock full of teenage day-trippers out of Marseille. But the sun was hot, and the water, while it was colder than Julia thought water could be and still remain in liquid form, was a legitimate and spectacular azure. There was a small hotel there, not far from the beach, in a grove of stone pines full of invisible cicadas that trilled incessantly and amazingly loudly. When they sat on the porch they could barely hear each other talk. They drank the local rose, which supposedly lost its flavor if you drank it anywhere besides Cassis, and took a boat tour of the calanques, the hull-shredding limestone fingers that stuck out into the sea all along the coast. Nobody noticed the magicians. Nobody looked at them twice. Julia felt wonderfully normal. The beaches were all pebbles, no sand, but they spread out their towels over them and did their best to get comfortable, alternating long stretches of sunbathing with terrified, hilarious dashes into the water. It was so freezing it felt like it would stop your heart. They all looked pale in their swimsuits. Following the local custom, Asmodeus took off her top, and Julia thought Falstaff's heart would stop just from that. And it wasn't just Asmodeus's breasts, which were indeed small and high and remarkably jiggly. Falstaff was obviously in love with Asmodeus. 6 months in a house with them, and how the hell had Julia missed that? These were her friends, the closest thing she had to a family now. All this business about being gods was impairing Julia's ability to think like a human, which was never her strong suit to begin with. She'd have to watch that. Something was getting lost in translation. Julia watched the seafoam draw webs and Hebrew letters on the surface of the water and then erase them again. She shook her head and closed her eyes against the hot white Mediterranean sunlight. She felt happy and contented, like a seal on a rock, with her seal family around her. She was coming out of a dream, and all her friends were here with her. It was like the end of The Wizard of Oz. But the frightening thing was that she knew she was about to sink down into the dream again. It wasn't over. This was just a brief lucid interval. The anesthetic was going to kick back in a second, the dream would take her, and she didn't know if she would ever wake up again. That was why, that night in the hotel, when everybody else was asleep, she found herself walking the halls. She wanted something, she wanted Pouncy. She knocked on his door. When he answered, she kissed him. And after she kissed him, they slept together. She wanted to feel like a human being, a creature of stormy, messy emotions, one more time. Even if it was a slightly slutty human being. She'd slept with people in the past because she thought she should like James or to get something out of them that she needed. Jared, Warren, fill in your own examples. She didn't think she'd ever done it just because she wanted to before. It felt good. No, it felt fantastic. This was the way it was supposed to work. She seemed more into it than Pouncy did. When she'd first gotten a look at him, that first day, she'd thought, yes, let's not jump to any conclusions, but by all means, this could happen. She'd always gone for the clean-cut type, viz. James, and Pouncy fell well within the acceptable parameters. But whenever she looked into Pouncy's flat slate eyes, and steeled herself for the drop as she fell for him, it never quite came. There wasn't quite enough of him there. There was someone in there, she knew there was. She could see him perfectly clearly when they were online. But when they were together in person, face to face, Pouncy retreated somewhere far below the surface, deep under the ice. His security was too tight to crack, even for a hacker of her credentials. She told Pouncy all this afterward, lying in bed, with those cicadas still shrilling away outside, though thankfully muted by the shutters. For a long time he didn't answer. I know, he said carefully. I'm sorry. It was the easy answer. Though at least he'd given it a shot. Don't be sorry. It doesn't matter. It really didn't. They looked at the ceiling and listened to the cicadas some more. She felt pleasantly fleshly. She was mind and body both, for once. But just so I know, is that why you want this so much? She asked, sitting up. The power? Like, if one day you're that strong, then maybe you'll be safe enough that the rest of you can come out? Maybe. He grimaced, incidentally showing off those interesting lines around his mouth. She traced one with her finger. I don't know. You don't know, or you won't say? Nothing. Blue screen of death, she'd crashed his system. Oh, well. Boys were so unstable that way, full of buggy, self-contradictory code, pathetically unoptimized. She flopped back down on the thin hotel pillow. So where would you put Project Ganymede's chances of success? She said, just making conversation now. Percentage-wise, ... Oh, I like our chances, Pouncy said, his personality, such as it was, coming back online now that he was back on safe ground. I'm gonna go 70-30 us. You? More like even Steven. 50-50. What are you going to do if it doesn't work out? Try again somewhere else. I still think Greece is ground zero for this stuff. Would you come if I did? Maybe. She wasn't going to reassure him just for the sake of it. The wine's better here though. I'm not an ouzo girl. That's what I like about you. He played with her fingers on top of the scratchy hotel blanket, studying them. Listen, I lied before, he said. I think I do know why I'm doing this, what's in it for me. Or part of it. It's not about power for me, not really. Okay. What then? This ought to be good. Julia propped herself up on an elbow, and the sheet slid down off her shoulders. It was strange to be naked in front of Pouncy after all the time they'd spent together clothed. It was strange to be naked in front of anybody. It was like that cold water out there in the bay, scary, you didn't think you could stand it, but then you plunged in and pretty soon you got used to it. There was enough hiding in life. Sometimes you just wanted to show somebody your tits. I was in Free Trader before you. You weren't there when I came in. So to be crude about it, you haven't seen my prescriptions. Pouncey grinned, ruefully, a different smile from his regular smile. In terms of raw dosage, I am the official all-time record holder for Free Trader Beowulf. At first they didn't even think they were real. And therefore, depression? He nodded. Ever notice how I never drink coffee? Or eat chocolate? Can't. Not with this much Nardil in my system. I've had a half-dozen courses of ECT. I tried to kill myself when I was 12. My brain chemistry, it's just hosed. Not viable, in the long term. Now it was Julia who felt panicky. She wasn't good in these moments, and she knew it. Hesitantly she put her hand on his smooth chest. It was all she could think of. It seemed to work well enough. God, did he actually manscape? So you think Our Lady Underground can heal you? Like with Asmo, that scar, whatever that was? It was sinking in, what he was saying. This wasn't an intellectual exercise for him, or a power grab. I don't know. He said it lightly, like he didn't care. I really don't. It would be a miracle, and I guess miracles are OLU's business. But to be honest, I wasn't thinking of it that way. How then? If you laugh, I swear to God that I will kill you. Careful, she might be listening. I'll plead insanity. I can back it up. Pouncey's face wasn't a naturally expressive one. His cut cheekbones might have worked for a model, if he'd been a little taller, but never for an actor. But for a second she could really see what he was feeling, as he felt it. I want her to take me home with her, he said. I want her to take me back with her, into heaven. Julia didn't laugh. She understood that she was looking at another person like herself, a broken person, but Pouncey was even more broken than she was. She was used to feeling sorry for herself, and angry at other people. She was less used to feeling sorry for someone else, but she felt it now. She would never be in love with Pouncey, but she felt love for him. I hope she does, Pouncey, she said. If that's what you want, I truly hope she does. But we'll miss you if you go. Back at Merce, Julia did something she hadn't done since she'd gotten there in June. She went online. None of them had been on Free Trader Beowulf in ages. It took them a while to crack the new login routine, which changed every couple of months. They raced each other, alone in their bedrooms but yelling trash talk back and forth. Except for Failstaff, who was too much the gentle giant to talk trash, which may have contributed to his eventual victory. Asmo quit early and futzed around hacking the router instead, so she could kick Pouncey offline at will. Once she was in, Julia didn't announce her presence. You didn't have to, you could slip in without the system pinging everybody, because she didn't want a blizzard of IMs from free traders wanting to catch up after her long absence. For a couple of hours she just lurked, cruising through old threads, and new ones that had sprung up while she was offline. There had been some turnover in the membership, there were a couple of new fish, and a couple of old fish were gone, or in hiding. It seemed like years since she'd been there. She felt so much older now. You could customize the free trader interface any number of ways, but Julia had always gone for a bare-bones look, ASCII characters only, approximating the look and feel of an old-timey Unix shell. Her eyes filled with tears just looking at everybody's usernames, picked out in green on black text. So much had changed since then, since she'd been living a life of quiet desperation in a mundane universe, racking up hours at the IT shop and killing time till she could take off for Stanford. So much that couldn't be changed back. But not much had changed here. Pouncey, Asmo, and Failstaff were running a private thread just like back in the day. She checked in. Vicious Circe has joined this thread. Pouncey Silverkitten, hey VC. Asmodeus, hey. Failstaff, hey. Vicious Circe, hey. Electric silence for a minute. And then, Asmodeus, so. Big damn show tomorrow, huh? Vicious Circe, maybe. Failstaff, don't come much bigger. Asmodeus, what do you mean maybe? Vicious Circe, big show if OLU shows up. Asmodeus, why wouldn't she? Vicious Circe. Vicious Circe, she might not exist? The summoning might fail? She might be on the rag? There are 10k reasons why not. Just saying. Pouncey Silverkitten, yes, but what about the mirror / silvercoin / milk / etc.? Asmodeus, and she fixed my scar. Vicious Circe, yeah, look, I don't want to be the asshole. Just, I've seen some serious major league spell work. No actual gods yet though. Pouncey Silverkitten, but you do believe that there is a higher praxis. Vicious Circe, believe there might be. Equals why I'm still here. Vicious Circe, and anyway. Vicious Circe, what if OLU does come? What if she is real? What next? How does it go down? What if she won't teach us? I mean, do you want to just summon a god or do you want to be a god? Pouncy Silver Kitten, B. But this equals necessary first step. Failstaff, but okay, good point VC. Maybe OLU isn't looking for interns. Vicious Circe, seriously say she manifests tomorrow. How does the conversation go, Pouncy? It was weird that they hadn't talked about this stuff openly before, what they would actually say and do if she came. Maybe it was easier to do it online than face to face. There was less pressure. The stakes seemed lower. Keep it casual. Pouncy Silverkitten, since you ask, I've thought a lot about this. Asmodeus, you better have. Pouncy Silverkitten, so. Ahem. Your standard issue god follows one of two protocols, right? Failstaff, Splain. Pouncy Silverkitten, protocol number 1 equals prayer. This is more your modern Christian deity. You pray for X, God listens then judges you. If you're deemed worthy / good / whatever you get what you prayed for. You get X, if not then not. Asmodeus, oops I forgot to be good. Pouncy Silverkitten, now your ancient pagan deity follows protocol number 2. More a basic transactional kinda deal. Demands a sacrifice in return for goods and services. Failstaff, those were the days. Pouncy Silverkitten, and then the nature of the sacrifice itself follows one of two protocols. Symbolic or real. Asmodeus, testify my brotha. Pouncy Silverkitten, number 1 symbolic equals something you don't really need but that signifies your devotion to the deity. A fatted calf or whatever etc. Number 2 real equals something you do need, that proves your devotion to the deity. I.e. your hand, foot, blood, child, etc. Vicious Circe, like Abraham and Isaac. Sometimes God wants your son. Sometimes he'll settle for a ram. Pouncy Silverkitten, exactly. That's my rough and ready take. Vicious Circe, fine, so run the numbers gents and you get 3 different scenarios and we're screwed 2 out of 3. Vicious Circe, modern deity, we're screwed because we are presumably unworthy hence our prayers go unanswered. Vicious Circe, pagan deity number 2, if she demands a real sacrifice we're screwed because hello Pouncy I need my foot or whatever. Vicious Circe, pagan deity number 1 is our only shot. Symbolic sacrifice. Fatted calf in exchange for the divine praxis. 1 in 3. That's my take. Rough and ready. Failstaff, and sorry but what if I really need my fatted calf, what then what then? Asmodeus, sorry Pouncy but do I really have to be the one to say that you have no fucking idea what you're talking about? Asmodeus, literally none. Pouncy Silverkitten, ORLY? Failstaff? Vicious Circe. Asmodeus, you think this is a male god you are dealing with, i.e. you writ large? Wrong. OLU is a goddess. A lady god. This is not about protocols. Asmodeus, I believe in Our Lady Underground and I believe that she will help us not because it is in her interest to do so or because she wants to eat your fucking foot or whatever but because she is kind. Pouncy you twat. Asmodeus, this is not a transaction bitches, this is about mercy. This is about forgiveness. This is about divine grace. If Our Lady comes, that is what will save us. Long silence. Dead air. The next message was timestamped a full 2 minutes later. Pouncy Silverkitten, so how about it VC? Are you in or are you out or what are you? Vicious Circe has left this thread. They did it in the library. It was the only room big enough. They'd had to pack up all the books and stack them in the long study and elsewhere, the halls were overflowing with them, and dismantle those beautiful floating shelves. The walls were bare, the way they would have been when this was a farmhouse. The windows were flung open to the cold, quiet late autumn air. The early evening sky was an unnaturally amazing blue, almost a royal blue. It was all arranged very precisely according to St. Amadur's Phoenician invocation, down to the letter. The floor was a maze of chalk runes and patterns. Gummidge would take the role of mistress of ceremonies and high priestess. Any of them could have handled the technicalities, but it had to be a woman, and of the women, towering Gummidge was the player deemed least likely to crack up at a crucial moment. She wore a simple flowing white gown. So did everybody else. Gummidge also wore a crown of mistletoe. So your basic golden bow deal, Julia thought. Fucking mistletoe. She never saw what all the fuss was about. Sure, it's pretty enough, but at the end of the day it's still a botanical parasite that strangles its host. All the old furniture had been exiled from the room. In its place there was only a thick yew table, constructed to exacting specifications, and a huge hewn stone altar that would have cracked the floor if they hadn't braced it up from below and put some structural spells on the brace. The entire place had been purified in half a dozen ways, as had they'd fasted, and then drunk some nasty teas that made their pee change color and smell weird, and burned herbs in clay pots. They'd done just about everything but actually bathe. The purification was symbolic, not hygienic. Actual medical hygiene didn't seem to be of great interest to the goddess. This isn't a patriarchal, Old Testament show, Asmodeus said sharply, when people complained. Get it? Dirt does not contaminate, it generates. OLU. Doesn't care if we're menstruating. She embraces the body. This was followed by ribald witticisms from the menfolk signifying their willingness to offer themselves as symbolic husbands to the goddess. I got your chthonic sacrifice right here in my pants, etc., etc. But Asmodeus's famous sense of humor was temporarily in remission for the occasion. Maybe it was nerves. Asmodeus wasn't high priestess material, but she seemed to have appointed herself the goddess's chief political compliance officer. She'd even argued that they should all go off their various medications for the occasion too, a suggestion that was universally ridiculed. The yew table supported 3 beeswax candles and a big silver bowl full of rainwater. The bowl had cost about as much as the entire swimming pool had. The stone, a massive block of local marble, supported nothing. To be honest, they weren't totally sure what it was for. Gummidgee took her place before the table while the others stood along the walls on either side, 4 and 5. It was asymmetrical, but there was nothing specifically against it in Amadur's palimpsest, which was otherwise pretty lucid for a document prepared by a guy who lived in a cave and was pushing 2 millennia at least. Julia's mind was a hot, churning mix of excitement and nerves, which she kept from boiling over with lashings of cool skepticism. But she remembered the rough, stiff feel of the statue's kiss in her dream. As creepy and Freudian as it sounded, she had felt so loved. She'd hoped she'd dream it again last night, but there had been nothing. Just dead air. Pouncey was to her left. Asmodeus and Falstaff were opposite her so she could see them, but she avoided their eyes. They needed a full hour of silence before the summoning could begin, and tittering had to be kept to an absolute minimum. From outside they could hear the lowing and bleating of the sacrificial animals they'd brought in for the occasion, 2 sheep, 2 goats, and 2 calves, one of each pure black and all white, all shampooed within an inch of their imminently endangered lives. Should a symbolic sacrifice be required, they wanted to make sure the cupboard wasn't bare. By 7 o'clock the sun was down and the moon was on the rise, lipping up over the hills and fields behind Merse. Once it cleared the trees, a huge white arc light that seemed to be trained on their house alone, Gummidgee moved from her station in the center of the room and lit their candles one by one with the tip of her finger. Julia angled her candle so the wax wouldn't run down it and onto her hand. A hot droplet pricked her bare foot. Gummidgee returned to the table and began the invocation. Somehow the candles on the table had been lit in the meantime, without anybody noticing. Julia was glad it wasn't her in the hot seat. For one thing, the invocation was long, and who knew what would happen if you munged it? Maybe it would just fizzle, but maybe it would snap back at you. Some spells did that. For another, it wasn't a spell, exactly. There was a lot of beseeching in it, and in Julia's opinion a magician did not beseech, she commanded. The grammar of it was all weird too. It kept repeating and circling back on itself, working through the same phrases over and over again. Frankly, it sounded like junk to Julia. There was no proper structure to it, just a lot of talk about mothers and daughters and grain and earth and honey and wine, all that Song of Solomon stuff. But it wasn't bullshit, that was the really crazy thing. Gummidgee was getting traction with this crap. Julia couldn't see anything, there were no visual phenomena, but she didn't have to. It was blindingly obvious that magic was happening. Gummidgee's voice was getting deeper and more echoey. Certain words made the air vibrate, or caused sudden rushes of wind. Julia's candle started flaring up like a torch. She wished it wouldn't. She had to hold it at arm's length to keep it from singeing her hair, which she had left loose, because it had seemed more feminine and OLU-like. Something was happening. Something was on its way. She could feel it coming like a freight train. It was only then that Julia realized something absolutely terrible, that it would have been hard to admit to Pouncey or the others even if it weren't too late. She didn't want it to work. She wanted the spell to fail. She had made a grave mistake. She had misunderstood something about herself, something so basic she couldn't understand how she'd missed it until now. She didn't need this, and she didn't want it. She didn't want the goddess to come. Pouncey had told her when she first got to Merse that it wasn't enough for her to love him and the others, she had to love magic more. But she didn't. She came to Merse looking for magic, but she was also looking for a new home, and a new family, and she'd found them all 3, and it was enough. She was content, she didn't need anything else, least of all more power. Her quest had ended and she hadn't even known it till this moment. She didn't want to become a goddess. All she'd wanted was to become human, and here at Merce it had finally happened. Now it was too late. She couldn't stop what was happening. The goddess was coming. She wanted to throw down her candle and run around the room shouting at them, breaking up the flow, telling them it was okay, they didn't have to do this, they had all they needed right there all around them if they could only see it. Our Lady Underground would understand that, OLU, goddess of mercy and fruitfulness, she above all would understand what Julia had only just figured out. But there was no way Julia could make the others understand. And there were titanic energies in the room with them now, giant forces, and there was no telling what would happen if she tried to disrupt the casting. Julia's whole body was goosebumps. Gummidge's voice was getting louder. She was building up to the big finish. Her eyes were closed, and she was swaying from side to side and singing. It wasn't in the invocation, the melody must have come to her straight over the transom, out of the ether, via the heavenly wireless. The windows on one side of the room were solid moonlight now, as if the moon had come down from its orbit and was hovering right outside, peering in at them. It was hard to tear her eyes away from Gummidge, but Julia risked a glance to her left, at Pouncey. He looked back at her and smiled. He wasn't nervous. He looked calm. He looked happy. Please, if nothing else, please let her give him what he needs, she thought. Julia clung to this truth, that OLU would never ask them for something they couldn't give. Julia knew her, and she would never do that. One of the candles on the table had started to spit and crackle and flare. It produced a gout of flame, a big one that went halfway up to the ceiling and made a deep guttural woof, and then it spat out something huge and red that landed standing on the table. Gummidge gave a choking cough and dropped to the floor like she'd been shot. Julia could hear the crack as her head hit. In the sudden silence the god struck a triumphant pose, arms wide, and held it. It was a giant, 12 feet tall and lithe and covered with red hair. It had the shape of a man and the head of a fox. It was not Our Lady Underground. It was Reynard the Fox. They'd been tricked, but good. Shit. It was Asmodeus's voice. Always quick, was Asmo. In the same moment came the rifle shot of all the windows slamming shut at once, and the door, as if something invisible had just left in an almighty huff. The moonlight went out like a switch had been flipped. Oh God, oh God, oh God. The fear was instant and electric, her whole body was almost spasming with it. They'd stuck out their thumbs and they had gotten into the wrong car. They'd been tricked, just the way OLU had been in the story, tricked and sent to the underworld, if she even existed at all. Maybe she didn't. Maybe it was all just a joke. Julia threw her candle at the fox. It bounced off his leg and went out. She'd pictured Reynard the Fox as a playful, sprightly figure. He was not that. He was a monster, and they were shut in here with him. Reynard jumped lightly down from the table, a carnival showman. Now that he had moved she found she could move too. She was crap at offensive magic, but she knew her shields, and she knew some sledgehammer dismissals and banishments. Just in case, she began piling up wards and shields between herself and the god, so thick that the air turned amber and wavy, tinted glass and heat ripples. Next to her she could hear Pouncey, still calm, preparing a banishment. The situation was salvageable. It didn't work, so let's get rid of this shithead and get out of here. Let's go to Greece. There was hardly any time. Reynard's mouth was a nest of pointy teeth. That's the thing about those tricksters, isn't it? They're never really all that fucking funny. She knew if he went for her, if he even looked at her, she would drop whatever she was casting and run, even though there was nowhere to run to. She stuttered twice, her voice broke, and she had to start a spell over. It must have been a trick all along. It was sinking in. There never was an Our Lady Underground at all. Was there? She didn't exist. It made Julia want to weep with terror and sorrow. The fox was looking around him, counting his winnings. Falstaff made the first move, advancing on him from behind, soft-footed for a big man. He'd amped up his candle into something like a flamethrower and was aiming it two-handed. Big as he was, he looked tiny next to a real giant. He'd barely got the thing flaming when Reynard turned suddenly, grabbed his robe, and pulled him over with one huge hand and put him in the crook of his arm, like he was going to give him a Dutch rub. But he didn't give him a Dutch rub. He broke Falstaff's neck like a farmer killing a hen and dropped him on the floor. He lay on top of Gummidge, who still hadn't moved. His legs shook like he was being electrocuted. All the breath went out of Julia's chest and got stuck there. She couldn't inhale. She was going to pass out. At the other end of the room a party of 3 was already going at the door, trying to unseal it. They were working together, Iris in the middle, big magic, six-handed. Warming to his task, humming what might have been a jolly Prabhasal folk song, Reynard hefted the big block of stone with both hands and heaved it into them. Two of them went down hard under it. The third, it was Fiberpunk the Meta-Magician, him of the four-dimensional shapes, kept gamely at it, ice-cold under fire, taking all three parts himself without dropping a stitch. Julia always thought he must be a bit of a fraud, with all that shit he talked, but he had chops. He was rattling off some sick self-reflexive unlocking sequence like it was no big thing. Reynard took him with his two big hands, around the chest, like a doll, and threw him up against the ceiling, 30 feet up. He hit hard. Maybe Reynard was trying to make him stick, but he was probably still alive when his head clipped the table on the way down. His skull burst like a cantaloupe, spilling a fan of bloody slurry across the smooth parquet. Julia thought of all the meta-magical secrets that must have been locked in that orderly brain, now catastrophically, irreversibly disordered. It was all over now. All ruined. Julia was ready to die now, she just hoped it wouldn't hurt too much. Reynard squatted and put his hands in the blood and whatever else and smeared it sensually on his luxurious fox-fur chest, matting it. You couldn't tell if he was grinning like a mad thing or if that's just how foxes' mouths looked. 2 minutes after the fox god arrived, Pouncy, Asmodeus, and Julia were the last of the Merce magicians, the cream of the safehouse scene, left alive on the planet. For a moment Julia felt her feet leave the floor. It must have been Pouncy, trying to buy them a minute by taking them up to that high ceiling, but Reynard cut the spell off when they were only a couple of feet off the floor, and they dropped back down hard. He picked up the heavy silver bowl, dumping out the rainwater, and threw it at Pouncy like a discus. Just as he did, Asmodeus finished up something she'd been working on since the god arrived, a maximal dismissal maybe, with a little something extra on it, something sharp that actually tweaked Reynard's attention. It didn't hurt him, but he felt it. You could see his big pointy ears twitch with annoyance. The cup struck Pouncy hard, but off-center. It crunched his left hip and went rocketing away. Pouncy groaned and folded in two. "Stop," Julia said. "Stop it." Fear, Julia was all out of it. A dead woman didn't feel fear. And she was all out of magic too. She was going to say some regular words for a change, non-magic words. She was going to talk to this asshole. "You took our sacrifice," she said. She swallowed. "Now give us what we paid for." It felt like she was trying to breathe at 30,000 feet. The fox looked down his narrow muzzle at her. With his doggy head and human body he looked like the Egyptian death god Anubis. "Give it to us," Julia shouted. "You owe it to us." Asmo watched her from the other side of the room, frozen. All her knowing, savvy Asmo attitude had fallen away. She looked about 10 years old. Reynard gave a loud bark before he spoke. "A sacrifice is not to be taken," he said, in a deep, reasonable voice, with only a very slight French accent. "A sacrifice is to be freely given. I took their lives. They did not offer them to me." It was like he couldn't believe the rudeness of it. "I had to take them." Pouncy had pushed himself up into a sitting position against the wall. The pain must have been appalling. Sweat stood out all over his face. "Take my life. I'm giving it to you. Take it." Reynard cocked his head. "Fantastic, Mr. Fox." He fingered his whiskers. "You are dying. You will be dead soon. It is not the same." "You can have mine," Julia said. "I'm giving it to you. If you let the others live." Reynard groomed himself, licking blood and brains off the back of his paw hand. "Do you know what you have done here?" he said. "I am just the beginning. When you call on a god, all gods hear. Did you know that? And no human has called down a god in 2,000 years. The old gods will have heard too, you know. Better to be dead when they come back. Better never to have lived, when the old gods return. Take me." Pouncy moaned. He gasped as something inside him gave way, and he whispered the rest. "Take me. I'm giving you my life." "You are dying," Reynard said again, dismissively. He paused. Pouncy said nothing. "He has died," Reynard announced. The fox god turned to Julia and raised his eyebrows, studying her. A real fox wouldn't have those, Julia thought meaninglessly. "I accept," he said. "The other one can live, if you give yourself to me. And I will give you something more. I will give you what you wanted, what you summoned me for." "We didn't summon you," Asmo said in a small voice. "We summoned Our Lady." Then she bit her lip and fell silent. Reynard regarded Julia critically, and then he went for her. He went right through her wards like they weren't there. Julia was ready to die. She closed her eyes and let her head fall back, baring her throat for him to rip it out. But he didn't. His hairy hands were on her. He dragged her across the room and forced her upper body down so she was bent over the U-table. Julia didn't understand, and then she did, and she wished she hadn't. She fought him. He pinned her torso down on the wood with one hard, heavy hand, and she tore at his fingers, but they were like stone. She had agreed, but she hadn't agreed to this. Let him kill her if he wanted. It hurt when he tore her robe off. The fabric burned against her skin. She tried to look behind her at what was happening, and she saw no, she didn't see that. She saw nothing, the god's big hand working casually between his legs as he positioned himself behind her. He kicked her bare feet apart with a practiced kick. This wasn't his first time at the rodeo. Then he pushed himself inside her. She had wondered if he would be too big, if he would tear her open and leave her gutted and flopping like a fish. She strained against him. Exhausted, she rested her hot forehead on her arm in what she supposed was the manner of rape victims since the beginning of time. Her own horse panting was the only sound. It took a long time. It was not a timeless period. She didn't pass out or lose track of time. She would have said it took between 7 and 10 minutes for the god to finish raping her, and she was there for every second of it. From her vantage point she could see Falstaff's thick legs on the floor, not moving anymore, overlapping Gummidge's long brown ones, and she could see where the two who had died by the door lay, a huge continent of blood having flowed out from under the stone block and joined into one shape. Better me than Asmo. She couldn't see Asmodeus, because she couldn't look at her, but she could hear her. She was crying loudly. She sounded like the little girl she still essentially was, a little girl who had lost her way. Where was home for her? Who were her parents? Julia didn't even know. Hot tears flowed down Julia's cheeks too, and slicked her arm, and wet the brown wood. The only other noises were those made by Reynard the fox, the trickster god, grunting softly and hoarsely behind her. At one point a couple of rebel nerve endings attempted to send pleasure signals to her brain, whereupon her brain burned them out with a pulse of neurochemical electricity, never to feel again. Before he was done with Julia, Asmodeus doubled over and threw up, splat, on the floor. Then she ran, slipping once on vomit, once again on blood. She reached the door, and it opened for her. It took a long time to close behind her. Through it, and through a window across the hall, Julia caught a glimpse of the innocent green-black world outside, impossibly far away. The fox god barked loudly when he came. She felt it. The terrible, unspeakable thing, which she would never tell anybody, not even herself, was that it felt wonderful. Not in a sexual way, God no. But it filled her up with power. It flowed into every part of her, up through her trunk, down her legs, and out through her arms. She clenched her teeth and shut her eyes to try and stop it, but it even reached her brain, lighting her up from within with divine energy. She opened her eyes and watched it fill her hands. When it reached the tips of her fingers, her fingernails glowed. And then he took something from her. As he withdrew his penis from her, something came out with it. It was like it caught on something, a transparent film. It felt like something inside her, the same shape as her. It was something invisible that had been with her always, and Reynard ripped it away. She didn't know what it was, but she felt it go, and she shuddered when she felt it. Without it she was something different, something other than what she had been before. Reynard had given her power, and taken something in payment that she would have died rather than give up. But she didn't get to choose. Finally, it might have been 10 minutes later, she raised her head. The moon was back up in the sky where it belonged, as if it were blameless, and had taken no part in this. It was just a regular moon now, a sterile rock, frozen and suffocated to death in the vacuum, that was all. Julia stood up and turned around. She looked at Pouncy. He was still sitting up against the wall, steely eyes still open, but very definitely dead. Maybe he was in heaven now. She knew she should feel something, but she felt nothing, and that in itself was horrifying. She walked to the door and out through it, her bare feet splatting lightly in the cool blood. She didn't look back. All the lights were off. The house was empty. Nobody home. Thinking and feeling nothing, because there was nothing left to think or feel except the unpleasant stickiness of blood and God knew what else on her feet, and between her toes, she stepped out onto the lawn. Something terrible has happened, she thought, but no emotions attached to those words. The sacrificial animals were all gone, escaped somehow and fled, except for the 2 sheep, who wouldn't meet her eyes. For some reason the sun was coming up. They must have been in there all night. She rubbed her feet in the cold dew, then bent down and put her hands in it and rubbed them on her face. Then she uttered a word she had never heard before and flew, naked and bloody as a newborn baby, up into the lightning sky. Chapter 26. The others had stayed out on the beach until dawn, waiting for Quentin and Julia to come back up from the underworld. Finally they'd given up and gone back to their berths aboard the muntjac, chilled and exhausted, to sleep. When they woke up a few hours later, they were relieved, and then overjoyed, to find Quentin and Julia waiting for them on deck. Though the scene they woke up to was a weird one. Julia stood there transformed, newly beautiful and powerful. She radiated an air of peace and triumph. Quentin wasn't transformed, but something else was going on with him. He was down on his hands and knees for some reason, just staring at the wooden planks of the deck. They had flown up and up and up, until gradually Quentin realized that the weightless feeling he had was of them descending instead, but not the way they had come. They dropped down through wet clinging clouds, and then he saw a little chip of wood below them in the ocean that turned out to be the muntjac, the water around it glittering with dawnlight. The goddess placed them on the deck, kissed Julia on the cheek, and vanished. Quentin found that he couldn't stand on his own, or he could, but he didn't want to. He got down on all fours and put the key down in front of him. He looked at the good wooden planks the muntjac was made of, really looked at them. After a night spent in hell, everything was real and vivid and impossibly detailed. Colors looked superb right, even the grays and browns and blacks and the other undistinguished, intermediate non-colors that he ordinarily would have skipped over and ignored. He followed the lines and striations and tiger stripes of the wood, drawn and arranged with careless perfection, dark and light, order and chaos, all mingled together with little splinters along the edges of the boards that had been scuffed up and set at different angles, each one, by the passage of careless feet. He absolutely understood how weird and high-seeming he looked, but he didn't care. He felt like he could stare at the wood forever. Just this, the good, hearty, noble wood. He was never going to lose this, he thought. He was going to enjoy everything exactly as much, to the atom, as Benedict would have enjoyed it if he could have come back from the underworld. And Alice, and all the rest of them. It was all he could do for them. Earth or Fiery, did it even matter? What was the huge conundrum? Everywhere you looked there was so much richness, you could never exhaust it. Maybe it was all a game, that got crumpled up and thrown away at the end, but while you were here it was real. He pressed his forehead against the deck, hard, like a penitent pilgrim, and felt the beat of the waves transmitted through it from below like a pulse, and the heat of the sun. He smelled the sour salt smell of seawater, and he heard the hesitant footsteps of baffled people gathering around him, unsure of what to do. He heard all the other meaningless noises reality was always cheerfully making to itself, the squeaks and scrapes and thumps and drones, on, world without end. He took a deep breath and sat up. Away from the warmth of the goddess's body he shivered in the early morning ocean air. But even the cold felt good to him. This is life, he kept saying to himself. That was being dead, and this is being alive. That was death, this is life. I will never confuse them again. Then people were hauling him to his feet and guiding him down below to his cabin. He was pretty sure he could have walked on his own, but he let them half carry him. They seemed to want to do it, and who was he to stand in their way? Then he was lying on his side on his bed. He was dead tired, but he didn't want to close his eyes, not with everything that was going on all around him. Some time later he felt someone sit down on the edge of the bed. Julia. Thank you, Julia, he said after a while. His lips and tongue felt thick and clumsy. You saved me. You saved everything. Thank you. The goddess saved us. I'm grateful to her too. I'll tell her. How do you feel? I feel finished, she said simply. I feel like I am finally finished. I became who I was becoming. Oh, he said, and he had to laugh at how completely stupid he sounded. I'm just glad you're all right. Are you all right? I was stuck in between for so long, she said, instead of answering his question. I couldn't go back. I wanted to, for a long time. A long time. I wanted to go back to before what happened, when I was still human. But I couldn't, and I couldn't go forward either. Then somehow in the underworld I realized for the first time, really understood, that I was never going back. So I let go. And that's when it happened. He felt tongue-tied. What did you say to a newly minted supernatural being? He wanted to just stare at her. He'd never been in such close quarters with a spirit before. You said you were a dryad. I am. We're the daughters of the goddess. That makes me a demigoddess, she added, by way of clarification. I'm not literally her daughter, of course. It's more of a spiritual thing. Julia was still Julia, but the anger, the sense that she was violently at odds with the world over some crucial point, was gone. And she'd gotten her contractions back. So you take care of trees? We take care of the trees, and the goddess takes care of us. There's a tree that belongs to me, though I'm not sure where it is. I can feel it though. I'll go there as soon as we're done. She laughed. It was good to know she still could. I know so much about oak trees. I could bore you to death with it. Do you know, I had almost lost faith in the goddess? I almost stopped believing in her. But I realized I had to become something. I had to take what was done to me and use it to make myself into what I wanted to be. And I wanted this. And when I called her, the goddess came. I feel so powerful, Quentin. It's like there's a sun inside me, or a star, that will burn forever. Does that mean, are you immortal? I don't know. And here a cloud passed over her face. In a way, I've already died. Julia is dead, Quentin. I'm alive, and I may be alive forever, but the girl I was is dead. Sitting this close to Julia, he could see how inhuman she was now. Her flesh was like pale wood. The girl he'd known in high school, with her freckles and her oboe, was gone forever. She'd been destroyed and discarded in the making of this being. Julia would never be mortal again. The Julia sitting next to him on his bed was like a magnificent memorial to the girl she used to be. At least this Julia was beyond all that. She was out of the game, the living and dying game, that the rest of them were trapped in. She was different. She wasn't kludgy, rickety flesh and blood anymore. She was magic. There are things you should know, she said. I can tell you now, how this all began. Why I changed, and why the old gods came back. Really? Quentin propped himself up on one elbow. You know? I know, she said. I'm going to tell you everything. I want to know. It's not a happy story. I think I'm ready, he said. I know you think that. But it's sadder than you think. There were no more islands. They were past that now. The muntjac slid its way through calm empty ocean, day after day, farther and farther east, the sun rising in front of them, roaring by overhead, and then extinguishing itself nightly in the water behind them. It was visibly larger in the mornings. They could almost hear the muffled rumble of its burning, like a distant blast furnace. After a week the wind died, but the sky was clear, and in the afternoons and evenings Admiral Lacker raised the lightsail, and they ran along on the strength of a storm of sunshine. Quentin had been to the far west of Fieri, when he hunted the white stag over the western sea, but the Far East was a very different place. It had a polar quality. The sun was bright and hot here, but the air was getting colder. Even in the mornings, when the sun seemed dangerously close, like it was going to light the mast on fire, they could see their breath. The blue of the sky was deep and vivid. It felt like Quentin could fall up into it if he wasn't careful. The water was an icy aquamarine, and the muntjac slipped through it almost frictionlessly, barely leaving a ripple. It was different stuff from ordinary seawater, silkier and less dense, with almost no surface tension, more like rubbing alcohol. Only one kind of fish lived in it, long silvery bullets that flashed and dashed through the water in diamond-shaped schools. They caught a few, but they didn't look edible. They had huge eyes, and no mouths, and their flesh was bright white and smelled like ammonia. The world around them began to feel thin. It was nothing Quentin could put his finger on, but the material of reality itself seemed to be getting sheer and fragile, stretched taut over its frame. You could feel the chill of the outer dark right through it. They all caught themselves moving slowly and gently, as if they might put a foot through the fabric of spacetime by accident. The sea was getting shallower too. You could see the bottom through the glassy water, and every morning when Quentin checked it, it was closer. This was an interesting phenomenon from an oceanographic point of view, but more to the point it was a problem. The muntjac wasn't a big ship, but it still drew 20 feet or so, and at this rate they were going to run aground long before they got to wherever the hell they were going. Maybe Fieri doesn't have an end, Quentin said one night, as they were tucking into their increasingly meager and unappetizing rations. What, like it's infinite? Josh said. Or it's a sphere, like Earth? God, I hope it's not that. What if we end up back at Whitespire again? Man, I'll be pissed if all we've done is find the Northwest Passage or whatever after all that. He licked his fingers, getting the extra salt from a salt biscuit. He was the only one who didn't seem overawed by the situation. I meant more like a Mobius strip. What if it's all one side, and no edge, dot? I think you mean a Klein bottle, Poppy said. A Mobius strip still has edges. Or one edge. You mean a Klein bottle, Julia confirmed. Nothing like having a demigoddess around to settle an argument. Julia didn't eat anymore, but she still sat at dinner with them. Is it a Klein bottle? Do you know? Julia shook her head. I don't know. I don't think so. So you're not omniscient? Elliot said. I don't mean that in a bad way. But you don't know for sure? No, Julia said. But I know this world has an end. They all woke up early the next morning when the muntjac ran aground. It wasn't like they hit a wall. It was more gradual, a distant grinding sound, gentle at first, then louder, and then suddenly urgent, bone on bone, ending with everything on board, people included, slewing gently but firmly into the nearest forward wall as the ship came to a complete stop. And then, ringing silence. They all came up on deck in their robes and pajamas to see what had happened. The stillness was uncanny. All around them the sea was flat and glassy as a coat of fresh varnish. No wind blew. A fish jumped, maybe a quarter-mile away, and it sounded as loud as if it were right next to them. The sails hung slack. The slightest vibration sent circular ripples gliding away toward the horizon in all directions. "Well," Elliot said, "that tears it. What do we do now?" It crossed Quentin's mind, as it had presumably crossed that of the crew, that they had long ago passed the halfway point of their supplies. If they couldn't go forward, they would die on the way back. Or just die here, marooned in a desert of water. "I will speak to the ship," Julia said. As she had even when she was still human, Julia meant what she said and said what she meant. She went down to the hold, to the heart of the ship, where the clockwork was, knelt down, and began to whisper, stopping now and then to listen. It wasn't a long conversation. After 4 or 5 minutes, she patted the thick base of the muntjacs mast and stood up. "It is settled." It wasn't immediately clear what had been settled, or how, but it became apparent. They floated free of the bottom and began gliding forward again as if nothing had happened. Quentin only figured it out when he happened to look back at their wake. Enormous old planks and beams and other assorted carpentry were bobbing and turning in the water behind them. The muntjac was making herself smaller, rebuilding herself from the keel up and discarding the extra wood as she went. She was giving up her body for them. Quentin's eyes smarted. He didn't know what sort of being the muntjac was, whether it had feelings or whether it was just some kind of mechanism, an artificial intelligence constructed out of rope and wood, but he felt a surge of gratitude and sadness. They'd asked so much of it already. "Thank you, old girl," he said, just in case it, or she, could hear him. He patted the worn railing. "You've saved us one more time." The shallower the ocean got, the more the muntjac had to alter herself. Quentin told the crew to bring up the sloth, who permitted herself to be slung from a yard, blinking and yawning in the open air. They emptied the cabins and the hold and piled up everything around them on deck. Banging and groaning sounds came from below, deep in the ship's guts. Quentin watched as first the muntjac's high, proud stern dropped into the water, then its bowsprit and its entire forecastle. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the mizzenmast toppled over into the water with a huge splash and was lost astern. The foremast went that evening. They slept on deck that night, shivering under blankets in the chill. In the morning when they woke up, the sea was shallow enough to wade in, and the muntjac had become a flat single-masted raft. Its hull was completely gone, only the deck was left. The ocean mirrored the cloudless dawnlight, making an infinite plain of smoky rose. When the sun boiled up over the horizon, it was immense. You could see its corona curling around its bright, unbearable face. At noon they ran aground again, the front edge of the raft crunched to a stop on the sandy bottom. That was it, the muntjac was going no farther. She had nothing more to give. But by now they could see that their journey did in fact have a destination. A low, dark line had materialized out of the distance, running the full width of the horizon. It was impossible to guess how far away it was. "Looks like we'll have to walk," Quentin said. One by one Quentin, Elliot, Josh, Julia, and Poppy swung over the side and dropped into the water. It was cold but shallow, not even knee-deep. They had already set off when they heard a splash behind them. Bingle had climbed over the railing. He was coming too. Evidently he did not consider his bodyguarding duties fully discharged. And Abigail the sloth, he was carrying her piggyback, her long arms around his neck like a fur wrap, her claws hooked together in front of him. The loneliness of the scene was beyond anything. After an hour the ship was virtually invisible behind them, and the only sound was the steady soft slosh-slosh of their footsteps. Sometimes the mouthless fish came and bumped harmlessly against their ankles. The thin water was easier to walk through than regular seawater would have been. It put up less resistance. Julia walked along on the surface as befitted a demi-goddess. No one spoke, not even Abigail, who was almost never at a loss for words. The ocean was smooth as glass to the horizon. The sun was hot on the tops of their heads. After a while Quentin gave up staring at the horizon and looked only down, at his familiar black boots taking step after step after step. Each step took them closer to the end of the story. They were going to finish this. Something could still go wrong now, probably, but he had no idea what. He could gauge their progress by the gradual shallowing of the water, from his calf down to his ankle and finally to a thin film of water that splat underfoot. The sun was low in the sky behind them. Far off to their right a single evening star had appeared, with its twin shimmering below it in the water. "Let's hurry," Julia said. "I can feel the magic going." By that time the wall in front of them was very clear. It might have been 10 feet high and was made from old, thin bricks. It looked like the same bricks they'd used to build the wall in hell. They must have used the same contractor. It stood at the back of a thin gray sandy beach that stretched off to the vanishing point in both directions. A huge old wooden door was set in it, bleached and worn by time and weather. As they came closer, they could see that the door had 7 keyholes of different sizes. On either side of the door were 2 plain wooden chairs, the kind of old chairs that might have gotten exiled to the porch because they were too shabby for the dining room, but were still too good and sturdy to throw away. They didn't match. One of them had a wicker seat. In the chairs sat a man and a woman. The man was tall and thin, 50-ish, with a stern, narrow face. He wore a black dinner suit, complete with tails. He looked a little like Lincoln on his way to the theater. The woman was younger by a decade or so, pale and lovely. As they stepped onto dry land, she raised a hand to greet them. It was Elaine, the customs agent from the outer island. She looked a lot more serious than she had the last time he'd seen her. She had something in her lap, the seeing hair. She was petting it. She stood up, and the hair jumped down and skittered off down the beach. Quentin watched it go. It made him think of little Eleanor and her winged bunnies. He wondered where she was, and who was taking care of her. Before this was over, he would ask. "Good evening," Elaine said. "Your Majesty. Your Highnesses. Good evening, all of you. I am the customs agent. I tend to the borders of Fiery. Borders of all kinds," she added pointedly, to Quentin. "I believe you met my father? I hope he didn't inconvenience you too greatly." Her father? Ah. More fairy tale. He supposed that fit together neatly. "Bother, it's almost time," the man said. "The gods are finishing their work. Magic is almost gone, and without it Fiery will fold up like a box with us in it. Do you have the keys?" Quentin looked to Elliot. "You do it," the High King said. "It was your adventure first." Elliot held out the ring with the 7 keys, and Quentin took it and walked over to the big wooden door. He kept his back straight and his guts sucked in. This was the moment, he thought. This was the triumph. People would tell this story forever. Though they might leave out how melancholy the Twilight Beach seemed, like all beaches in the early evening, when the fun is over. Time to slap the sand off your feet and pile into the station wagon and go home. "Smallest to largest," said the man in the tuxedo, sternly but not unkindly. "Go ahead. Leave them in the locks as you go." Quentin slipped each one off the key ring in turn. The first, tiniest lock turned easily. You could feel a mechanism of fine, well-oiled gears meshing and interlocking and turning inside the door. But each successive key put up more resistance. The fourth one was set so high up that he had to stand on his tiptoes to turn it. He could barely budge the 6th, and when he finally got it going, his fingers bending back and his knuckles white with the effort, light flashed inside the keyhole, and it spat out sparks that stung his wrist. The last one wouldn't turn at all, and in the end Quentin had to ask Bingle for his sword, which he stuck through the metal ring at the end of the key and used as a lever. Even then the man in the formal suit had to get up from his chair and help him. When it finally gave and began to move, it was like he'd fitted a key into a hole in the hub at the center of the universe. Together he and the man put their backs into it. Quentin's face was crushed into his shoulder. His suit smelled faintly of mothballs. As the key turned, the stars turned overhead. The whole cosmos was rotating around them, or maybe it was Fiery that was turning, or maybe there was no difference. The night sky spun above them until the day sky replaced it overhead. They kept turning, and the day sky sank below the horizon again, and the stars rushed back out. Full circle. They were back where they started. There was a deep click that seemed to echo forever, the sound bouncing off the outer walls of the world, a bank vault opening in a cathedral. The door swung slowly inward. Behind it, through the doorway, was empty space, black sky, stars. Quentin took an involuntary step back. Everybody on the beach, even Bingle, even the sloth, let out a breath they didn't know they'd been holding. "Well," Elaine said shakily. She was flushed, and she even laughed a little. "I have to admit, I wasn't sure that would work." "Did it work?" Quentin said. He looked around for a sign that things were different. "I can't tell." "It worked." "It worked," Julia said. Somebody caught Quentin from behind in a huge bear hug. It was Josh. They fell down on the chilly sand together, Josh on top. "Dude!" Josh yelled. "Look at you. We just saved magic." "I guess we did." Quentin started laughing, and then he couldn't stop. It was all over. Magic wasn't going to leave them after all. They had their own magic now, and it was safe. Not just in Fiery but everywhere. Nobody could take it away from them. Probably a little more dignity befitted the saviors of all magic, but fuck it. Poppy hooped and piled onto them too. You losers, Elliot said, but he was grinning his crazed, jagged grin. We should have brought champagne. Quentin lay back on the sand and looked up at the darkening sky. He could have fallen asleep right then and there on the sand, and slept all the way back to Whitespire. He closed his eyes. He heard Elaine's voice. If you like, she said, you can go through it. Quentin opened his eyes again. He sat up. Wait, he said. Really? Through the door? What's back there? The far side of the world, the customs agent said simply. The far side, Elliot said. We don't know what that means. I should explain, she said. She settled herself back on her chair. Theory is not a sphere, like the world where you were born. Theory is flat. So not a Klein bottle? Josh said. I have so many questions, Poppy said. Like how does gravity work? As such, Elaine went on, ignoring them, theory has another side. A verso, if you will. What's on it? Quentin asked. What's over there? Nothing. And everything. When this was over, Quentin was ready for a long vacation from gods and demons and all their cryptic utterances. There is another world there, waiting to be born. A world for which theory was in a sense merely a rough draft. You might make an analogy, the far side is to theory as theory is to your earth. A greener place. A realer, more magical place. This was a new wrinkle. He and Poppy and Josh got up from the sand, feeling a little silly. They brushed themselves off and stood at attention. Each of you has a choice, whether to go or to stay. I cannot guarantee that anyone who passes through the door will be able to return here. But if you do not go now, there will never be another chance. But what's really there? Quentin said. What's it like? She looked at Quentin, calmly and directly. It's what you want, Quentin. It's everything you're looking for. It is the adventure of all adventures. There it was. The real end of the story, the happy ending. All he could think was, Alice. She could be waiting for him there. Elaine surveyed the group, where they stood in a loose half circle in front of the door. Her eyes met Elliot's first. He shook his head slowly. I'm High King. His voice was as serious as Quentin had ever heard it. I can't go. I'm not going to leave Theory. She turned to Bingle, who still had the sloth on his back, peeking over his shoulder like a baby koala. Bingle closed his hooded eyes. It was never my destiny to return, he said. He stepped forward. So he was right after all. Quentin supposed that by now Bingle had earned a free pass on the dramatics. I also will go, the sloth said over his shoulder, in case anybody had forgotten about her. Elaine stood aside and indicated that they should proceed. Without hesitating, Bingle walked up to the doorway and opened it all the way. He was silhouetted against the immense twinkling emptiness. In the night sky beyond him a comet rocketed past, sparking and sputtering merrily like a cheap firework. This was what passed for outer space in theory, Quentin supposed. At the bottom of the doorway he could see just the tip of one of the silver moon's horns. It was rising, on its way to its regular appearance in the night sky of theory. It felt like you could be sucked out through the doorway if you got too close, like through an airlock. But Bingle just stood there, looking around. It's down, Elaine said. You have to climb. There must have been a ladder. Bingle turned to face them, got to his knees, moving slowly to avoid dislodging the sloth, and felt around with his foot till he evidently got it on a rung. He nodded goodbye to Quentin and began to climb down, step by step. His narrow olive face disappeared below the edge. Once you get halfway, gravity turns around, Elaine called after him. And you start climbing up. It's not as tricky as it sounds, she added to the rest of them. She turned to Quentin. 2 times before Quentin had made this same decision. He'd stood on the threshold of a new world and then stepped over it. When he'd arrived at Breakbills he'd thrown his whole life away, his whole world and everyone he knew, in exchange for a shiny magical new one. It had been easy, he'd had nothing worth keeping. He'd done it again when he came to theory, and it wasn't much harder the second time. But it was harder now, the third time, very hard. Now he had something to lose. But he was stronger now too. He knew himself better. It turned out his journey wasn't over after all. He wasn't going to go back. He looked at Elliot. Go, Elliot said. One of us should. God, was he that easy to read? Go, Poppy said. This is for you, Quentin. He put his arms around her. Thank you, Poppy, he whispered. Then he said it to all of them, thank you. His voice caught on the phrase. He didn't care. Standing in the doorway, he took a deep breath as if he were about to climb down into a pool. He could look out and survey it all. He was backstage at the Cosmos. Far below he could see Bingle and the sloth, tiny, still climbing down what looked like an endless column of iron rungs. The entirety of the moon was hanging right there in front of him, bright and glorious in the abyss, glowing with its own light. It looked like he could jump to it. It was smooth and white, no craters. He hadn't realized the tips of the horns were so sharp. He knelt down to start his climb. That's odd. The customs agent frowned. Wait a moment. Where's your passport? Quentin stopped, on one knee. My passport? He said. This again. I don't have it. I gave it to the kid in hell. In hell? The underworld? Well, yes. I had to go there. That's where the last key was. Oh. She pursed her lips. I'm sorry, but you can't go through without a passport. She couldn't be serious. Well, but hang on, Quentin said. I have a passport. Eleanor made it for me. I just don't have it on me. They have it in the underworld. Elaine smiled, a tired smile that wasn't completely devoid of sympathy, but wasn't exactly brimming over with it either. Eleanor can only make you one passport, Quentin. You've used yours. I'm sorry. I can't let you through. This couldn't be happening. He looked past her to the others, who were standing watching him blankly, the way the passengers in a car look at the driver when he's been pulled over for speeding. He tried to make his face communicate something on the order of, "Can you believe this shit?" But it wasn't easy. He was being asked to be a good sport, but this cut deeper than that. This was his destiny here, and she wasn't going to take it away on a technicality. There has to be a loophole. He was still kneeling on the threshold, looking up at her, halfway out the door. He could feel the far side pulling at him, bright and joyful, with its own gravity. This was where his story led. Something. I had no choice, I had to go to the underworld. And not to put too fine a point on it, but if I hadn't we never would have opened the door. We wouldn't be here. The world would have ended. That is what makes this all the harder. So Quentin kept talking, louder, if I hadn't gone to the underworld there wouldn't be any going to the far side of the world. He knew if he stood up it would be over. There wouldn't be any far side left. All of this would be gone. Her expression didn't change. The woman was psychotic. She wasn't going to give in, no matter what he said. All right, he said. He waited as long as he could, then he stood up. He held up his hands. All right. If there was one thing he'd learned on this fucking quest it was how to take a punch. He dropped his hands. He was still a king, for Christ's sake. That would do for a destiny. He had no complaining to do. He'd had more than his fair share of adventures. He knew that. Quentin went over and stood next to Poppy, the woman he'd just tried to abandon. She put her arm around his waist and kissed him on the cheek. You'll be okay, she said. Her hands felt cool on his. Elaine was closing the door. Wait, Julia said. I want to go through. The agent stopped, but she didn't look as if she thought she'd made a mistake. I'm going through, Julia said. My tree is waiting for me there. I can feel it. Elaine conferred with her partner quietly, but when they were done they both shook their heads. Julia, you must take some blame for the catastrophe that nearly occurred. You and your friends invoked the gods, and drew their attention to us, and brought them back. You betrayed this world, however unknowingly, in order to increase your own power. There must be consequences. For a long moment Julia stood perfectly still, staring not at the customs agent but at the half-open door. Her skin began to glow, and her hair crackled. The signs weren't hard to read. She was prepared to fight her way through if necessary. Wait. Quentin said. Hang on a minute. I think you're missing something. It was almost dark out now, and the sky was a riot of stars. Do you two have any idea what she's been through? What she lost? And you're talking about consequences? She's had plenty of consequences. And oh, by the way, not that it counts for much apparently, but she saved the world too. You'd think she was due a bit of a reward. She made her own decisions, the man who sat by the door said. All is in balance. I've noticed that you people, or whatever you are pretty free with assigning that kind of responsibility. Well, Julia wouldn't have done what she did if I'd helped her learn magic. Quentin, Julia said. Cease. She was still powered up, ready to make her move. If you want to play that game, let's play it. Julia did what she did because of me. So if you want to blame somebody, blame me. Put that wrong on me where it belongs and let her go through to the far side. Where she belongs. The silence of the beach at the end of the world descended again. They saw by starlight now, and by the light of the impending moon, leaking through the half-open door, and by Julia light, she was glowing softly, with a warm white light that threw their shadows behind them on the sand and glimmered on the water. Elaine and the well-dressed man conferred again for a long minute. At least they weren't quibbling about passports. Probably Julia hadn't needed hers to get into the underworld. She slipped in under the radar. All right, the man said, when they were finished. We agree. Julia's fault will be upon you, and she will pass through. All right, Quentin said. Sometimes you win one when you least expect it. He felt strangely light. Buoyant. Great. Thank you. Julia turned her head and smiled at him, her beautiful unearthly smile. He felt free. He thought he would carry his share of that unhappiness for the rest of his life. Now, suddenly, he had shed it when he least expected it, and he felt like he was going to float up into the air. He had atoned, that was the word for it. Julia took both his hands in hers and kissed him on the mouth, a long kiss, full at last of something like real love. Demigoddess or no, at that moment she seemed fully herself to him in a way she hadn't for years, not since their last day together in Brooklyn, when both their lives had been changed beyond recognition. Whatever losses she'd suffered, this was Julia, all of her. And Quentin felt pretty whole now too. She stepped up to the doorway, but she didn't kneel. She straightened and squared herself like an Olympic diver and then, disdaining the ladder, she dove off the edge, straight down, and disappeared. When she was gone the beach was a little darker. It was over and done with at last. He was ready for the curtain to come down. He wasn't looking forward to the all-night slog back to the Muntjac, and God knew how they were going to get home from there. Surely there must be some trick, some more magic lying around somewhere that would enable them to skip over that part. Maybe Ember would come. Where's the damn cozy horse when you need it? Josh must have been thinking the same thing. And how should Quentin pay? The customs agent said. She was speaking to the man in the black suit. Suddenly Quentin felt less tired. What do you mean? He said. They were whispering again. Hang on, Elliot said. That's not how it works. It is, said the man, how it works. Julia's debt is now upon Quentin, and he must settle it. What is it that Quentin holds most dear? Well, Quentin said, I'm already not going to the far side. Brilliant. He should have been a lawyer. A thought froze him, they were going to take Poppy. Or do something to her. He was afraid to even look at her in case it gave them ideas. His crown, Elaine announced. I am sorry, Quentin. As of this moment you are no longer a king of Fiery. You exceed your authority, Elliot said hotly. Quentin had been braced for devastation, but when it came he didn't feel anything at all. That was what they were taking, and they would take it. Had taken it. He didn't feel any different. It was all very abstract, kingliness, in the end. He supposed what he would miss most was his big, quiet bedroom at Castle Whitespire. He faced the others, but none of them looked at him any differently. He took a deep breath. Well, he said stupidly. Easy come. That was the end of Quentin the Magician King, just like that. He was somebody else now. It was a silly thing to be sad about, really. For God's sake they just saved magic, saved all their lives. Julia had found her peace. They had finished the quest. He hadn't lost, he'd won. Elaine and the man in the suit had resumed their stations, on their chairs, like a pair of seated caryatids. Job well done. God, he couldn't believe he'd flirted with her back on the outer island. She wasn't so different from her father, in the end. He had high hopes for her daughter, anyway. Give my best to Eleanor, he said. Oh, Eleanor, Elaine said in the dismissive tone she reserved for her daughter. She still talks about the time you picked her up, how far she could see. You made quite an impression on her. She's a sweet girl. Can't tell time yet. Do you know, she's absolutely obsessed with Earth now? She asked me to send her away to school there, and I'm sorely tempted to do it, I can tell you. I'm counting the days. Good for Eleanor, Quentin thought. She was getting off the outer island. She would be all right. Imagine that, he said. When she's old enough for college, drop me a line. I might be able to recommend one. It was time to go. The sea was no longer empty. Something was coming toward them across it. It was Ember, late as usual, trotting neatly across the skim of water. Wouldn't be like him to miss a good dethroning. So, Quentin said. Back to the muntjac? Or maybe the magic sheep would be good for a ride home. He really did hope so. Ember took his place by Elliot's side. Not for you, Quentin, he said. And then Elliot did something Quentin had never seen him do before, even after everything they'd been through together. He sobbed. He turned away and walked a few steps down the beach with his back to them, arms crossed, head down. It is a dark day for Fiery, Ember said, but you will always be remembered here. And all good things must come to an end. Wait a minute. Quentin recognized this little speech. It was the canned farewell that Ember delivered in the books every time he did what he did best, which was to kick visitors out of Fiery at the end. I don't understand. Look, enough is enough. Yes, Quentin, enough is enough. It is exactly that. I'm sorry, Quentin. Elliot couldn't look at him. He took a rattling breath. There's nothing I can do. It's always been the rule. Fortunately, Elliot had a gorgeous embroidered handkerchief to blot his eyes with. He'd probably never had to use it before. For God's sake. Quentin might as well get angry, there was nothing else left to do. You can't send me back to Earth, I live here now. I'm not some school kid who has to get back in time for curfew or fifth form or whatever, I'm a fucking grown-up. This is my home. I'm not from Earth anymore, I'm a Felorian. Ember's face was impassive beneath his massive stony horns. They curled back from his woolly forehead, ribbed like ancient seashells. No. This isn't how it ends. Quentin said. I am the hero of this goddamn story, Ember. Remember? And the hero gets the reward. No, Quentin, the ram said. The hero pays the price. Elliot put a hand on Quentin's shoulder. You know what they say, Elliot said. Once a king in Fiery, always. Save it. Quentin shook him off. Save it. That's bullshit and you know it. He sighed. I guess I do. Elliot had himself back under control now. He held something out, small and pearly, pinched in his handkerchief. It's a magic button. Ember brought it. It will take you to the Netherlands. You can travel back to Earth from there, or wherever you want to go. It just won't take you back here. I can hook you up, Quentin. Josh said, trying to sound cheerful. Seriously, I practically own the Netherlands now. You want Teletubbies? I'll draw you a map. Oh, forget it. He still felt angry. Come on. Let's go back to our home fucking planet. It was all over. He always hated these parts, even when they were just stories, even when they weren't about him. He would think about the future soon. It wouldn't be that bad. He and Josh could live in Venice. And Poppy. It wouldn't be bad at all. It was just that he felt like he just had a limb severed, and he was looking down at the stump waiting to start bleeding to death. We aren't coming, Quentin, Poppy said. She was standing by Elliot. We're staying, Josh said. Even in the cold and the darkness, Quentin could see him blushing furiously. We're not going back, Dot. Oh, Quentin. He'd never seen Poppy look so upset, not even when they were freezing to death. We can't go. Fiery needs us. With you and Julia gone, there are 2 empty thrones. 1 king, 1 queen. We have to take them. Of course. A king and a queen. King Josh. Queen Poppy. Long live. He was going back alone. This stopped him. He'd known that adventures were supposed to be hard. He'd understood that he would have to go a long way and solve difficult problems and fight foes and be brave and whatever else. But this was hard in a way he hadn't counted on. You couldn't kill it with a sword or fix it with a spell. You couldn't fight it. You just had to endure it, and you didn't look good or noble or heroic doing it. You were just the guy people felt sorry for, that was all. It didn't make a good story. In fact, he saw now that the stories had it all wrong, about what you got and what you gave. It's not that he wasn't willing. He just hadn't understood. He wasn't ready for it. I feel like an asshole, Quentin, Josh said. No, listen, you're totally right. Quentin's lips were numb. He kept talking. I should have thought of it. Listen, you're going to love it. You can have the palazzo. Great, man, thanks, that'll be great. I'm sorry, Quentin. Poppy threw her arms around him. I had to say yes. It's okay. Jesus. You didn't want to be a grown man saying come on, it isn't fair. But it didn't feel all that fair. "It is time," Ember said, standing there on his stupid little ballerina hoofs. "Listen, we have to do this now," Elliot said. His face was white. This was costing him too. "Fine. Okay. Give me the button." Josh hugged him fiercely, and then Poppy. She kissed him too, but he could hardly feel it. He knew he would be sorry later, but it was just too much. He had to do this right now or he was going to implode. "I'll miss you," he said. "Be a good queen." "I have something for you," Elliot said. "I was saving it for when this was all over, but well, I guess it's all over." From inside his jacket Elliot brought out a silver pocket watch. Quentin would have known it anywhere. It was from the little clock tree that had been growing in the magic clearing in the Queenswood, where all this began. Elliot must have harvested it when he went back there. It ticked away merrily, as if it were happy to see him again. He put it in his pocket. He wasn't in the mood for merriness. Too bad it wasn't a gold watch, the classic retirement present. "Thank you. It's beautiful." It was. The huge horned moon of Fiery was up now, clearing the wall at the edge of the world with its nightly leap. It didn't rumble, like the sun, but this close it rang faintly, like a struck tuning fork. Quentin looked at it long and hard. Probably he would never see it again. Then Elliot hugged him, a long hug, and when he was done he kissed Quentin on the mouth. That Quentin felt. "Sorry," Elliot said. "But you were kissing everybody else." He held out the button. Quentin's hand shook. Even as he took it, almost before he touched it, he was floating up through cold water. It had always been cold, going to the Netherlands, but he never remembered it being this cold. The water burned against his skin. It was Antarctic cold, like when he'd had to run to the South Pole from Breakville South, years ago. The wound in his side ached. Hot tears leaked out from under his eyelids and mingled with the frigid water. For a long second he hung there, weightless. It felt like he was motionless, but he must have been rising up through the water because with no warning something rough clunked him on the top of his head, hard enough that he saw silver sparkles. Insult to injury, the fountain was frozen over. Quentin groped frantically at the ice above him, almost losing the button in the process. Nobody thought of this? Could you drown in magic water? Then his fingers found an edge. They'd cut a hole in the ice, he'd just missed it. The hole was frozen over too, but only lightly. He cracked it satisfyingly with his fist. It was good to punch something and feel it break. He wanted to break it again. He wriggled up and out. He had to sprawl awkwardly on the slick ice with his upper body, like a seal, and then grab the stone rim of the basin and pull himself the rest of the way out of the hole. He lay there for a minute, gasping and shivering. For a second he'd forgotten everything that had just happened. Nothing like a brush with death to take your mind off your troubles. The magic water was already evaporating. His hair was dry before his feet were even out of the water. He was alone. The stone square was silent. He felt dizzy, and not just because he'd hit his head. It was all crashing in on him now. He'd thought he'd known what his future looked like, but he'd been mistaken. His life would be something else now. He was starting over, only he didn't think he had the strength to start over. He didn't know if he could stand up. Feeling like an old man, he boosted himself down off the edge of the fountain and leaned back against it. He'd always liked the Netherlands. There was something comforting about their in-between-ness. They were nowhere, and as such they relieved you of the burden of being anywhere in particular. They were a good place to be miserable in. Though God help him, Penny would probably come floating by in a minute. The Netherlands had changed since he and Poppy had been there last. The buildings were still broken, and there was still a little snow in the corners of the square, in the shadows, but it wasn't coming down anymore. It wasn't freezing. Magic really was flowing again, you could see it here. The ruins were coming back to life. Though they weren't going back to normal. A warm breeze blew. He'd never felt that in the Netherlands before. They'd always been asleep, but now they were waking up. Quentin felt ruined too. He had that in common with the Netherlands. He felt like a frozen tundra where nothing grew and nothing would ever grow again. He had finished his quest, and it had cost him everything and everyone he'd done it for. The equation balanced perfectly, all cancelled out. And without his crown, or his throne, or Fiery, or even his friends, he had no idea who he was. But something had changed inside him too. He didn't understand it yet, but he felt it. Somehow, even though he'd lost everything, he felt more like a king now than he ever did when he was one. Not like a toy king. He felt real. He waved to the empty square the way he used to wave to the people from the balcony in Fiery. Overhead the clouds were breaking apart. He could see a pale sky, and the sun was pushing through. He hadn't even known there was a sun here. The silver watch Elliot gave him was ticking along in an inside pocket of his best topcoat, the one with the seed pearls and the silver thread, like a cat purring, or a second heart. The air was chilly, but it was warming up, and the ground was littered with puddles of meltwater. Stubborn green shoots were forcing themselves up between the paving stones, cracking the old rock, in spite of everything. Click here for more books by this author. Also by Lev Grossman. Codex. The Magicians.